we're a Methodist church, and pastors change from time to time. And we had a former pastor here, his name Pastor Johnson. He was very into the technology. He's actually the one that inspired us to be able to get this installed in our church. We had not had one. We had thought about it. He's the one that actually did it. And he had a great deal of input into how this was going to look online, how we were going to be able to show this every Sunday, and maybe what the impact would be. We have a new pastor now who is not into technology a whole lot. He admits that. He wants to learn about the system. He's said to me, I'd like to sit down and learn how to operate this so that I can get a better feel for how I can integrate the electronics and the streaming into our service every Sunday. Very first live stream was a Sunday when our former pastor had come back to the church. He's 90-some years old, and he was here to baptize his great-granddaughter. And it just so happened that Sunday, one of our former members stumbled upon the live stream. She lives in Massachusetts. She had not been back to the community for quite a long time, and just stumbled on it. And she texted during the service and replied to our streaming that she was so happy that she was able to tune in and see her former pastor. And our secretary from the church, our office administrator, just informed us that we had received a donation from her because she's now been watching every Sunday. And so it's meant so much to her to be able to tune in to see her former church that she's not been able to see for a long time. And so she just made a contribution to the church in gratitude for us being able to live stream the service. Yeah, we're able to capture lots of different kinds of views. Close-ups of soloists who might be performing, close-up of the pastor. You can show the whole broad church, because we have it decorated with all kinds of flowers and the Christmas decorations that you usually have at Christmas time. So you're able to show a very broad spectrum of what the sanctuary looks like. We have a very large sanctuary. So it really brings a new perspective to the people that are able to live stream the service. I have a grandson that's who's 17 years old now, and he's a gamer. And I saw the joystick kind of thing. I thought, gee, I can get him to be able to. He might get into this. So he does it every Sunday. He's very good about coming here. And it's his way to get him involved in the service. And we also have some older members who are technologically oriented, but you don't have to have a lot of technical skills to operate this system. It's pretty simple, pretty basic. Once you learn how to do it, it's easy to do. I do it myself. I'm 72 years old, and I've learned a lot about how to operate this system that I may not have been able to do years ago, but I just find it fascinating what we've been able to do, and we never knew what the congregation's response would be to the live streaming. They've been very responsive. We project all of our services on the screens in the sanctuary, and I had one person who was probably in their 80s who came to me and said one Sunday, she said, "I don't know how we did without this." And I said, well, thank you for the feedback, because we didn't know how older members of the congregation would react to this, because it is a big change. It was something we had never done before, but they've been very responsive to it. What are the kind of comments that we're getting from the folks that are watching online? The people that are tuning in are generally members of the congregation that are either on vacation, or they just can't make it a particular Sunday, or they might be ill, and they will comment. So glad they're able to tune in and watch the service. It's my grandson that's operating the system, and he sits there with his phone, and he will actually text back to him and say, "Thank you for watching. So glad to hear from you. Tune in next week." So you're able to have that interaction with people that are watching us every Sunday. You never know what the impact's going to be. You never know how many people are going to tune in. When we started this, we never thought how many people would actually watch every Sunday. But you can check online, see how many people are tuning in. So I think we have about 50 or 60 that are normal subscribers. That means they are actually scheduling a reminder to be able to watch the service when it comes on every Sunday. We created a cheat sheet that have all the presets that you can set the PTZ camera to a preset mode. And so he's able to focus in on the pastor. He might be able to focus in on the person that's the liturgist for the Sunday. Might be able to focus in on a soloist that might be singing that particular Sunday. And so he can just hit those presets. And sometimes he'll even use the joystick. He's very good with that. And it takes a little bit of a touch because they're so sensitive, moving it in and out, but he's very good at doing that and moving it around and adapting to whatever might be going on in the service. And it's gotten him to church every Sunday. That's been one of our goals, and that is a difficult thing to get young people involved. It was one of the reasons we went to the technology pieces and adding it to our services so that people of all ages would be able to utilize it. We also went to the larger screens because people who can't read a book or anything might be visually impaired. It's pretty large print on the screen, so they can easily participate in the service. Yeah, Christmas is a great time for all churches, of course. We have 3 services, and we broadcast all 3 of those services, streamed all 3 of those services. One was at 4:30 in the afternoon, another one at 7 o'clock in the evening, and another one at 11 o'clock at night. There might not be people who are up at 11 o'clock at night and able to watch that service, but they're recorded. So you can go back and watch those services even if you weren't able to make it here. Or even if you had younger children and you wanted to see the 11 o'clock service, which was a high holy service for us with communion and a lot of music, and some people just can't make it. So now that gives them the opportunity to be able to watch that service even though they couldn't be here. So that's something we weren't able to do in the past. We used to record services, but that was one where you just got the vocal part. Now you get the visual and the vocal. So it's a really great part. And we had a...
Welcome to Worship Summit Live.
So happy to be here in studio with you for our 4th installment of the Worship Summit.
So we're still in the pre-show. We're going to kick off the show at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific with a great keynote from Jake Goslin. But now we're going to take you to New York City for a tour of some amazing...
Welcome, Worship Summit Live to New York City. Today we're going to explore the churches of Midtown Manhattan here in New York City. There's a series of beautiful churches, specifically along 5th Avenue and nearby Park Avenue, that are just amazing to look at. Since it is a pandemic, many of the churches are closed or only reserved for private prayer, so we'll be seeing them mostly from the outside. But the outside is absolutely gorgeous in of itself. My name is Ariel, and let's explore the churches of Midtown. So welcome everyone, my name is Ariel. I explore cities all around the world, and we are in New York City right now at 5th Avenue and 55th Street. Today, we're going to explore all these beautiful churches that are along this area of Manhattan. Some of the most iconic churches in all of the United States of America as well. So I hope you enjoy. I run a show called Urbanist, and today is going to be a similar experience where we're exploring the cities via live streaming and seeing the architecture and all of its beauty and learning about its history. First, we have our very first church that was built here in 1875. However, 1875, Midtown Manhattan looked very different. Rather than looking like a mid-town, it looked like the country. There was nothing here in 1875, very few things here, but it was changing, and changing quickly for one very important reason. So that reason, before we talk about the church, we can see it there in the distance, Central Park, and by the 1870s, Central Park was being fully constructed. Central Park was a bit of a weird construction because it was way further up than most people in the city lived. The city really extended up to maybe 23rd Street at that time, maximum 34th Street. And that's where this little church, Cedar Street in Lower Manhattan, which is right by the financial district, a Presbyterian church decided to move up here because they saw that their area was getting too crowded. So crowded that they wanted to avoid the rapid construction of tenements and factories, and they decided that it will probably be very improbable that tenements and factories would settle up here right next to Central Park. So they built this church over here in 1875. Now let me show you the original Cedar Church right here. It was a very humble church in downtown Manhattan. And this is a Presbyterian church. So it belongs to the Presbyterian Church of the USA. And of course it's built in the Victorian Gothic style. Now how can you tell Gothic from anything else? Let's take a closer look. Let's walk across the street. It's a brisk day here today in New York City. Usually when I would explore a city, I usually take a little bit of break inside these churches because they're nice and warm. They're very quiet places to take a nice break from the hustle and bustle. So Gothic. We're gonna see a lot of Gothic today. 3 out of the 4 churches we're gonna see are Gothic. What is Gothic? Well, you see this pointy. That is pointy. This rose window over here, and most Gothic cathedrals have a rose window, also pointy. That is the symbol of Gothic. When they're rounder, they are considered Romanesque or another style. Gothic is pointy, and that's why they were able to build much larger windows. Now here we have this beautiful Venetian artwork over here, made out of Venetian glass, depicting scenes from the ancient Hebrew scriptures. It's a nice little treat before you enter the church. So of course, pandemic, church is closed, but I'll show you photos of it. I'll illustrate how it looks like inside. Now this was constructed by Karl Pfeiffer, who was a German immigrant back in the mid-1800s, and it was one of his very first projects in New York City. He basically got the job because he made this building, the Metropolitan Savings Bank, which is now in the East Village. And people were so astonished, they actually beat out world-renowned architect, or nation-renowned architect, George B. Post. Let's see how it looks like inside, because this is a monumental church right here. This is what they call the sanctuary. Basically, the main hall of the church, the transept, is a building within this building. And the interesting thing is that there are no right angles within the walls. At one point also, the interesting thing is it slopes down. So you have very great acoustics. You always have a good seat wherever you sit in the church, especially accompanied by those beautiful organs made by one of the most famous organ makers, Skinner. And also, it's 90 feet at its highest point. Just a few feet shy, actually, compared to the Sistine Chapel. So it's almost as big as the Sistine Chapel. And let me show you, before we keep on walking, well, actually, as we're walking, because let's go to our second stop. You can see it here on the side. You can see a little bit of the stained glass windows. Here is the organ player inside. So beautiful church, and this is the scene we would have seen here on Fifth Avenue back in the 1880s. All right, let's go to our next stop. So now we're walking southward on Fifth Avenue. Of course, we're surrounded by all the high-end shops. Now, actually, one more thing I wanted to mention is right here is the Hotel Peninsula. When it was originally built, this was 286 feet tall, making it the tallest structure back in 1875. Just imagine seeing it from miles away. The city only extended up to 23rd Street. For context, we're on 55th Street. So you would have been able to see this all the way down to 23rd Street or even beyond. Right next door was St. Luke's Hospital. And they didn't want to disturb the patients at St. Luke's Hospital. So they decided to not place bells in the clock tower. So it's only merely a clock tower. Now, let's go to our next church, just a mere 1 block away. Here we have St. Thomas Church, most likely named after the Apostle Thomas. This is an Episcopal church. We see the flag right there in the front. Here's their sigil. And it's most likely named, as I mentioned, after the Apostle Thomas, who, after the death of Christ, ended up making a huge pilgrimage all the way to India and is known as the patron saint of India as well. Now this church was built a little bit later. Then the city started growing by the early 1900s. The subway was being built in 1904. The robber barons and rich industrialists were moving further and further uptown and building their mansions over here. And wherever there is very expensive mansions, there is the Episcopal Church, because they tend to be patrons of these older aristocratic families of New York City. And they had to build a church to match. This was built in 1913 and is absolutely filled with amazing details. Let's take a closer look. Wow, absolutely astonishing. So this was built by these two guys, Bertram Goodhue, the man with the collar, and the other man, also actually with a huge collar. His name is Ralph Annam Cram. Now, remember Bertram's name, because he's going to pop up a little bit later. But Ralph Adam Krem is very famous for a church that looks very similar to this one. And if you are tuning in for a second time and attended virtually the other Worship Summit Live, you might have seen this other building. Ralph Adam Krem is very famous for building the largest Gothic church in the world, St. John the Divine. And this one is a similar style. Now, most of the exterior is actually made by Bertram Goodhue. And let's see how it looks like inside. Inside, I wish I could go inside, but it's only open for private prayer. So, in order to respect the peace inside, I'll show you a photo. This high Gothic style. Wow. So it's both dark in the sense of like Romanesque churches you'll find all around Italy, but also lit up because of all the huge windows. It's an interesting combination, especially with this dark stone that they used. Now the interesting thing is, look right there at the very end. This is the altar screen. The altar screen is 80 feet tall, and it was built mostly by a very famous sculptor, Lee Laurie. Lee Laurie ended up building many of the famous sculptures just a few blocks down at Rockefeller Center. We'll see his sculpture soon as we pass by, but this is a photo of Lee Laurie right over here. Now, there's one little interesting secret over here. Actually, let me set this up. In the 1800s, this was actually the second church. The original church that stood here before the one from was built by the famous architect James Renwick. And the Consuela Vanderbilt ended up marrying the
Do you want to cut those? Or?
Hey everybody, I'm so sorry what's happening right now. Having an issue receiving Ariel's stream from New York City. If we can get that back, we're going to cut to it. But if we cannot, I'm going to take this moment to talk a little bit about Worship Summit Live and what we have in store today. So let's take a quick peek at the schedule. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to ask Mike to show that full screen, because I think we have the schedule in here. We would love to give you guys a tour of New York City, if that's possible. That is the idea. If you haven't hit that subscribe button yet and hit that like button to share this video with anyone in your congregation, it's totally free to watch this live stream today. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to be very educational. Now, Tess, we did Worship Summit 3.
We did.
And we did a lot of worship leadership. So leadership in ministry, and we had a lot of great speakers. But we asked everyone, we said, what do you guys really want to learn about? And overwhelmingly, everyone said they want to learn technical training.
That's right. So today is going to be the technical edition. So we're going to dive into the technology that houses of worship are using to do their live streams. We'll see if we can get Ariel back. He's refreshing his system right now. But we're happy to hang. If not,
we are certainly excited to be here. So a couple things that I wanted to show. One is I wanted to mention that the Helping Your Church live stream book is going, not only is it available for free, and Tess maybe can share the link to that in the YouTube chat, but we will ship this book to you for free. So anywhere in the United States, we will ship you the Helping Your Church live stream book for free. I've added some new chapters into this book to help better explain some of the technical training issues that folks have been having. How to use Zoom with OBS, how to use Zoom with vMix and Wirecast, how to have a Zoom watch party, and also still live stream. So I've added some new chapters to this book. I think it's a great resource. We would love to ship you one of these totally for free. So go ahead and check out that link in the description. Tess is going to put it in the chat room. Now, while we're waiting for Ariel, the urbanist, to come back from New York City, Mike, why don't we play Bill Tenney's video that he has? This is a video from Bill Tenney. He's going to be speaking today, and he wanted to share how his church has been using live streaming during this pandemic to connect with his congregation. So let's roll that, and hopefully we'll come back to you with New York City.
Welcome to my home studio. I was the pastor at Raytown Christian Church. Kind of situation than probably most of you. I have a home in Columbia, Missouri, where I have a wife and I have grown adult kids with their kids, so I have grandkids. I have Old English sheepdogs, and I've had a life here for quite a while. But I was called to be the pastor of a church in Raytown, which is a suburb of Kansas City, Missouri. And I have an apartment there, which is to say I have a home there. And I have a congregation there, so I have another family there. And normally speaking, up until March 11th, I lived there 5 days a week or thereabout, sometimes more, occasionally less. And I ministered there. I came home on the weekends, which for me were Friday and Saturday. But on March 11th, the pandemic hit with a vengeance, and Jackson County, Missouri, issued a stay-at-home order, and our congregation, our board, said to me, we need to go to virtual worship services, and you need to go shelter at home with your family. And so on March 11th, I moved back to Columbia. Still had an apartment that I'm paying for, but I was back in Columbia. And so I began commuting every week, once a week on Sunday morning, very, very early Sunday morning, and I had a crew of 3 plus me. We had a pianist, we had a guitar player, we had a vocalist, and our guitar player also played, and we had me. And I ran the cameras and the tech generally, although my band leader ran that during the classic service. And we had one camera, we pointed at the stage, and away we went. And that was worship. Social distancing, the whole kit and caboodle. It was interesting. It was doable. It was a stopgap measure. The problem was it became really clear very quickly that we were not really happy with the quality of the worship. It was okay. It was, a nice stopgap measure, but it became clear this was going to last a little longer. And so on May 10th, we launched our recorded live worship service. I set up a home studio here with antique or almost antique equipment. This is my Panasonic HC, handheld VC20 camera. It's an SD camera. And I have several other SD cameras. I have lots of SD cards. And I would go up every 2 weeks to record the music for the classic service and record the music for the contemporary service and bring it back down and do all the post-production work, putting together the worship service. I would preach here in my home office, and we learned a lot. And I learned that a whole lot of your sins can be redeemed during post-production. Frankly, it was a huge step forward from where we started. We streamed through Broadcast to our website, to YouTube, to Facebook, to Roku. It really, really went well, and people were going, awesome. We called it live recording. I don't know what the professional term is. If you know what the professional term is out for live tape or live recording or whatever, it's not really live streaming. Anyway, let me know. Anyways, we learned a lot. We're still learning, but by July, we knew something had to change because our congregation had become an audience. We would tune in and we'd watch. And there was no interaction per se. We tried doing a Zoom meeting after the worship service to try and bring people together, but it just wasn't the same. And so we were looking for a solution. And on July 29th, PTZOptics put together the Worship Summit Live. I don't know how many times they've been doing it at that point, but I was invited. Paul Richards called me and invited me because I write books. And he said, would you come and talk about one of my books? And while I was there during the seminar or during the day, I saw the possibilities of what would happen if you took Zoom and married it to worship. And so I jumped onto the PTZOptics channel on YouTube and Udemy, however you pronounce it, and watched everything that Paul and his team put together, and I learned about NDI. And frankly, we went with Paul Richards' recommendations, and we bought the equipment he said, we set it up like he said, and in about a month, our first watch party was born. In August, we launched our watch party, which was live worship and on Zoom, and it looks pretty fabulous, and I'm going to talk about that later in another seminar. In any event, I began to see the real possibilities of this whole NDI stuff. I didn't have an NDI camera. All I had was doing OBS through my Mac and by putting together, again, post-production and running it through Zoom. Then I got my hands on a PTZOptics 20X NDI camera, which is, of course, what I'm using right now. So let me introduce you to this camera and how we're using it because it's fabulous. So right out of the box, I was excited about what we got. For one, I realized that the camera was tripod ready. I took my tripod connector right there, the boot or whatever you call the darn thing, and I'm not a technical person, and it connects to my tripod in my studio and away we go. It comes with this really nifty remote control and a power supply. But we went with what Paul had suggested, and we got a power over Ethernet switch, and you just plug it in and away you go. So setup was a breeze. Just connect it to the tripod, drop it into the shoe, clicks right in, connect the power over Ethernet jack, and I use a small soundboard, and I can plug that in the camera as well. And then we're ready to go. Well, not quite. Got to take the lens cover off it, and then you got to turn the power on. Power on, it resets, and once it's reset, then I open up my PTZ camera control app on my iPad. Then on the PTZ camera control app that I have on my iPad that came from PTZOptics, just hit camera set, and it resets to the position I need, and away we go. Setup was pretty much a breeze. Besides plugging in the two little cords, we also had to reset the IP to match our NDI scheme, but we followed the instructions in the manual, and that was easy peasy. Every week I record using OBS, and it does a really good job. As you can see, it's pretty great quality. The camera is great in low light. I'm in my basement. There's not a light in here except for the ones that I provide. And the reality is, I still have a lot to learn. Haven't figured out do color balancing and all that kind of stuff that seems to be, I look at the quality and go, yeah, that's good enough. It's pretty darn good and probably more than I can expect to do on my own. We're planning on getting a second camera. We're going to set it up here in the studio so we have multiple shots. We're going to get a camera operator who can run the OBS and zoom back and forth between the cameras, do all the really cool stuff. We want to be able to do advanced studio recordings. We want to do Bible studies. We want to offer pastor training. And in January, my wife and I are going to launch Church Talk TV, conversations about life, about church, and about church life. It's something we used to do back in 2014 or thereabouts when we had the brand new cameras that are now all antiques. But with the new cameras, the way we set up the studio, and as easy as this has been, we expect to really take it to the next level. We love our camera and we love the way we're doing things, our worship services. We continually get reports from our members and people from all over the country who really like the quality that we're putting out. I'll be doing a seminar later on this afternoon how we've taken Zoom and matched it with our worship to create a watch party, and I'll be able to answer questions there. Thanks for joining me.
All right, we're back.
Thank you so much, Bill. That was a wonderful presentation. We got so many of you in the live chat right now. We're so happy to have you. I just wanted to do a quick reminder. If you have not subscribed yet to PTZOptics on YouTube, please do that. We would really appreciate it. You can always unsubscribe in the future if you'd like.
All right, we're going back to New York City. Let's finish this tour.
Such as a subway running underneath, that could be the reason. Who knows what it was, but nonetheless, we're back here on 5th Avenue, and we're in front of the most famous cathedral, basically in all of New York City, one of the most famous ones, along with St. John the Divine. This is the Roman Catholic Cathedral, St. Patrick, and it was built in 1878 by James Renwick. Now, James Renwick is a renowned architect, but he's known a lot for his Episcopal churches, because this man built also Grace Church, which is in Greenwich Village, and here's a photo of Grace Church. Now, I mentioned before the altar screen of St. Thomas that was built by Lee Laurie. Now, Lee Laurie is famous for this sculpture in Rockefeller Center, but also Atlas, right over here. He's wearing a mask. Now, since we're running short on time, let's scoot over and go over to our last stop, St. Bartholomew, which is absolutely, well, in my opinion, is breathtaking, but I'll let you be the judge. So over here we have Rockefeller Center, top of the rock, built by Rockefeller, who he himself built a few grand churches, including which I visited in the last Worship Summit Live. He's also responsible for a few amazing churches along the Hudson Valley. Just look at the amazing detail. So, as we look at this, we can see that it is also Gothic. Now, when this was originally built, it was built by the Bishop John Hughes. Not to be confused with the director of the 80s rom-coms, John Hughes. John Hughes was a bishop reigning over a very large Irish American and now at that point starting to come over Italian Americans. Mostly belonged to the Catholic faith, and they were all very crammed in tenements in the Lower East Side, Little Italy, and Greenwich Village, and he wanted to expand northward. However, as I mentioned before, there was nothing here back in the 1870s. The Presbyterian Church was very brave for moving up here, the first stop we saw. But when John Hughes wanted to move up here, the Catholic bishop, everyone called him a fool, unfortunately. And they called the entire project Hughes Folly. Well, it proved not to be quite a folly after all, especially in the company it has with all these other.
Do you want me to?
And we want to expand northward. However,
Mute your computer.
Before, there was nothing here back in the 1870s.
And we are back.
The Presbyterian
Mute your
Church
computer,
was
boss.
brave for moving up here.
Thank you so much, Ariel, with the Urbanist for that tour today. Unfortunately, you know, with live streaming, hiccups happen. I wish that we could have kept that feed up a little bit longer, but we'll just get the party started.
Okay.
I wish you could see me smiling.
So what we're going to do is we have about a half hour till our first keynote speaker comes on, Jake Goslin. So what we're going to do is we're going to show a video from Keys Vineyard Church in Big Pine, Florida. And you may have seen a really awesome tour that we've done with Doug in the past. He is going to show us some more details behind the scenes. What you guys asked for was behind the scenes technical information. So we're going to be showing some worship music, but more importantly, a lot of great behind the scenes technical information. So I'm excited to go ahead and cue this video up. You're going to see an awesome 6-camera live streaming system put together by Doug Laws, and it's got Ableton Live, there's a live band, there's PTZ cameras, there's vMix, there's Pro Presenter, there is a lot more. So, Mike, are we ready to cue that up?
It's all about today learning about the technology that other houses of worship are using to do what you are.
Hey guys, it's Doug Laws from Keys Vineyard Community Church. It was awesome to be able to show you guys behind the scenes at the last worship summit. I'm excited to join you guys in the Zoom call at the little breakout sessions. Figured I'd just give you guys a little sneak peek at our changes, and Paul wanted me to tell you a brief background. We've been streaming here for a little over 10 years, and I remember the days where we would take a composite video signal from these video mixers from some old camcorders into this Panasonic composite to USB box, and from there we upgraded to a Roland V4 video mixer, and that was cool. After that, we had a Blackmagic ATEM Production Studio 4K, and I was able to stream out of that. Then eventually we upgraded to a proper streaming computer where it does that separately, and now I'm running two vMix computers that I built, one for image magnification and one for streaming. So, vMix is our video switcher now on a custom built computer. We're running vMix there. And I don't know if we were automatically running this, but probably the coolest change that we made that we're most excited about here is we run Ableton Live for everything. That's how I can automate all this stuff. And what you can do in Ableton is MIDI link to Ableton sessions. And what we do here is we just have a Ableton session. All it is linked with MIDI timecode. This MIDI session, this Ableton session is where our tracks are. They get monitored and they get sent to an audio interface. Without getting into too much details, this is linked to the downstairs one. We can start a recording up here and we can record the automation. So it's actually mixing the live music as we're playing it. And Kurt and I will be in the Zoom. We'll answer any questions that you might have. Well, why would you do that? Well, it's a personnel issue, right? You may not have a ton of volunteers. Corona happens. You have to limit the amount of people you have in the room. It's a cool option to have to automate stuff. So we are automating our live stream mixing right now, and it works, a lot of the time, and it works great. So, one of the things we've wanted to do is have the ability to be able to run everything with just one person, but also allow people to serve that have some technical gifts. So at one point I was all automation. Now we have a blended hybrid setup. We are ready to go to automate everything, but we can also pull it out if need to and run things manually. So it's a great way to think about things, is how can I blend automation and volunteer and have this ready to go, but also be able to have people incorporated, ready to serve. So that's my favorite thing about the setup, is how blended it is we have all this automation stuff and it all works, and it's great when it works. And we can also bring in people who can serve, run a camera, or run the video switching or mix the stream. But we can also automate those things. So that would be my encouragement to think about, is how can I blend automation and volunteers? It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both. So looking forward to showing you guys our downstairs setup and talking more about that blended setup. So one of the things I really like about our tech here at Keys Vineyard is we run a hybrid setup. We're programmed to be fully automatic. We use the PTZ cameras. They're programmed. Every song has presets that point them to the right spots. And our video switching is capable of just going to the shots from Ableton over a MIDI network. We also have, that's the hybrid setup. We can manually switch over at the press of a button. Now this person here is able to run a camera as well as direct the shots. It's a little challenging for them, but our folks like a challenge. So again, that's QLab vMix, and this camcorder, you're running it. We can zoom here, and I really like the flexibility. Something bad happens, somebody spills, and this is the only person in the world who can clean up a spill. They can press track auto on, and they're running, and they're done. Video switching will still happen. Cameras will still move. So I really like our hybrid setup. We have all the automation And we also have the artistry with a few cameras too, so it's been very good. You know, that's it. You can check out the last video we did. Not too much has changed since then, but I figured I'd show you the little changes. And I'm looking forward to hanging out with you guys in the Zoom, and we'll be in touch.
Hi everybody, Paul here from PTZOptics, and in this video, I'd like to share with you a case study from the Keys Vineyard Church in Big Pine Key, Florida. We're going to get a chance to look at their video production system, which uses vMix, PTZOptics cameras, Pro Presenter, Resolume, and QLab to create a fully automated, incredibly easy to use live streaming system. Doug's going to take us through his full walkthrough of the audio and video, and then I'd like to show you a piece of video of the actual live stream from this system. So we're going to hear a worship song as well to really give you a good idea of what the system can do. Let's take a look.
Alexa, church lights on. Welcome to the Vineyard. Glad you could join us. We just got done with our worship sets, and I thought I'd give you guys a quick tour of everything that's going on. So this is our broadcast room. We're running, you know, some pretty standard software in here. We got Pro Presenter 7 on there is doing our lyrics. We're running vMix is our live streaming software. What gets a little interesting is how we're running our audio for the broadcasts. We're using an Abington Live template that we built. That's running here, and we use an app called Touchable to mix the volumes within Abington. Lets us run some really cool plugins. Over here, we are using a custom-built computer that I assembled for Resolume, and this is actually our video switcher. And underneath that, you'll see QLab. And I can use QLab to control everything that we do at the church. I can run lights, I can run slides, I can run the video switcher, pretty much anything. I even have it controlling our Abington session downstairs. But right here, we have this screen, and as you can see, I'm controlling the video mixer, and that'll switch between our 6 PTZOptics cameras that we're running. It'll also put Pro Presenter on the screen, and we have a wireless HDMI camera setup that we run. We'll get to the cameras later. They're a great part of the setup. But we use that as a controller. If you come in here, like I had, you kind of saw earlier, I had Alexa. We have some smart switches where I have a few of the switches that are in an annoying place to get to on that, so I can just turn them on and off from my phone. But anyway, that's a great setup. We automate everything here. I use, you know, several programs to accomplish the automation. Abington Live, which is downstairs, runs our tracks. We run multi-tracks. And I have that automating lyrics. I have that automating lights. It's automating our video switcher. It automates the streaming switching. And we also automate our cameras too with PTZOptics cameras. They're able to receive MIDI in several different ways. They have an amazing app that we helped develop with them a couple years ago. I've ended up using a different solution. It's over here on this Windows Surface. We can send a Visca message over IP address using BOEM MIDI translator and serial port redirector by Fabulatech. So that works out super nice. And that's our room up here. For MIDI communication, we use iConnectivity boxes. Our main audio face is Play Audio 12, and I have at least half a dozen MIDI 4 pluses hooked up in the whole system. They allow me to send MIDI over our Ubiquity network. So I can just plug them into a switch that's in our network, and I have MIDI communication from in this room to backstage. Also, we use the Behringer X32 racks ecosystem. We have 3 of those boards. You'll see 2 of them downstairs. We have one up here that's receiving the audio from downstairs. And we send that to Abington, and Abington goes into vMix via a UAD Aero audio interface that lets us run some mastering plugins on that too. So that's the broadcast room. I'll take you guys on stage and backstage. So this is a quick look at our wireless camera setup. You'll see some of the shots. We use this for the close-ups. We can get a nice stage shot. It's a good angle. It's a good complement to the PTZOptics cameras we have. We have 5 PTZ cameras that are in the auditorium. You'll see one over there on the stage, and we have 4 towards the back. There's 2 on the sides and 2 on the back walls. And I automate those 5 with the MIDI messages. And we're set up where I can use Ableton Live to automate the video switching. But from this station, we're also set up where we can run it manually if we want to. So a lot of times Kurt will be here, and we're using this Hollyland wireless HDMI. And this is a GH5, I believe. Kurt has some lens that I'm not familiar with. It's his lens. But if you look here, QLab lets you have several pages of cues called cue cards. And we have one called Kurt's board. This has video switching functionality, so I can switch between the cameras right from here. And we can load up all of our cameras. This is the wireless shot. You'll see this on the screens. And this is where he switches from. We also have this automation toggle. So I've set up a MIDI note that goes from QLab to Ableton that will trigger the video switching track. So when it's on, obviously automation still works and video switches will go as I've programmed in Ableton. We can press it, turn it off, and then Kurt can run manual controls. We're able to also switch presets from here. So I have this board called Camera Presets, and you'll see on the screen, I can press this shot and it'll change from there. And I can run multiple commands from here. So I need to go back to Kurt's board, and we could say go to back right, and we could change one of the shots there. So there's a lot of functionality here, right from an iPhone 5 that he's using to change the shots. So really cool setup. We're very happy with that. I'll take you to the stage next. So this is our stage. Probably the most noticeable thing are these LED walls. We're running Chauvet Vivid 4 panels. I couldn't tell you exactly how many we have right now, other than this many here, but they're great. Those are powered by a couple of the Chauvet scalers that are in the back room. On stage, we have a few cool setups. I really like the keyboard setup. Usually this laptop's running Sunday sounds, but we have it off for now. This is a Korg Kronos 88, and it's really cool. The most helpful thing I find for it, or what I like the most about it, is we put the keyboard on top of these adjustable desk legs. So now we can raise and lower it at the press of a button. And it's been super convenient for all of our keyboard players because they're all different heights. So now they can have it where they're most comfortable. We have a few presets on there, but I just wanted to show that off real quick. All of our stations have iPads running Planning Center Music Stand, and I can automate those via Ableton Live as well. So the chord chart changes happen precisely when they're supposed to, which is usually a measure before the page needs to turn. On my pedal board, I've also got set up a little disaster area DMC micro. I can manually change the pages there. And Planning Center has a feature that Bluetooth syncs all of those, but this is better because there's no latency between the iPads. They all change at the same time, and they get charged, which is cool. Also on my pedal board, I have an FC6 from Fractal Audio powering my AXFX 3. I have this Morningstar MC6 that I use is an Ableton foot controller. I have a Luna display iPad here that is running that, and I changed banks, but you'll see that moving forward. Underneath that is a QLab. We saw that upstairs. Another cool feature about QLab is they have a mobile remote app that gives me all the functionality. So now from here, I can change the shots as well if I need to. I can advance Ableton non-linearly, which is cool. I can even adjust the lights right from here. We can dim the lights as we saw. I can bring them back. I can trigger preaching lights from here. So there's lots of cool stuff. Really happy with QLab there. I'll take you backstage, show you the rest of the setup, and that'll be it for us. So this is our drum room. You'll notice we have a drum camera shot. That's powered by a PTZOptics Z-Cam. This one has the lens built in. Paul was awesome. He sent that to me. Still very thankful for that. We use it. Here is our drum shot. Our drums have a cool setup. We have a DW Performance Series with some Evans heads. We found these, what are they, dream cymbals? We have several of those that we invested in not too long ago. There is an Alesis sample pad. That's running samples. It actually gets sent to a 4+, MIDI 4+ for my connectivity. That connects to the network, which talks to our main Ableton session, and we trigger samples from there. So we're not using any of the built-in sounds on there. We're using some splice samples for that. But that's our drum setup. I'll take you to the rack backstage. So here's our rack setup. And this rack was built late 80s, early 90s, which is why it's made out of 2x4s. It is what it is, but we have lots of cool equipment. Like I said, I'm running the AXFX 3. That's right here. We're using the X32 racks. What we do is we run everything into an S32 Snake from Behringer. That runs into our in-ear monitor board, which is this bottom one here. And then that will feed over the Ethercon cable to the front of house X32. And that runs into a red Clark Technique box that sends an Ethernet cable to our upstairs board upstairs. Obviously, it's upstairs board. It would be upstairs. You probably just edit it out. That was kind of dumb. And then we've also got going on, we're using Sennheiser wireless equipment. We got Sennheiser in-ears and Sennheiser wireless packs for our instruments. And the preaching mic is also on that. In the setup is the iConnectivity Play Audio 12. That's kind of the heart of the MIDI network that we've built here. That lets me run 2 laptops running the same Ableton session redundantly. So if anything were to happen to my first laptop, the second laptop picks right up where it left off. And with QLab, I can control both of those laptops at the same time. So when I press a button on QLab like you saw, or if I press my foot controller, it's controlling both of those laptops simultaneously. So that's the rack. There's some power conditioners, lots of good stuff. Back here is our rack setup. These computers are running the Resolume Arena instances that power the LED walls. We have one for just the back wall, and then we have one for the 2 side walls. It runs both of them at the same time. Those computers are at the very bottom. They're custom Resolume rigs. I used, one of them is like my old gaming computer setup, so I threw that in there. Another one is one of our old streaming setups, and Jerry, one of our keyboard players, actually gave me an old Quadro card that he had. So that's running the video for that. Towards the back, you'll see we're running Chroma Q Vista V3. That runs our lights. I can trigger that with Ableton or QLab. This computer here is running our vocal processing right now. We have some universal audio plugins on there that work really good. This is running an instance of ProPresenter 6. And this will actually put different graphics for the songs. So I can program a song in Ableton, and then I just drag that file over into a service set. The videos that I use for the walls for the songs come from this computer. For service elements like the sermon, I just use Resolume for that. These are our 2 Ableton laptops. And right now, the locators are in different spots because I used the keyboard shortcuts there. If I use QLab, I can sync them both at the same time. And if I were to trigger one, they launch at the same time. And if we're looking out in the room, I can unplug this one, and there was no signal loss. All my MIDI stuff continues to go. So that's been a great setup for us. I can stop that Ableton track there. And then if I want to bring back the announcements, I can do that. I hit welcome loop go. That sets the stage back, puts ProPresenter on. It actually brings up Spotify for us. So yeah, there's lots of cool stuff. I'd be happy to get to know you guys. If you want to message me, you can find me on Facebook. You can follow us on YouTube, the Keys Vineyard Community Church. And it was really great getting to spend some time with you. I'd like to give another shout out to Paul and the crew at PTZOptics. Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks for letting us hang out. And we'll see you guys soon. Enjoy. Let's sing. This is a new one for today. Anything is possible. There is no shadow that has ever overcome your light. There is no rival that could ever stand against your mind. You've always been with us. Every battle you've already won. We've already won. Ever left a mark on you. There is no army with the power to conquer truth. You've always been with us. Every battle you've already won. We've already won. Show me one thing you can't do. Show me God of the breakthrough, anything is possible. Show me one thing that's too hard. Show me waters you can't part. He's the God of the breakthrough, and anything is possible. It's possible. And there is a kingdom that's advancing at the speed of light, and in His kingdom, every dead thing is bound to rise. Oh God, our Redeemer, He is faithful to revive. Oh, He will revive. Yeah. Show me one thing you can't do. Show me a mountain you can't move. He's the God of the breakthrough, and anything is possible. Show me one thing that's too hard. Show me waters you can't part. He's the God of the breakthrough, and anything is possible. It's possible. All of my fear I will turn into praise. Shake off despair as I sing out your name. A victory dance I will dance out in faith. I will crush disappointment and break every chain. Oh, all of my fear I will turn into praise. Shake off despair as I sing out your name. A victory dance I will dance out in faith. I will crush disappointment and break every chain. Oh, all of my fear I will turn into praise. Shake off despair as I sing out your name. A victory dance I will dance out in faith. I will crush disappointment. Show me one thing you can't do.
So Doug is, all right, that was incredible. Thank you so much, Keys Vineyard Church, for sending us that. It's almost time for our keynote. Are you guys excited?
I am. We cannot wait to bring on Jake Goslin of Churchfront for you guys in just a few minutes here.
Now, if you did sign up for a pass to the Zoom session where Jake's going to be hanging out with us and many of our other speakers, it's almost time to join that Zoom session. So we're going to open up the Zoom session. Zoom is for collaboration, talking to the speakers, asking questions. The live stream is also for asking questions. So we'll be here listening to you there as well. I'm getting excited, guys. Are you guys excited?
I know. I cannot wait to hear from Jake. Last time we had him, it was amazing. So he is in the green room, getting ready to come to your screen. One other note for the Zoom users, make sure you sign in with the name that you registered with so we know that it's you and we can let you in.
That's about it for our updates. You can win a PTZOptics live streaming camera at worshipsummit.live. So keep an eye out. Someone is going to take home a brand new PTZOptics camera. So we'd love for someone to win that. You have to be watching live to claim your prize. So stick around with us. Is our keynote speaker ready, Mike? Oh, there he is. All right, Jake, can you hear us?
I can hear you. How you guys doing?
Jake, doing well. Thank you so much for being our keynote this year.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
There we go. So Jake, we'll let you take it away. How are things out in Colorado?
Awesome. I'm actually, right now, I'm not in my office. This is a vacation home. My team and I, since we all are remote and kind of scattered around the country, this week we met up in California to just hang out. And it's been a good time because we just don't get to hang out in person very often in this very remote world that we live in now. So it's been good hanging out here, and I'm going back to Colorado later today. So the internet here has been pretty sketchy at this Airbnb. So hopefully we'll make it through this keynote here.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers
We'll let
crossed.
you take it away.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get my screen up here for you guys so we can follow along here in the presentation. Okay, so yeah, title of my talk today, or what I want to chat about, are 3 ways to instantly enhance your church's live stream and the most common pitfalls to avoid. And these ways we're going to talk about don't necessarily always have to do with buying, bigger and better cameras and lenses. And I'm always a big fan of that. We'll talk about that a little bit later here in a second. But there's things that I'm just seeing again and again at a lot of small to mid-sized churches where they could really take their stream to the next level if they just adjusted some of these foundational aspects of their production system without even needing to really acquire new gear. A lot of the times it's just utilizing what they already have to a better, greater extent. So I like to use this little image of a iceberg, right? So the iceberg represents like our worship ministry, and the tip of the iceberg up here, this is your church's like live stream, what's being published online, or also what people are experiencing in the room, right? So we have to worry about 2 different places where the worship gathering is being published, whether it's in person or online. And then nobody sees what goes on underneath the surface here. At a very foundational level of the iceberg, at the bottom, we've got the spiritual health of the church and the leaders, and you've got the liturgy that's been thought through. You've got to have good musicianship. You got to have some good team dynamics. The worship leader is going to be organized. The tech team leader is going to be organized. We want to have good rehearsals. And then up here, this is kind of what we'll be talking about more today, is kind of the more, it's all the production elements that we got to have right before we're going to be able to produce a high quality experience for folks up here at the tip of the iceberg. So this is kind of like the image I always like to come back to. And especially these days, maybe you're talking to your pastors about making some upgrades to your church's system, and you want to help them understand that there's so much that goes on beneath the surface to produce a high quality experience, right? Like they might see a church live stream from Bethel or Elevation or Red Rocks, and it looks phenomenal, and your pastor's like, I want our stream to be like that, and then as a production leader, you're like, okay, but there's a lot going on beneath the surface. I like to show them this type of image sometimes, kind of helpful for that. So my name's Jake. If you guys haven't, well, you already know that, but if we haven't met, I have Churchfront is the business I founded, I started, and we kind of have two pieces to it. We have a media side where we create lots of YouTube videos. We've got over 300 YouTube videos. I think it's like 320 now on the YouTube channel. Just Google Churchfront. Videos talking about all things ministry, but specifically like the technology side of it. I'm a worship leader. I lead part-time at Mission Lakewood Church. So I'm right in the thick of things with you guys. You know, I had to go through the whole experience this year alongside of a lot of you with building out live streaming systems, and it's been a blast. It's been a bumpy ride, but it's also like probably many of you this year, you've learned a lot, right? So I've been able to visit a lot of like larger churches like Bethel, Elevation. I got a Life Church tech tour video that we're going to be publishing here pretty soon, where we go in depth in their systems. And what I like to do is to look at what these larger churches are doing really, really well on their huge scale, but kind of distill it down into the principles that we can apply as leaders, even in smaller churches. I think what's happened is a lot of this technology has become so much more accessible for smaller churches to implement the same concepts that you might see at these large mega churches. And I think that's even true here when it comes to some of the broadcast techniques that we're using to get our streams or get our worship services online. So that's kind of what I like to do. I like to go visit these churches, create like really in-depth tour videos of what they're doing, and then use that and kind of apply that to a smaller church setting like mine. So let's go ahead. Yeah, so we got lots of videos like this. And then also the other thing we do is we have a consulting education platform for churches. So we'll come alongside you and really help you kind of build a personalized plan for taking your worship ministry to the next level, whether it's a worship leader wanting to develop the fundamentals of knowing how to plan and lead worship, or if it's your tech team wanting to build out, a great broadcast system. So we have online courses, and then we have coaching. We over Zoom. I'm on Zoom a lot, coaching our students, and we kind of pair those two things to help leaders hit their goals. So back to kind of what we're going to talk about for the subject of today's talk: 3 ways to instantly enhance your live stream. So we'll talk about the most common pitfalls that fall under each of these 3 categories we're going to talk about, and then we'll talk about the best solutions to address them. So hopefully within 20 minutes or so, you guys will get a ton of actionable tips to apply to your ministry. So here are the 3 ways: lighting, audio, and automation. Notice that none of these, I think my next slide, it's not always about buying a bigger and better camera, right? These 3 things here have really, well, they have a lot to do with, the camera, especially lighting, but it's not buying a new camera body or a lens itself. I'm always going to be an advocate for that, get a better camera, better sensors, better lenses, all that stuff. But there's so much you can do to just lay a better foundation for what your cameras are actually capturing in the first place. So these are the 3 big aspects. We'll talk about the most common pitfalls of each one, and then the solutions. So enhancement number 1, lighting. So I've been watching a lot of church live streams, and here are some of the common pitfalls I'm seeing with lighting. Number 1, the one on the left here, you'll see, I'm not seeing, there's not enough light. It's just, you can't see people at all very well. And the cameras are really struggling. If you don't have enough light, that's when cameras start to get really grainy. You have to bump up the ISO settings and the exposure settings, and it starts doing what it was not really made to do. So you need sufficient lighting, and this is one of the biggest pitfalls. And the other one too is putting colored lighting. A lot of people are excited about the LED par cans that we have out there, right? And unfortunately, what's happening is they are putting those LED fixtures in front of the subjects on the stage, and then it makes their subjects look like a Smurf or something like that on camera. Does not look good. So these are probably the 2 most common pitfalls that I'm seeing, but most churches can resolve this fairly easily with the existing lighting fixtures they have, a change in lighting design. So let's kind of talk about some of this. We'll talk about the lighting fixture side of it first. Whenever you're doing video, you want to have a good key light, or a front light is maybe another name for that. Right now, when I'm on Zoom here and I'm sitting, I'm sitting the way I am because I wanted to face these windows in front of me to be my key light. So the same thing on stage. When you have subjects on stage, you want to have a good, strong key light. And my favorite fixture for achieving this are the ellipsoidal spotlights. So if you look up the ETC Source 4 Junior, that's my favorite one. And then you want to make sure the lamp in it is, I think, on the cooler side of the color temperature spectrum. I always like my key lights to have like a daylight temperature to them. Maybe a little bit warmer than daylight would work good. And then of course, like you can make adjustments of your color temperature on the cameras too. If you feel like the image looks too warm or too cool, you can make all those adjustments on the fly. But it's always great, you know, just like audio, we'll talk about that later. You want to start with a good source signal from your mixer. When it comes to your lighting fixtures and light, you want to have good light for your cameras to work with. Like it's good, same thing, good source signal. And then when it comes to your LED fixtures, this is the setup for our church that we used to have at the high school we were at, and now we're at a different chapel. We don't get to do as much fun stuff with lighting. But we have our LED lights kind of on the back of us, behind the band, and then on the sides. Our ellipsoidal spotlights are right here. Not the ideal position. They should be kind of further out over the audience. But again, when you're portable like us, you just got to kind of make do. But we don't, the important thing is we're not casting a bunch of colored LED light on the front of our subjects on stage, or else, like I warned you earlier, you're going to make your people look like Smurfs on the live stream, and that's just not going to look great. We don't want that. We want your folks on stage to have just like natural, good skin tones when they're lit. Unless if you're doing maybe some sort of dramatic piece or something like that. But for most worship songs, sermons especially, you want good, consistent lighting. So that's it. So that's enhancement number one. Make sure you have enough light and make sure you are not casting weird colors on your subject on stage. Enhancement number two. Check my time here. Looks like I'm on track here. Audio. So we've got some common pitfalls. Audio is a huge one, right? You could be using $50,000 cinema cameras for your live stream, and if the audio doesn't sound good, you got some major issues happening there. It's not going to be a good experience for your online viewers. So here are the most common pitfalls I'm seeing as I'm watching a bunch of church live streams, helping out our students. Here's kind of what's causing these issues. And a lot of it, again, starts at the source of it, the source of your audio and capturing audio. So that's what sound reinforcement is, right? Miking techniques. What are you miking? Making sure placement is the way it needs to be, whether it's your vocal mics, you know, it could be something that's going to create a whole host of issues, right? So as sound techs, we have to be constantly looking out for that and coaching our obviously I can't hear you very well. The whole live stream suffer because I'm cranking up the gain on your mic and it's picking up all the noise from the room. The stream is not good. Zoom's telling me my internet connection's unstable. So hopefully you guys caught that last part. Basically, coach your vocalists to hold their mic properly. And then also, you know, when you're miking things like your drum set, you know, like you want to make sure you have the proper mics in place for that too. I'll talk about the solutions in a second. I forgot. I'm just going to talk about pitfalls right now. Poor gain staging. So it's not having the gain set properly on your channels. That causes a huge issue. And then when it comes to the mixing side of things and processing audio, I think a lot of live stream mixes sound way too dry. There's just no sense of space for the listener online of what it would sound like to be in the room. And then also there's a lot of sporadic dynamics. You have like really loud vocals and then they get quiet and loud and quiet and loud. And it's just not pleasing for us to listen to online. And then we have pitch problems for vocalists too. So these are probably the biggest pitfalls that I'm seeing. So now let's talk about the solutions. So the solution is make sure you're miking everything that needs to be mic'd. You know, having obviously if it's a part of the band, it's got to be mic'd. If it's the drum set, even if you're not amplifying things a lot in the sanctuary, it should still be mic'd so that the people online can actually still hear it. Use congregation mics to really give people a sense of feeling like what it's like being in the room. Your vocalist to hold their mic in the right spot. You want to make sure your drum mics are placed properly. Always be keeping an eye on that as a sound tech. Like it's always a sound tech responsibility to be looking at their levels, and like you might notice like, hey, that kick drum mic looks a lot quieter right now. The gain looks a lot quieter than it usually is. Well, yeah, you up at the mic and make sure someone didn't like kick it over foot now on the crank. A lot of little things go wrong in those scenarios, and you want to keep an eye out for those things. These are things that happen to me, right? So sound techs need to kind of sometimes get your eyes off the console and look at what's going on, look at the sound reinforcement, diagnose those issues. And then also gain is so important. Input level should be averaging around, I think, minus 12 decibels, especially when we're talking about digital consoles, and then peak around 6, and then that gives you a little bit of headroom to work with in case if it peaks even more than that, it shouldn't clip, right? We never want your inputs to be hitting 0 and clipping. It's going to start sounding distorted. So I helped one of our clients out with this the other day. He sent me his Ableton Live project, and I was able to like just look at the audio he captured, and a lot of the vocalists, some were clipping and some weren't loud enough. So I'm like, you got to bring this vocalist gain down. And I'm not talking about just the fader. I'm talking about the gain, the input gain on the mixing console. Bring it down, and then this other vocalist needs to go up. And then it's just phenomenal. That one tweak massively improved the quality of their stream by just getting the gain right. And then just always be double checking levels during rehearsal. That's the best opportunity during rehearsals and sound checks. That's when you should adjust gain. You shouldn't have to adjust gain during a service. During the service, that's when you're adjusting faders, right? That's the gain solution there. And then compressors are so important, especially now that we're bringing audio online. I think live, you should use compression even in a live sound environment, and you can do this with the X32, any digital mixing console out there, but it's really going to help smooth out the sound of your vocalists and your instrumentalists. Compression is a huge reason why when you're listening to music on the radio, it just sounds so good and consistent and professional. It's leveling out the sound, and this is a cool little image to kind of see that, right? This is an audio waveform before compression. You can see there's really high peaks of audio that we've got going here, and then on the top one, and then on the bottom one, you've got less variation in the dynamic range happening, and that's just going to sound smoother and more pleasing. Of course, you can overdo it. And it's, depending on the vocalist and the instrument, compression will look different. But what I'm finding is people are underdoing compression for the most part at churches. Another one, then reverb. This will really help solve the issue of the dryness of so many people's live streams out there. You want to give people a sense of space in the mix. That's what reverb does. It helps kind of transform the listener to like feel like they're in the room because they're hearing reflections and stuff off of walls. That's what reverb is producing. In general, like I think this is something that's underdone. It can be overdone, but for the most part, I feel like it's being underdone in a lot of church live streams. And then tuning on the vocals. This is another big one. We're used to hearing on published music these days tuned vocals, and it makes it sound really pleasing. Pretty much every major artist does it, and fortunately you can actually do this live now with Waves Real Tune. You can tune vocals, especially if you're mixing in a DAW, which I'll talk about in a second here. Makes it really easy to do. You can't there's ways you can do it with like an X32, like by attaching your DAW to the X32. There's actually multiple ways to do this. The easiest though is when you're running a digital audio workstation. My favorite's Ableton Live, and that's how you're processing audio. So you're sending multiple channels of audio from your digital mixing console, whether it's an X32, Allen and Heath board, a Yamaha board, anything. You can send audio, the raw audio from your mixer into the X32, and that's where you are processing, mixing, mastering, and even you can multi-track record your audio from your live stream and for your live stream. It's just like a phenomenal process. And the first time I encountered this, the folks who really kind of innovated here was the folks at Bethel Church. So Luke Hendrickson, he's the mix engineer for what you hear from Bethel, and everybody knows their stream sounds amazing. So when we toured their setup, I could not believe that their setup for mixing for their broadcast was not this gigantic, 6-foot wide analog mixing console. They use one of those for just the preamps, but they don't mix on it. But instead, it was a laptop running Pro Tools, and they're processing everything in Pro Tools, and they send that processed final mix to their ATEM video switcher. It gets synced up with the video feed, and that's how they have phenomenal audio during their stream. So yeah, Luke Hendrickson was the one who introduced that. And then it's so cool because you can easily scale this down into a smaller church context. And ideally, yeah, you're going to want to have a dedicated sound tech. That's another reason why a lot of live streams suffer audio wise, is like they don't have a really truly independent mix from what's happening in the house. And you can get by, I think, with some decent mixes if you have your live mix here sing on like a mix, but it's not going to be anywhere as good as what you can do in a digital audio workstation or a DAW. So those are the audio solutions. Mix in a DAW, use live vocal tuning, give us some more reverb, give us some more compression, and then make sure your gain staging is right and make sure your microphones are right. So on to, that was enhancement number 2, just around audio. And then enhancement number 3, checking my time here, looks like we're good, is automation. This is one of my favorite things, especially now that we're doing live streaming and we just kind of doubled the amount of production cues that have to happen for all of us churches on a Sunday. Before, worship was already kind of complex enough, right? You got to start your music, you got to start your slides going, you got to get your lighting going, and really quickly your tech team can just blow up into this. You need to have 12 people in the tech booth to run all these things. But automation can really streamline that. And especially now with video switching, you have a couple other roles that you have to have too, whether it's running cameras, whether it's switching angles, and automation can actually take care of that as well. I saw before I hopped on here the Keys Vineyard Church, where their worship leader is automating the PTZ camera movements and stuff like that. I'm not that hardcore about automation. That's really impressive, but that it just shows you what you can do with that type of thing, right? So let's talk about what the pitfalls are here, or kind of these are more just what are the issues that automation is solving. Really awkward transitions is a big one. Whenever you need to transition from one part of the service to another, and you got to have many cues happen at the same time, you can just have those cues happen with one click of a button. It also helps solve the missed cues issue of oh, my lyric cues were off, or someone forgot to advance to the next slide, or they're a little slow. The video cues were off, the motion backgrounds were off, the lights weren't cued properly, camera changes weren't cued properly. And then it also solves the issue of just not having enough team members. So and a lot of us know what that feels like when you have a vision for what you'd like to see happen with technology and worship, but you just don't have the manpower to execute on that. So those are kind of the pitfalls, and this is a solution. First, I would recommend always make sure your band's on a click and track and in your monitors, because especially for the musical part of the service, then you can, create all of your cues based on the songs that your band does. And then you're going to set up a MIDI network, and you're going to get your computers talking to each other. And a lot of this stuff, you'd be amazed. It sounds really confusing at first when I'm just kind of telling you about it the first time, but we've taken so many people with zero experience with this stuff through our system, through our course, and they're able to get it up and running in a matter of a day or two. So you set up a MIDI network, and then you pre-program cues for lyrics, lighting, video angle changes, and then especially for the music portion of the service, right? So my band, we use Abington Live, have been for the past 4 years. There's other software that can do good automation now, Playback by Multitracks, and then Prime by Loop Community. I prefer Ableton still because I feel like it's a better canvas to work with in terms of the control I have over it. I'm not super trustworthy of iPads and working off their cloud infrastructure. I want all my files locally on the computer. So there's pros and cons to either way. I still really prefer the Ableton route of how we build out our sessions, and a lot of our students have had a lot of great success with this as well. So not only, does it help us cue everything during songs and worship, But what's also really cool is we have moments in the service where here's a good one. Like we have at the beginning of the service, you have a countdown video going, right? And that's what people see on our stream as well. At the beginning of the service, like multiple things have to happen at once when that countdown clock hits 0. We want to switch the program feed on our video switcher to camera 1 or camera 2, whichever one it is. And then actually camera 1, I can tell you right here, because that's a picture of the queue I have on my screen. And then we want to also, switch Pro Presenter to like a different logo slide at the same time. And then we also want to make sure that, audio, our pre-service audio is stopped. It fades out. So we use Abington Live queuing Pro Presenter and also our ATEM Troll software to do that in one click of a button. We pick our cue that we want to trigger, and then we hit play, and then it triggers all those cues, and they happen in a second, and then it's really smooth. So if you go to Mission Lakewood Church on YouTube, you can kind of see one of our services and how all those transitions happen. And keep in mind, like everything you're seeing there, we only have a sound guy and one person sitting behind the computer overseeing all the automation and mixing our live stream audio. That's it. We have 2 people in the tech booth, and we have 1 manual camera operator. And that's it. Very small team, but we have very smooth transitions because of it. So that is enhancement number 3, automation. So as I talked about on top of the talk today, a lot of these things are kind of happening beneath the surface, right? Where like if we want to improve what people see here above the surface, whether it's being published online or whether it's in person, we got to make sure all of these things are really strong down here. And we talked about lighting, we talked about automation, we talked about improving our broadcast mix and audio, and there's other aspects too, right? Like you want to have better encoding solutions, better camera solutions out there too. But I still think when I'm looking at all these live streams, I've been making some videos on my YouTube channel where I just review a bunch of churches' live streams. Like I feel like the issues always fall within like one of those 3 buckets that we talked about today. So if you guys want to go ahead and learn more about what we do, if you want our team to work alongside you to build all this out, go to worshipministryschool.com. And yeah, we can get connected. You can schedule a free strategy session to talk with one of our coaches. So that is my presentation. I think we're just about good on time here, about 24 minutes. So hope you guys enjoyed it, and look forward to hanging out in the Zoom breakout session here in a minute.
Thank you so much, Jake. It was such a good presentation, and your internet held up out there in California.
Awesome. Thanks, Paul.
One question we were going to ask you about, and this is just regarding lighting. I don't know if you have an answer to this one, but why does every church's live stream have so much blue light?
I like blue. I think blue is a very pleasing color, like especially as like backdrops and stuff. I mean, that's why we like to use it, because all the other colors are, I don't know. It's my personally favorite color, but I think for a lot of people, it just looks nice as backdrops, like blues, darker blues, purples. Trying to think about, those are probably the most popular ones that I'm seeing these days. But don't put the blue light and purple light on front of the people, because then they look like Smurfs, like I said. Yeah.
I know. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. And I know that there's one video today that is going to be a little bit guilty of having the blue light on everyone's faces. So blue light's fine, just in the background, right? And just not on the people.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Jake. If anyone is interested in asking any questions, that's why we have the Zoom breakout session, because we do have to keep rolling on this really awesome day. I can't thank you enough, Jake. It was so informative. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
All right. Well, let's keep moving. We are going to play a quick video from Abington Presbyterian Church. Again, what we're trying to do is to give you guys behind the scenes looks at the real technology and setups that churches from around the world are doing. And then we're going to bring on awesome speakers like Jake and many others to really train on specific topics. We're going to answer your questions. And as you can see, we've got an awesome Zoom session happening on over here where you guys can speak directly to the speakers and collaborate with other churches around the world. What do you think, Tess? You ready?
I am so ready. Let's cue it.
All right.
Hey everybody, we are here at the beautiful Abington Presbyterian Church, and they have let us come inside to take a look at their new live streaming system that they got set up right before the holidays. Let's take a look.
All right, I'm going to take my mask off while we're doing this video. Let's take a look at the church space. On this side, we have the video production booth. On the far side over here, we have a 20x PTZ camera, and behind us over here on this wall, we have a 30x. Now, the idea here was to get a 30x PTZ camera that could zoom in 135 feet away from the stage. And it actually does a great job, and we'll take a look at what it looks like in the computers over here. On this side over here, we have a 20x camera, and this is much closer to the stage. So it's being used to capture singers and musicians, and it gives a nice cross shot. Now you'll see that there's these beautiful stained glass windows up here, which will show you how beautiful that looks with the PTZ cameras. In fact, John, one of the volunteers here, said that the PTZ cameras are able to reveal details in the beautiful woodwork and stained glass windows that a lot of people aren't even able to see with their regular eyes, because the cameras can reveal that. So there's an audio system that's already in place. So for this installation, 2 PTZOptics cameras are connected via SDI cabling and then converted to USB with an SDI to USB capture card. From there, we also have serial cabling, and we're using the HuddleCam HD serial joystick controller. There's 2 cameras that volunteers can quickly switch between, and we can call camera presets. So let's take a look at all of that at the video production booth. So I'm here with John Dwyer, who's going to tell us a little bit about the different phases of the live streaming system that you put in place here.
Abington has been running a video ministry since the late 1980s, using basically starting with a camcorder. With the start of COVID, we ended up having to really do some more creative work associated with that. We had done some live streaming in the past, but in reality, the system that we had was not really adequate to do. With the advent of COVID, we were making a DVD recording, converting that to an MP4, editing it, and then posting it on YouTube for our folks to read. We had a 3-phase live stream project. Part 1 of the project was to replace the existing analog cameras with something which is much more suitable that has just gone through, all the 1080p cameras. Part 2 was to upgrade our analog wireless microphones to digital. And part 3 was to do the infrastructure work to get a network cable back to this part of the room, which in a building which was built in the 1960s is an interesting trick. And actually some of this building dates back to 1898. So it's always an interesting trick. We have 2 computers. We have a live stream computer, which they're the vMix computer, and we have a second computer that we refurbished from an office computer that runs ProPresenter. On a Sunday morning, there are 2 people here. There is 1 person operating the cameras, and the second person is running ProPresenter.
In vMix, there are 2 cameras. So you have a rear camera and a side camera. Can you tell me about those 2 cameras and what you've been able to do with those?
Well, the original rear camera was right above us. When we did the modifications to install these cameras, we moved it to the other side. The rear camera is a 30x zoom camera, so it gives us the capability to zoom in very close to a lot of different things. The side camera we use as either an alternate shot, or actually the side camera will zoom down to the baptismal font. If we have a wedding with a family sitting in the front row, we could zoom down to that family. The side camera also gives us the capability to shoot back to the back. So if the choir is processing, for example, we can shoot back to the back to see the choir. The two cameras and the two different give us two different views of basically the way things are going and or the way parts of the service.
And I also understand you're using NDI to connect ProPresenter and vMix together.
We're using NDI for two things. Number one is to connect vMix to ProPresenter, so there's the two computers are separately wireless or separately wired connected. The second reason we put NDI in is to be able to run a computer and a display in another part of the building. Should we need to, with COVID, we're going to have obviously a seriously restricted participation when we actually get back to having in-person participation. So we used NDI for overflow to be able to connect to a projector and a computer in a different part of the building.
Congratulations with what you've done and simplifying it down to something that that volunteers can actually operate and understand. I know that was kind of tricky sometimes to simplify it down. I did leave you with the unofficial guide to vMix.
Thank you.
And then the Helping Your Church live stream book that we can give to the volunteers as well.
Yeah, the Helping Your Church live stream was actually quite instrumental as we were, I'm an audio guy, and I've been an audio guy forever, and I'm not a video guy. And as we were starting to do the design process, we started to do some fair amount of research, and one of the things we came up with was the guide to live streaming that you wrote, which was actually quite useful in getting us up to speed on the information that we need to know to be able to start the design process or continue the design process.
I'm so glad it was helpful. So we'll take a quick look at the joystick and the cameras and the different views that you have. So why don't we show that off?
If we have presets set so that, for example, preset number 1 is the lectern, preset number 2 is the pulpit, and other presets that are established through the, for common views during the service.
If I'm seeing this correctly, you have two cameras and each of the presets go to the same place just from a different angle.
That's correct. That's the, to keep it very simple for the
So let's take a look at this. This looks like something that other churches could definitely learn from. So can you explain this to me, what we're looking at here?
Yeah, when we were setting this up originally, the volunteers who do this are volunteers, and we have a number of them who cycle in and out. So we needed to make this as simple as possible. The way we did that was to basically say, okay, with presets, preset number 0.
And that is the shot that will come up when the camera is turned on as well, preset 0. So you have a nice slow fade. Is that something?
It's a nice slow fade to the wide shot from the side camera. And again, you can see the difference in the same, the difference that two cameras from two different perspectives gives us.
So why don't we show a zoomed in shot of the stained glass?
This is one of the shots that just was, it was one of these, as soon as I did it, it was wow. This is our stained glass window in the front, as you can see, and this is the side camera view of it. When we start to go into 30x zoom, we're shooting between two of the beams, by the way. That's what you're seeing there. But when you go into the zoom, you realize that there is actually stained glass in the eyelashes and in the lips. And you get to see detail that was just absolutely amazing that you couldn't see before, that you never even realized was there.
Incredible. In fact, let's look at it from that side camera, because I feel like that view is really nice. Now, this is a long fade. Obviously, we can change it, but it looks beautiful the way that you have it set up. So can we zoom in any further on this one? Oh yeah, so you can definitely see it pretty well there. Oh, there is stained glass in there. Look at that. Now we've gone through and optimized a few settings. We added the sharpness in vMix. We did a little bit of black stretch and color correction. But most of the settings in the camera are set to automatic because the lighting does change from day to day.
In this facility, the lighting is fairly well stable. There's not a lot of outside light that we're dealing with, so it is pretty stable. And one of the things that we're doing for COVID, we are having services, we are live streaming services on Sunday morning, and we are having singers. And we put the singers in a north transept so that they are socially distanced, very socially distanced from any of the other participants in the service. And again, having the side camera gives us the capability to do that. We can also use the side camera to get shots of the stained glass windows on the side or the artwork and so forth.
So the audio is coming through an Allen & Heath digital audio mixer, which is controlled generally by this iPad remotely. And then it all comes in to this rack here, which converts the analog audio over XLR into USB so that we can bring it into vMix for the live stream with a Focusrite Scarlett 2i2. Now, all the cabling has been managed really nicely down here. This is an old church, so the cables are run underneath the floor here. You can see there's a drill through the floor. There's some conduit here to nicely move 2 stereo left and right audio cables, an SDI cable for each camera, and then a serial control cable, because as I mentioned, we're using the serial joystick controllers. Now, I also want to show you guys how the cameras are mounted, so let's take a look at that. So we have our 30x camera, the rear camera, all the way in the back, and then a 20x up here on the wall. And you'll notice that the cameras have been mounted upside down. So they're using a standard HC-CM1 wall mount. You'll notice it's a white camera with a white mount, so it makes the cameras very discreet and unobtrusive in this beautiful worship space. But they're mounted upside down so that we can capture shots that go very much, downward facing. If the cameras were facing upward, they have a limited tilt ability to go down. So by flipping them upside down, now we can shoot straight down to get the folks in the front row if there's a family who has a wedding or a baptism. It also is very nice to capture those angles of baptismal ceremonies. And then again, just a lot of different angle options, whether we're looking to the left and looking back, or we're looking in the front row, the baptismal area. It's just a good idea to invert the camera images. Then you can go into the camera settings and make it look normal by inverting the image. So the camera's mounted upside down, but obviously everything's inverted to look perfect. All right, well, I hope you guys enjoyed that video here. Thank you so much, John, for taking the time.
Thank you very much for coming, and thank you guys for being so much help when we, as part of our design process to get this running.
It's been my pleasure. Such a beautiful church and such a wonderful ministry that you guys are doing here. All right, welcome back. So happy to see a member of the ministry there. Reading Helping Your Church live stream. We are psyched to be able to ship these to you guys for free. So if you're interested, we will ship you Helping Your Church live stream for free. You can get the link at worshipsummit.live. It helped out Abington Presbyterian Church quite a bit, and I hope it can help you guys as well. A lot to learn there, Tess.
A lot to take in. That's certainly
Some of my favorite things that we learned there was the ability to set camera presets. And you guys saw that PTZOptics 30x camera, the ability to zoom in 75 feet away. Actually, it was 115 feet away from the the presentation space. So a lot of optical zoom there. And then the other thing is they flip the cameras upside down.
Mm-hmm.
And that allows you to pan further down and capture additional opportunities, like for the baptismal area there. So it was quite an interesting case study. A lot to learn there. It was a lot of fun to see a local church, putting in a live streaming system right before the holidays.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense right now. People are trying to prepare their houses of worship for the holidays, and hopefully today's presentations will help you to be able to do that.
Now, we're going to bring on EasyWorship next, and they're a great company that is one of our sponsors who helps you bring in lyrics, and they have integrations with the entire Bible, and so that you can bring those lyrics and presentation graphics into your live streams and present on big projectors and LED screens. So I'm very excited to have EasyWorship with us here today. How you guys doing? Let's see if we can unmute them over there. Hi, guys.
Hey, there we are.
There we go.
There you
There
are.
you are. Welcome to Worship Summit Live.
Cool. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to be
Thanks
here.
for having us.
So you guys have been here a couple times. We always love having you guys on the show. A lot has happened, and I understand you guys are going to talk a little bit about video production and the ATEM Mini and how EasyWorship fits into a lot of these video production scenarios.
Yes. Yeah, we have the ATEM Mini Pro, and we're going to talk about how EasyWorship can integrate with that for your live streaming and live production.
Cool. Well, you guys are coming in crystal clear. I love the set that you guys have set up there, so take it away.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, so my name is Dan, and I am the training specialist at EasyWorship. I've been with the company for almost 15 years, and I absolutely love working here. And I've also been using EasyWorship at my own church for even longer than that.
And nice to meet you guys. This is going to be my first Worship Summit Live. My name's Jared. I'm the support and communications manager here. I'm actually Dan's older brother. I don't know if anybody knows that, so I'm not, sorry. Dan and I are here today to show you guys the Blackmagic ATEM Mini Pro and kind of give you a look at how you can use the ATEM with EasyWorship to implement your camera setup for a professional live broadcast solution. Now, the ATEM Mini Pro right here, if we can get an overhead look at it, is an affordable, small, but powerful video switcher for any kind of live broadcast or event streaming. But it can also be used to connect to any computer to be used as a webcam like we're doing today, so you guys can get a look at it, so that you can stream to any platform. Now, Dan's going to go ahead and kick us off by walking us through the hardware. So Dan, take it away, man.
Yeah, let's get right to it. So the ATEM Mini Pro is jam-packed with all kinds of cool features. Now we'll switch over to a close-up of the back, and I'll start by showing you the connections. Now it has the obvious power connector and an Ethernet port to connect to your local network. This is for the ATEM software control. Next to that is a USB-C connection that you can use to connect directly to a computer for software control, or use it as a webcam like Jared mentioned a minute ago with any video software in full 1080 resolution. Or you can even use the USB-C to connect an external USB drive for direct recording of your streaming data. Now, next is the HDMI out. This output will send your signal out to a monitor for your multi-view or program view. Now, when sending out to multi-view, you can see each one of the inputs, the live stream status, and the recording status all in one place. Just as a reference, here's an image of what our multi-view looks like. Now you have the preview on the top left side, the program view, which is what's on air, and that's on the top right, and all camera inputs, the media player, and the status of streaming, recording, and audio. Now, alternatively, you could use the program view if you want to send the output from the ATEM to a projector or a TV for a live audience. That will just show the program full screen. Now, there are 4 HDMI inputs that allow you to plug in up to 4 video cameras. Or if you're adding the EasyWorship Alpha channel for text over your live feed, you can plug in up to 2 cameras with EasyWorship taking up the other 2, which we'll cover a little bit more here in just a few minutes. So there are also 2 3.5 millimeter stereo mic inputs. You can use these for desktop or lapel mics, or plug in a music player for intro or outro music.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of other options available, including picture-in-picture, chroma key, effects for transitions, and the timings for those transitions, and starting and stopping the recording to an external drive. And finally, there's an option that's really cool here to start and stop your live stream with the press of a button.
Which we are not going to show you right now because that would end our live stream. So next we wanted to just touch on a few of our favorite things about the ATEM Mini Pro. And one of, honestly, the coolest things about this guy is how easy it is to integrate the EasyWorship Alpha channel as an overlay on your live camera feeds, and then send it as a live stream to Facebook or YouTube or any other streaming location you like using, like what Dan just did for us here. You can see that the lower thirds came over in the lyrics. So now the most simplest example would be if you have 1 or 2 cameras, and if you want to show your EasyWorship lyrics on the lower third of the screen, you just need to plug your cameras into the first 2 inputs on the ATEM, and then you'd need 2 outputs from your computer into the last 2 inputs on the ATEM. Now, again, all of these inputs need to be HDMI compatible in order to transfer the signal correctly. So another cool way for us to use the ATEM Mini Pro is to connect it to the computer with a USB cable. And when it's plugged in this way, we can use it as a capture device or webcam, which we alluded to doing earlier, which is what we're doing with our setup today. And then in EasyWorship, you'll set up a feed, and then you can use that feed as the background for your songs, scriptures, and presentations. And this way you can have up to 4 cameras plugged into the ATEM, which is really nice, and use it to switch between any of those cameras, which will then show up in the feed in EasyWorship. Now, the cool thing about this is it really gives your setup just a professional feeling, and it can really up the production value of your worship experience or your sermon, even if you're working with a small budget for technology. So it makes a big difference. Dan, let's go ahead and show how to plug everything up in the ATEM software and get it all set up and running.
Okay, yep, sounds good. So like Jared mentioned, when using the Alpha channel from EasyWorship, you can have up to 2 cameras and the overlay from EasyWorship called the key and fill. Plug the cameras into the first and second inputs on the ATEM, and then plug the key and fill from EasyWorship into the third and fourth inputs. Now, it won't matter which one is plugged into which input, since we'll set that up in the software a little bit later. But I already have the fill plugged into the third port and the key in the fourth. So then plug in a cable from the HDMI out to your monitor or TV so you can see the multi-view or program display. If you're using the network to connect to a computer for the software control and for the setup, plug in the network cable to the ATEM control. And if you're using the USB to connect to the computer, connect to the USB-C.
Yep.
If you want to capture audio directly into the ATEM, use one of the mic inputs. And the last thing is to connect a monitor to the HDMI for the multi-view, which is right here. Yeah. Oh yeah, and if you really want all this to work, make sure you have the power connected.
I made that mistake. It was 4 times. It was 4 times.
And just once.
It was once.
So once everything is plugged in, we'll go to display settings in Windows and make sure the 2 outputs that we plugged into the ATEM are set up properly. So in the display settings, we can see we actually have 2 extended screens here. And when we click identify, we can see on our multi-view that the fill is on number 2 and the key is on number 3. All right, so now we can open EasyWorship and go to Edit, and then Options. And we need to set the output monitor to the correct setting. So the output monitor we have on secondary, which is the standard setting. Then we need to set the alpha channel, and we have it set on monitor 3. And that is normally the correct setting as well, but you'll want to set those up to whatever settings you have set on yours. Now, go ahead and click OK to save those settings. And you'll need to download and install the ATEM software control from Blackmagic's support site.
Which we've already done that.
We already have that installed.
We're not going to have to go through that today.
But once you have that installed, you're going to open the ATEM setup and make sure that it recognizes the ATEM Mini Pro. Now remember, it does need to be connected to a local network or via USB for it to be recognized. Now click on the software icon right here to open the software control.
If you want to change the names of your inputs for your multi-view screen, you're going to go into the settings, which is in the bottom left corner, and make sure you're on the Labels tab. Now there you can change the names of your inputs to whatever you want. Now, for example, if one of your cameras is a PTZOptics camera, you can name it that. And then you can name your fill and key, something like EW fill or EW key, or just simply fill and key like I have here. There are also some other settings you can change here before you close out of it. So you can go to the General tab and change the video standard. You can go to the Multi-View tab and change the way your multi-view looks. And when you're finished with all of those settings, go ahead and click Save to save those. Now, to set up the key, which will be the lower thirds lyrics from EasyWorship, so the ATEM knows how to display it, you'll need to go to the Palettes tab in the ATEM software control over on the right-hand side and click on Upstream Key. Now, under the Luma tab, under the fill source, you want to click the drop down and set it to your fill, or whatever you named fill. I know you want to say a joke. There's got to be a joke about fill there somewhere. And then you want to set your key source to your key, whatever you named that to, which we have as key. So then to activate the key overlay on the screen, you want to make sure that the on-air button over key is pressed so the red button is on, or the red light is on. And from there, if you want to turn the key off, you don't have to do it from the software control. You can actually just clear the screen in EasyWorship. Absolutely. And that way you won't have to come back to this software to turn it on and off.
Now you're ready to switch your cameras. You can press cut on the ATEM to transition between camera 1 and camera 2 for an immediate transition, or you can press auto to use the transition effect and timing you selected to mix between the two cameras, obviously. There are plenty of cool transitions here that you can kind of play with. Obviously, we really like the traditional Empire Strikes Back transition here, but there are some other ones you can kind of play around with. And as long as you have your key turned on and the text showing in EasyWorship, that's what you're going to see in front of your live camera feed. And now you're ready to start live streaming. So let's go ahead and finish setting that up by heading into the ATEM software and clicking on the Output tab and then on Live Stream. Then we just click on the drop down to select which one of the preset streaming platforms we want to live stream to. And if you don't see yours listed here, you can actually add in your own manually. We can kind of explain that a little bit more later in the breakout room, or if you need to talk to us about it, we'd be happy to help. And the last thing we have to do is to obtain the server and stream key from the platform that we're streaming to and enter them right in here. And once we have all of that set up, we can click on air right where Dan's hovering, or press the on air button on the ATEM when you're ready, and you'll be live. And that's basically it. It's super easy to use, but super powerful. And the ATEM Mini Pro really is an incredible tool for streamlining your digital worship experiences, as well as live streaming in general. And Dan and I just want to, quick disclaimer, we are not being paid by Blackmagic at all. We just love this thing. It's super cool. But if anyone out there is from Blackmagic, give us a call. We'd be happy to take that call. But in the time we've had today, we've only really tipped the iceberg in what you can do with the ATEM Mini Pro. And our goal is to make sure that EasyWorship helps make your church media experience easier. And we know that a huge part of that lies in adopting and implementing new technologies to make your service more accessible, dynamic, and engaging, especially with the environment being what it is right now. And hopefully today, with the ATEM Mini Pro, we gave you a glimpse at a tool that can really help do that.
Right. So if you do have any questions about the ATEM, EasyWorship, or how it can work with your church, go ahead and join us in the breakout room or visit our website where you can download a fully functional demo and give it a try. So thanks for joining us. That's all we have for right now, and enjoy the rest of your Worship Summit Live. So Paul, we're going to send it back to you.
Thank you so much, guys. That was so important for everyone to learn. Been a lot of
Excellent
fun.
transition, by
There
the
we
way.
go.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, guys.
That was an awesome presentation. That was one of our sponsors of the event today, EasyWorship, Dan and Jared. Nice to meet you, Jared, by the way.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
This is our Zoom conference here. You can see a bunch of folks are waiting to chat with you guys. So I know a lot of questions came in. There's a lot of questions here, but I feel like we'll save them for that Zoom session where you guys can really answer them in depth.
Sure. Yeah, we'll love to be in there and answer any questions that they might have.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. This has been awesome so far.
All right.
Great. Nice
Thank
to meet
you.
you guys. Thank you.
All right. So let's keep rolling. A couple things to remember. We are happy to ship you guys a free copy of Helping Your Church live stream. The link is on worshipsummit.live.
I'm going to share it in the chat with you as well really quick.
Tess is going to share it in the chat. You guys, someone is going to win a free PTZOptics camera today, so don't forget to enter for that again at worshipsummit.live. And ask your questions in the chat room if you have them, because we are here to answer them. Tess is taking a look. Why don't we just go ahead and ask everybody, where are you calling from today? We would love to know where you're calling from. We're going to show some of those comments up on the screen just to acknowledge you guys. Thank you so much for being a part of this awesome worship summit today. Our next presentation is from Wirecast. Wirecast, also known as Telestream, is going to be talking about their live streaming software and what it's like to be a video producer in a house of worship.
We're proud to have them also as a sponsor of Worship Summit Live. This time around, we're going to have Stephen and Lynn from Wirecast. Just a few moments here. Try social on your page.
All right. Well, it'll come through, I'm sure.
Okay.
Let's give Stephen and Lynn the 1 minute notification. If you guys can hear us, how's it going? We're excited to have you.
On mute.
All right, we got you guys muted, so we're going to unmute you.
I got him.
Look at that little, I've never seen that before, the little tiny.
I don't know how to unmute him.
Oh, that means
we
that
go.
he's muted on his end. You muted, Stephen.
There we
Nope,
go.
we're unmuted.
Hey!
He unmuted
Lynn, are you
us.
coming through?
All right. It's so nice to have
Can you hear
guys.
me?
Yes. We'll figure this out.
Yeah.
So, Stephen,
Thanks,
thank
you
you so
guys.
much for
Great
being
to
here.
be here.
Hi, Lynn. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, hi. I am Lynn Elliott, and I am the product manager for Wirecast. And so what we wanted to do today was show you some real life examples of how churches can use Wirecast to produce a really nice stream. Especially now, you just want to be conscious of something a little bit better than maybe a phone up the nose or a single camera shot. You want to engage your audience. And so what we want to talk about and show here is ways to make the most out of the cameras that you have, how to produce a one-person broadcast with minimal volunteers if you're locked down, and then also making sure that you have great audio. And so I have Stephen here. Stephen Haywood is our streaming guru. He works with us here at Wirecast and Telestream, but he also uses Wirecast for his church. And so we wanted to show you how he's done it and some of the options that he's chosen in his church and why, and just some of the pitfalls you might come across. So hi, Stephen. Thanks for
Lynn.
joining me.
Oh, thanks for having me. Paul, Tess, Lynn, it's great to be here, and I'm excited.
Yeah. So let's start with cameras. So let's hear about what kind of cameras are you using in your church, and how have you got them configured, and what are you doing with them?
So right now, we just upgraded to the PTZOptics cameras. We have them connected via SDI, and we have also been using the Wirecast Go system for using it in baptisms, baby dedications, things of that nature. And you guys can see here, we have, minimal volunteers right now. And this is pre-service that we're using the Wirecast Go. Very simple to use on any iOS device. We can open it up, Lynn, hit the button, It sends the signal back to Wirecast, where we can then mix it in with our PTZOptics cameras and any other camera sources that we may be using very simply.
Yeah. Yeah, so Wirecast Go is a free iOS app that's available in the App Store. And so as you saw there, you can use it as another camera source. And you can also use it as a standalone streaming device. So you've used that before, right, Stephen?
Yes. We've used it actually outside. We've done some tailgate parties, usually every year for, for first day of football or first Sunday of football. We'll do a live stream outside to where we can just go live for 2 minutes to let the community know, hey, we're doing this outside. Come on out, wear your favorite jersey, come out to the tailgate party, free breakfast, and then we go in and have church service. A lot of things for the kids to do, but it's a great way to do it without bringing a whole mess of gear out. You could just pull up your iOS device and just stream over your cellular signal.
Yeah, so there's a lot of flexibility there. But you're using the PTZ cameras, PTZOptics cameras, right? And you said you connect them via SDI. How are you controlling them, and how many do you have, and where do you have them set up?
So right now we have 4 cameras set up within our media system, and we actually have one of our teenagers will run it. As you can see, we use the multi-view out of Wirecast to a separate monitor, and using the PTZ controller, we have them positioned on the left and right side of the sanctuary. We have one in the sound booth. We also have one that's at eye level on the back wall, so we can get a nice tight shot of the pulpit. But it really adds to the dynamics of having one person run that and be able to control it with a joystick. And I know Wirecast has built-in PTZ control as well, which is good for overriding if they do something that we're not too fond of them doing.
Yeah, so you've got some flexibility there, right? So you can have one person who just controls the camera, and so then the Wirecast producer doesn't have to worry about it. Or you can also use the built-in controller inside of Wirecast and have one person do it all in case you have fewer volunteers, right?
Yeah, and we've done that already. And the next move is to get those cameras via NDI. So that way we run a version of Wirecast in our kids ministry, so where we could, in a time of need, because I bounce all over the place sometimes on a Sunday. So being able to pull that in there, if something needs to be changed, I can do that and resend the signal back to our main Wirecast gear setup.
Gotcha. And so that's one thing that Wirecast can do. We can send NDI out, but we can also ingest NDI. So if you have PTZ cameras or any cameras that are NDI, you can bring those in. But then, so tell me, are you using NDI out of Wirecast for anything?
I am actually. We have it set up with ProPresenter is a software that we use. There's other softwares like EasyWorship out there, and we've used ProPresenter for a long time now, and to bring our lyrics and our scriptures into the message. Well, one of the biggest caveats that people run into is, well, how do I get the lyrics to superimpose over the video and then send that back to Wirecast? Well, NDI solved that issue for us. As you can see here, we're bringing in the Wirecast NDI signal, which is the live video from our drum camera, and we're presenting it right up to our screens in the sanctuary, Lynn, where we're able to then switch anything, add lyrics or scriptures over top of it to make our video better for in the sanctuary or even online. And with ProPresenter, we're able to keep a nice fancy background behind the lyrics or the scripture, but online, you'll see the switching of the cameras with a lower third like scripture or lyric, 2-line lyric. So that way the online folks are really engaged and they're not staring at like a slow motion background or a static background. And we've seen that's helped tremendously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then NDI has created a lot of flexibility in these workflows. So it's nice to see you can use it in and out. You can use it to cut down on all of your wires in your sanctuary for cameras and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So let's talk about audio. So audio, as you know, is one of the most critical parts of any broadcast. If you have bad audio, then nobody wants to watch, even if the video is good. So one of the main features of Wirecast is we have some pro audio. We have a pro audio mixer. So tell me, how are you using that, and tell me your workflow on that.
So one of the things that we were really excited about is when Telestream incorporated the pro audio features inside of Wirecast, because one of the things that we were switching to is an all digital setup. And one of the ways that we have it set up, because of the times that we're in right now and lack of volunteers sometimes due to illness or just inclement weather, we have now switched over to a Behringer X32 mixer, which gives our sound guy the ability to monitor the guys running the cameras, as well as the Wirecast system, as well as mixing the board both from a physical and an iPad scenario. So he's able to do everything, and then we output that signal directly to Wirecast, which then Wirecast will receive that over USB, lines up the audio and video just perfectly, and we have a great sound system set up inside of the church.
Nice. And are you running Mac or PC? I can't remember.
So we have a Wirecast gear as our main system, but we also have a Mac that we use for other things like sending signals to different parts of the church, and because we want different sometimes different options for different things. We have a Mac Pro set up. I'm just a big person of backup. Before the Wirecast gear came out, we didn't have we used the Mac Pro. So it was great. It was a great solution and transition over to that.
Gotcha. And so Wirecast works on both Mac or PC. And you mentioned Wirecast Gear. And Gear is our turnkey PC system. It runs on a Windows 10 box, and it's got built-in capture cards. Depending on which model you get, we have 3 different models. It's got integrated or discrete GPU. But it was purpose built for streaming. And so we have a lot of churches actually that don't want to mess with trying to cobble together different capture cards and all the different peripherals in the computer to stream. And so this is a great option for them. We've been very successful, especially in the worship market with this box. So you're using the Wirecast gear, and you're outputting video from that, because one of the things that the 420 does is it allows you to output the live feed. And so what are you doing with that?
Well, that was a big reason, Lynn, that, when we were with the Mac Pro, we hit a brick wall, right? Without buying tons of capture cards and cobbling things together. And it was tough. So when the Wirecast gear unit came out, as you mentioned, the 420, we were able to then step up our game as far as outputting to multiple overflow rooms within the church. And as you're going to see here, we have it in our kitchen, our VIP station, and in our fellowship hall, where we're able to send the live video directly to that. And I didn't have to sit there and figure out, okay, will this capture card work with this? And is this supported? It was I just put the box in, output it through the SDI. We split the signals everywhere we needed it to be. And now and it's not in that video, but we just sent a signal to our nursery. So now the nursery workers have the ability to either pull in just the audio or the video on their TV that's in there. So there is a lot of versatility that we've found having that Wirecast gear. And we just keep the Mac Pro around, as a backup, or if we need to run something else or something that's, pre-produced or something along those lines.
And where are you streaming to? Where is your output?
So we have been streaming to Facebook and YouTube. It seems to be the most watched, and everybody, normal people, if we'll say it like that, are on Facebook. So your moms, your dads, you don't have to be tech savvy. You can be on your phone, and being able to stream out to there and then have the video received is just easier. So we found that. We also stream to a paid CDN, because we have our Roku channel. So we have to go to a paid CDN in order for folks to watch it on Roku, which we do get a lot of people watching it on there.
And so you stream all of those out through your Wirecast system?
Yes.
No problem. Okay.
Yep. We run it all out. We're doing about 1080p. So it goes all out. And the senior pastor's all about it. If we can push it, if we can get the quality up, he's all about it. So we do whatever we can. And we've even increased our internet speed at the church just so we could do some of this stuff.
That's great. Well, great. Thank you so much, Stephen, for walking me through all of that. This is more of a high-level session, just showing some of the options for the cameras and how we can connect the cameras and how our audio system works with your existing audio in your sanctuary. And then also talking about Wirecast Gear as a turnkey system. If you don't want to try and guess what would work, this is a great option for you. So thank you for having us, Tess and Paul. And we have a little time for questions if people want to ask questions.
That's awesome. We do have a couple questions coming in that I'd like to ask you guys about. Also, we have this great Zoom session. So really, we were it looks like the EasyWorship folks there are actively in some conversations, but we would love it if you guys are able to join them there as well. Some folks are asking about the PTZ camera controls in Wirecast, and I could take a stab at it, but since you guys are here, they were asking if you can actually create like JPEG images for volunteers so that they can see kind of where the cameras are going to go. I don't know if you can kind of explain that process of camera control inside of Wirecast.
Yeah, sure. We have a controller. I don't know if Stephen can show it with the system he has here, but we do have a controller that allows you several different methods of moving your cameras and adjusting them and zooming, panning and tilting and that sort of thing. But right now we don't have a way to create a static image that would represent a shot. That's something that we're actively working on right now, but we do have in the Wirecast interface live icons. And so it shows you exactly what shot is showing at the moment. And so if you have a shot for your PTZ camera, it will show you what the angle is. And then you have set recalls and presets that you can adjust to. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
so that's our controller. Yeah. Thanks, Stephen.
Let's show that full screen, Mike, because I'd like to take a moment. You guys have done such a good job with the PTZ controller here because there's so many different options, and this has been available for a while, but you have focus, you have iris, you have shutter speed, you have white balance, things that you don't see in a lot of the more basic controllers here. To have that type of flexibility and control for every camera that you have on your network is really incredible. So it looks like Stephen's just typing in an IP address.
For putting this up, kind of spur of the moment.
So I I inputted Lynn just for this one of the PTZ cameras that I have here.
Awesome.
So I'm going to see if it's going to mess it up here. Probably going to mess it up. So we probably shouldn't do that. It's going to mess up the camera. But you can see we have the little pin drop.
Yeah,
here.
there's the different ways of panning and tilting there. You have the map view. You have the, you can click on that drop down there.
Yep.
Steven. Yep, you have the D-pad and then the analog pad. So there's just a lot of different options for honing in and getting exactly what you want there.
Yeah,
and we also this also works for NDI cameras as well. So the NDI version of the PTZOptics camera, you can use that same exact controller.
Well, that is really nice because obviously NDI cameras are becoming more and more popular, and having the ability to use the same exact control method, whether you're using an SDI camera, a USB camera, an NDI camera, it all works with Wirecast. So it's just a lot of flexibility. And the fact that it works on Mac and PC is something that I know a lot of people enjoy because a lot of us are Mac users. We've got a MacBook Pro. I see you're using a Mac right now, Stephen. And it's important to support that.
And you could see how quickly I pulled this camera in. I figured out I'll mess it. I saved the preset real quick. But you can see I'm controlling it here inside of the software. You saw me punch in the IP address. It's that easy. You can adjust the focus, the zoom. We can zoom in and zoom out. So, like Lynn said, very, very easy.
Are there
Yeah, very flexible,
question.
and that's kind of what Wirecast is all about. We offer our licenses on Mac or Windows. The user interface is very flexible, and you can create composite shots and very easily. It's meant to be easy.
There's one more question here, and then we'll let you guys go to the Zoom session where maybe you can answer these in more detail. But Wilton Helm is asking, does Wirecast support multiple monitor outputs? They need to power a projection system, a stage monitor, an overflow system, and then they also need to send video to Zoom as well. So it means, they're talking about, that's I guess 4. They have a projector, they have a stage monitor, an overflow room, and a Zoom stream. I'm guessing, NDI can help with a lot of that too.
Yeah, so I'll answer real quick, but then I'll let Stephen answer how he's using it. But yes, it does support multiple outputs. We also have a virtual camera out. And so a lot of people use that in fact, I'm using that right now. I have Wirecast open and I have my setup here and I'm sending my virtual camera out and I'm using that in this system as my camera. So that's what people can use in Zoom. But Stephen, go ahead and talk about how you're using multi-viewer and also program out.
Yeah, so as you saw on the demonstration that we're using a lot with multi-view out. In fact, even in my studio here, I'm taking, and I was trying to pull it up here so everybody could see it. I'm actually outputting to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different monitors. Now, before everybody gets super excited, we are splitting those signals on 3 of them. So, but it's still powering 6 monitors with the Wirecast Gear 420. So, which was really impressive when I got it here in the studio. And that was one of the things that we had been doing at the church as well. And that was kind of the seller on that, right? It was to be able to get it. So using NDI into ProPresenter, and I'm going to do my best here, guys, to pull this up on screen so you guys can see it. But right here, you can see that there's 3 of the monitors, and I'm barely hitting 7% CPU on that. Now, that's just a pre-recorded show that's running, but I'm outputting to 3 of those monitors right now as we're speaking, as we're doing this, plus powering the background that I have, as you guys saw. It's a TV. It's not a green screen. So that's a 4K TV behind me, and that is a 55-inch. So, Lynn, we're powering a 55-inch, 232 inches on the front of my bar here, all at 7% CPU, 1080p out. I'm not doing NDI right now, but that might bump it up a little bit, but not more than 10 or 11. But so I hope that answers the question. You definitely can do it with the Wirecast Gear 420.
Excellent.
All right. Well, hopefully folks will join you in the Zoom session to learn a little bit more. Thank you so much for joining us this year at the Worship Summit. We really appreciate all your technical expertise, guys.
Thanks, you guys, for having this. This is an awesome event, and we're happy to be associated with it. And thanks for having us on. We'll jump on to the Zoom session right after we hang up here.
Thanks guys. Paul. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Lynn.
All right.
See you guys soon.
That was our sponsors from Telestream Wirecast.
All right. Well, we're going to keep on rolling. Very excited to keep on going. Mike, do we ever do our squares? Let's go ahead and do our squares before we bring on our next guest. A little mid-day, mid-event, mid-summit relaxation. Hope you guys are having fun. Take a bathroom break, get some food. Enjoy yourself today. We're all in this together, and we're going to learn quite a lot. So this is our technical edition, technical training edition. We have asked all of the technical coaches that we know in the worship space to join us today. And this is what you guys asked for. And so please fill out the survey that we're going to send you after this, because we want to hear from you. What do you want to see in February when we host Worship Summit 5 so that we can make it even better for you? So that's what this is all about. And thank you so much for being here.
I hope that you were able to catch our keynote speaker, Mr. Jake Goslin of Church Run. What a wonderful presentation we had from him. Something I want to remind you, because I did see this question a couple times in the chat. Yes, this summit is going to be on demand on Facebook and YouTube. So if you missed that, you'll have a chance to go back after the summit today and catch it.
Yes, we're recording all of these sessions. So don't worry, you're going to be able to catch them in the future. Now, another good friend of mine, Stephen Ballast, is going to be here around 4 o'clock Eastern. That's 1 p.m. Pacific. He's going to be talking about how to become an OBS production pro. Very excited to have him come on as a second keynote at the end of this summit.
Something else to keep in mind, we are going to be chatting with you live the entire live summit. And for those of you who signed up for the Zoom pass on Eventbrite, make sure that you take advantage of the Zoom chat. We have most of our speakers able to join and answer some questions for you after their speeches. Remember, you must have signed up for that on Eventbrite prior to the event. And for those of you who have not done so yet, we're so happy to have you here. Please remember to subscribe to our channel on YouTube, PTZOptics, and like this video for more fun content from us like this.
Very excited to be hosting a Zoom conference along with this event. So, if you're just watching the live stream, you're going to get all the education for free. That's what this is all about. But we do host Zoom meetings so you can get those questions, those burning questions answered by the speakers. And we're hosting that right now. So we have breakout rooms, we have interactivity, and it's been fun every summit that we've done to give you guys that opportunity to speak directly with our expert training specialists. Now, we are going to be giving away a PTZOptics live streaming camera. So very excited for that. You do need to enter to win. So it's not too late. Go to worshipsummit.live, and you do need to be watching live when we draw a winner. If you're not here and you can't claim your prize in the chat room, we will draw another winner. So continue to watch the show today. And when we draw that name, just say you're here in the chat and you will get a free PTZOptics 20X USB camera. Okay, now summit sponsors. I wanted to thank once again Wirecast, EasyWorship, Full Compass, and PTZOptics for sponsoring this summit. And of course, everyone watching from home. It's all of you that have come together to make this day what it is. I cannot wait for the rest of this summit. The next presenter, his name is Alan Bunt. He comes to us from the Good Shepherd Lutheran Church from Wisconsin. And there's an amazing story behind this next video that we are going to play. It's about youth in broadcast. It's about getting the youth involved in video production. And we heard it from the Olivet Methodist Church in Coatesville. We've heard it again and again that younger folks that are Christians, that are a part of the houses of worship that they are with, they like to get involved with the technology. They like to help spread the message of God in the houses of worship that we have. So this video comes to us from the Good Lutheran Fellowship Church. I think I got that right. Let's take a look at how the youth there are getting involved with the video production.
Today, as part of our presentation here, I'm going to introduce you to a young man. He is my son. His name is Andrew. He's going to give you a little bit behind the scenes as far as production-wise and youth involvement. So without further ado, here's my son, Andrew.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrew Bunt from Good Shepherd. I'm the assistant video producer, and I have been helping out with our video system ever since we started in 2009. When we started, I was actually 6 years old, so I have grown up with this system. I'm currently 17 years old, so the past 11 years of my life have one day out of the week been involved with this video system. Being a person my age while you're running all of this, technology behind the scenes really does help out with trying to help out with the reach of whatever, you're live streaming. My generation has grown up with social media platforms such as YouTube and Twitch, where it has become easier than ever to broadcast your own content. It most of the time only takes about 5 or 6 clicks and you have something going up on the internet. And another thing is, just social media platforms such as Instagram. These platforms and watching content being made on these platforms has actually helped me out a lot when it comes to giving input on our actual video system here. My dad will be mentioning all these stuff when it comes to actually worshiping using the broadcasting system, but I think it's appropriate to talk about the technology since I've grown up with it and I've actually had a major part in deciding what technology we should use behind our desk. So at our desk, we actually use top of the line computer that we use to run everything here. I was very excited about that. I love computers. Seeing new technology come out every single year at different prices is honestly exciting to me. Some of the actual technology, if you just want some examples that I've, actually taken part in giving to this setup is we have a 15 key Stream Deck. It is a macro board with individual displays in every single one of the buttons, and it is such a lifesaver when it comes to everything that we do. vMix has its own built-in plugin for the Stream Deck software, so if you want to make a new button to set up a transition to go between having the green screen behind me and not having it, simple. It takes maybe a minute and a half to Google it, get it set up and going. Using vMix is honestly a lifesaver for everything that we've done. When we upgraded last summer, we actually got the computers and cameras set up, and 3 days later we started our first broadcast, and it went pretty well, I'd say. Another piece of equipment that I actually had quite a large part in wanting and getting was this bad boy right here. It is the DJI Osmo 2 camera gimbal. It is used for cell phones, smartphones, and it basically allows you to record in places that we never thought we would be able to record before. So we have, every once in a while, we'll have an event outside of church that we want to record some video clips for and upload to our social media, and we can just take this bad boy, hook up one of our phones, and everything is perfectly set up for us. So one of the actual things that I wanted to talk about is the generational gap between specifically me and my dad. Coming from a perspective of having this technology become a part of your life instead of growing up with it is it's a major factor in arguments behind the scenes. I will just admit right now, there has never been a decision behind here that there's not been some sort of argument on. Not bad arguments, but just, disagreements and stuff like that. I find it, very important to take opinions from both sides of these, perspectives because, like I said, some people grew up and computers were, brought into their life and they were kind of just forced upon them. But other people, technology had these people grow up with them. So it's honestly, it's a special thing. Honestly, technology has evolved so much recently that having somebody, my age is pretty important nowadays for the future of broadcasting.
Isn't he great? I just love that little guy. Hey, not a little guy anymore. What am I kidding? Yeah, he's, like you said, he's been working with us since he was 6 years old, being director, so to speak, among other things. So our production here, previously, other worship summits, I've shown you the equipment we use. Basically, a rundown real quick. We have 5 PTZOptics PT30X PTZ cameras, 4 here in the sanctuary. You're looking at me through one right now. And I also have one in another room that we use sometimes for Bible study and fellowship hall, but currently it's a one-room school classroom, and due to COVID, it's restricted to just that. So we don't get to see that very often. In our production, we stream at 720p, but we record at 1280p. The reasons for that being it saves on bandwidth. Most people watch on a mobile phone, and 720p is just fine quality, and bandwidth is getting expensive. So with the more viewers we have, I have had to scale back. We broadcast full worship service from beginning to end, usually about a half hour before our worship service officially starts, including all hymns with congregation and online singing along with us with the online hymn text. And I can show you that more later on. We use data source out an Excel file for all our hymn text. It is a manual process at this point. Where pre-service, there's a little pre-show work that I have to do to get all the hymn text in to that Excel file. It's easy for me since I also program the organ, so I get the text right from the organ software, plug it right in the Excel file, and we're good to go. And I also have a team of proofreaders that make sure I get it all right. And even then, sometimes we make mistakes. The entire worship service typically lasts anywhere from 45 to 55 minutes long, unless we're doing communion. Communion can be running a little bit longer, especially during this COVID when we've had to modify and keep with our social distancing requirements. Live online communion, I have yet to see too many more churches that do that. Even the big ones online don't really do communion. Some of them do baptisms. We do live baptisms also. It's something we do for our online members. We do have an online ministry. I used to say a presence way back when, but it is actually a separate ministry that runs parallel with our ministry within the brick and mortar here. It's a very important one. We value their input. We include them as much as we possibly can. We have a special first table communion that goes out to the online members first. Along with live communion, we have live prayer requests. A message will go out in the chat room. Any prayer requests come in, they are forwarded to the pastor and prayed to during our prayer section right in the worship service. It works quite well. We are getting better at it. Sometimes we have choir. Sometimes we have soloists. It's all included along with that, and produced in a full-length video, which is uploaded for video on demand. We currently use Vimeo for that. And also, I edit out the sermon video all by itself and produce a 15 to 20-minute sermon video. And off of that video, I pull the audio off and do an audio podcast of the sermon, which is growing by leaps and bounds. What used to be 8 or 9 or 10 downloads a week, well over 50 now in 10 years. We are at episode 512, I think it is. It's over 500. It passed us up so quickly. So after that, that's all part of post-production. So I, as the producer, am in charge of arranging most of the crew that we use. We have a video operator. We have an organeer who sits right next to us. We call him an organeer because you're not just playing the organ, not pushing anything there. You're just pushing the buttons on the computer that's programmed. So you're not really an organist. You're not really an engineer. An organeer. That works. We also have an audio technician. Sometimes some of us fill both shoes at once. Most of the times we have that position. We also have a presentation computer here for what we show on the large screens here in church for whatever congregation follows along with. That is a separate issue from the graphics that I make. Sometimes we combine them, sometimes we don't. So in all, my perfect crew is 5. A video operator, an organeer, an audio technician, projectionist, and a supervisor. My goal someday is to be the supervisor, and that's all I do, hopefully. We're not there yet. So getting youth involved allows me to step back and fulfill that role. And all the post-production work is done by me. The videos are edited for length and content and uploaded separately. So there's kind of the basics of what we run here. Behind the scenes of our worship services. Thanks for joining us. If you have any questions, please ask in the breakout sessions. See you then.
What an inspiring video from Alan and his son. So exciting to have them both here with us today. Now, I do want to mention something. Tom Sinclair was going to go over vMix with us today, and he has fallen under the weather. He's getting checked for COVID to make sure that he's okay. But I think we should all send out our prayers to Tom Sinclair thank goodness Alan and his son are healthy and they're joining us. They're going to share with us some of the things maybe they've learned from Tom and fill in some of the gaps here. Thank you so much for being here, guys.
Well, look there. There's both of us. Hi, Andy. How you doing?
Hi, Dad.
It's
Hey,
so
everybody.
exciting to have you guys both here. This is not your first time on the show. Alan, you've been on before, and everyone really appreciates, the perspective that you have kind of as the senior technology officer over there, helping bring more people into, the organization and what you're doing over there.
Volunteer just once. Look what happens. Right, Andy?
Yeah, pretty much.
So like Andy said in his little portion of the video, he's been my second-hand man since he was 6 years old, whether he wanted to or not, but he's grown a lot in it. He's sat at this desk, since day one, and he's seen the progression all the way through. I lost my train of thought for a moment. Sorry about the backgrounds here. We were tinkering around a little bit today, so things got changed up a little bit. So, Andy, you got anything else to add to what you had in the video? Anything you've learned even today?
I mean, with a lot of the a lot of the technology things, you can tell that even though I've grown up with all these systems and stuff, like obviously there's a lot more stuff that I don't really know about. Like there's the church, I honestly forgot the name and I'm really sorry, but they use Abington for audio mixing, and I never thought that was possible before. So it just kind of proves that even if you like fully grow up with a new video system and looking up new technology and finding just all sorts of stuff, you can still learn something new like every single day.
Awesome. So I guess what I can do is ask you a few questions, Andy. We're part of our topic is how to get youth involved. You were kind of forced into it in a way, but we do have some other volunteers that I've literally thrown under the bus a couple times, but a couple of young people that are interested in it. From your perspective, how has that been?
Oh, you're finished with your sentence. I mean, I wouldn't really say forced. It was more of a voluntary coercement, I guess. It was, I was 6 years old, so pretty much anything with the screen was like, ooh, shiny. So it was, pretty exciting at that point to be able to, like mess around, press buttons, move cameras around and stuff. But I eventually, learned at one point that, there's a bigger meaning to it than just like, playing around with the camera, pointing a camera at something that, doesn't really make sense. It's to, spread the message that we're trying to spread to, people who might not be able to be here. We have people from, New York and Puerto Rico that join us every single week, and they're a fundamental part of our service online. When it comes to actually getting people, like teenagers and youth and stuff into, live streaming and all that, it's really, I guess it really depends on the person because, there's a lot of different things that people my age like. There's some people that will just play video games all day and not want to do anything else. But when it comes to all the people that we have here, I think most of our team is actually, teenagers and people around my age where, we're still in school and all that stuff. I guess it really helps to just let us, be. We're a very, independent generation, I'd say. Well, I mean, we want to be independent. I don't think it works most of the time, but a lot of the, legitimate ways that I could say, especially one other person that we have on the team, JJ, a lot of the things that, intrigue him are, like new things that we've never really done before. Especially since we upgraded our system last summer, we've been introducing new things almost every week. So you kind of have to stay on your toes, and that's the kind of thing that, you know, keeps our interests, I guess. Another thing that, you know, actually helps quite a lot is, you know, the actual interaction with people, because I guess when it came to actually putting the chat room in on our website, it was kind of a decisive decision. Not a lot of people, I mean, I could give one example. My dad, he wasn't really on board with the whole chat room idea. So we kind of had to convince him to do that.
I don't want to do the extra work.
But with a lot of, especially with the chat room, it brings in like a new kind of culture, I guess, to the whole thing, because you can really interact and have people, maybe people that you don't even know, you know, basically just giving you feedback, and instead of just like thinking about it on your own.
Would you say that we are keeping up with the times, or are we still a little bit behind?
I think we are, you know, we're fairly up with the times. Like, you know, we understand modern, you know, video formats and technology. Sorry, my hair is ridiculous today. I'd say, you know, like if we're behind, I'd say maybe only a year and a half. We are not overly behind at all. There are a ton of things that, you know, a lot of us aspire to get here, but, you know, we just can't, because our church just doesn't have the capabilities like the building does. And like, we're not actually limited by, you know, ourselves. We're limited by just like, you know, random circumstance. One thing that, you know, also, I lost my train of thought.
That's okay. I just had to go run and turn the PA system back on because it timed out.
Nice. But I honestly just, this is embarrassing.
You're doing fine. I can, one thing with our volunteers is that sometimes they get stressed out. They're kind of in charge of a lot of things going on. And I just try to keep it fun for everybody. You know, that being said, it's a worship service. So things kind of got to go in a flow, but that never always works perfectly. Andy would agree with me. I don't think we've had maybe one or two perfect services where everything went off without a hitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Andy, you're just about fixing to graduate out of high school. What would you tell the next young person that maybe might watch this to say, you know, hey, I want to get involved in this? What would be one of the things you would put on the top of your list to tell them?
One of the things that I'd say is, if you're, you know, even at your church, if there's just like even a minor video system where it's just like one camera, one, you know, keyboard, very minimalist, is just try it. Just ask. And, you know, like if you're interested and you think it looks cool, just go over and ask, because most of the time you'll be able to actually help out, because with a lot of these, you know, worship services that are online, especially recently, it's become a lot more important to, you know, have assistance when it comes to online worship, because once lockdown started, we had to have a limited crew, and we had to run our services on an empty church. We had no congregation to be here to do it. So any help really is appreciated, and it may seem boring at first, but when you actually understand how to do it, it gets really fun.
With some of the updates we did over the last couple of years via, you know, going to vMix and having PTZOptics, PTZ cameras, we have a lot of more options. There's probably 100 options that I can't remember at this very moment. And we think of things on the fly. today's a very good example of that.
Oh yeah.
We weren't quite sure how we were going to do this past the video, but I've come up with a couple of things to show you later on. Andy, is there anything that you would like me to show our audience of what some of the things we can do with our equipment?
Oh, so I actually was watching the YouTube live chat, and I noticed that some people were mentioning the Stream Deck with vMix. So basically, if you're wondering about that, it is honestly easier than it seems to get a Stream Deck set up. So the display might pop up on the screen here soon, but basically in the Stream Deck actual software that you download when you get a Stream Deck, there's actually a vMix plugin itself, and that allows you to turn any button on your Stream Deck into a actual shortcut or transition on vMix. vMix itself is really good for getting shortcuts and stuff set up, and it really, honestly, I'd say it was a lifesaver, because Stream Decks also have the capability of having multiple pages. So you can have I'm not kidding with this, infinite, possibilities with this. So you could have a button that goes to one specific slide on a presentation, and that's it. You can use that button, hundreds of times for different things. I wouldn't recommend it. We have, I think, about 10 pages on our Stream Deck, but that gets too much to handle sometimes.
Yeah, it gets a little bit overwhelming. I'm of a little different opinion, and that those arguments that Andy was talking about a little bit before, we've had a few of these, because we run the Stream Deck, and we also run a X-Keys 24. The Stream Deck's on my right hand, and the X-Keys is on my left. I like to run the X-Keys because I can, like a 10-key calculator, I can go over there and hit the buttons without even looking at them. And I'm running my PTZ camera control with the remote on my right hand. Andy's a little bit different, and some of the other operators are a little different. They're hitting different buttons on the Stream Deck, but you can go very quickly from one scene to the next to input to something 4 pages deep and go right back to it. So that's what I enjoy about it. I even enjoy the arguments when Andy's wanting to try something new, and he has a good habit of doing it 5 minutes before worship time, and I'm like, no, don't changes yet. But that's where him and I have grown together, and with our other operators who are starting to learn and get a little braver to ask for changes or recommend changes, or like Andy, just do them. That's where I sometimes have an issue with it, but that's okay. I mean, those are some of the things that you have to work with, and that goes for anybody volunteering. I prefer the youth because they like to learn, or at least they may not think they like to learn, but they do.
Give a facade of it.
Yes. A couple of my older operators, wanted to write everything down, and there's no way we can write all this down. The book would be that thick. I mean, and it changes weekly. So you got to be flexible.
Yeah. Another thing that I'd actually like to add on with him using the X-Keys and the Stream Deck is, like I said earlier, me myself, I've got the mindset of, ooh, shiny. So with the Stream Deck being able to, switch between screens and stuff, it really helps, visualize what you want. With the Stream Deck having individual screens and stuff on it, you can put any text that you want on there. Our button to, fade between scenes is just a light blue to blue gradient with the word fade on it. It's that simple. There's also the option of having it show a live camera feed, which is very helpful, because if you are focusing on something else on your main screen, you know, over vMix. I don't recommend it personally, but you know, if push comes to shove, you got to do some extra planning and you can't see your actual vMix window, you can look down at your Stream Deck and there are, you know, previews of every single, you know, camera readily available for you. The Stream Deck, I'd say, like, along with, you know, infinite shortcuts, it has infinite possibilities. You can open up Google Chrome, you can post on Twitter, you can do so many things with it that were not possible 5 years ago. And that's just another thing that, you know, proves how much technology has, like, you know, grown up. It's really helpful to, you know, have that. And plus with the actual, you know, X keys that you mentioned, it also, you know, just, it gives an option for people to just be like, oh yeah, this is what I want, and roll with it.
So we have about 10 minutes left with you guys, and I was wondering if we could see a little live demo of your setup and what you guys have going on there.
Okay, I can do that here. Let's see. So I just got a little screen capture here. This is one of our operators. He's a pretty new team member. I'm training him to be a supervisor. As we run through the video here, this is kind of an overview of the desk. You can see he's one hand on the PTZ controller, one on the X keys there, with the Stream Deck being in the middle. The middle laptop there is for live stream monitoring and chat room, and the monitor on the right is also for that. So it's kind of a multiple reasons there. This is our PA system that we currently have. It's still analog yet. It's an Allen Heath PA28. It's a pretty sound, reliable system. It sits over there, and you know, it does its job. So we have 5 PTZOptics cameras. We have the one that you're looking at right now. This is camera 1 at the back of the sanctuary, zoomed all the way out. These are all PT30Xs, PT3030Xs. Camera 2 looks like this. Does anybody recognize it? It's a little hard to read, but that is our schedule today, taped to the bottom of the altar. And if I zoom that out very slowly, so for those of you wondering what a PTZ zoomed all the way in looks like versus one zoomed all the way out. So zoomed all the way in, it's a little hard to focus, but it's very small print under it. But I wanted to demo that anyway. Camera 3, which is over my shoulder here. This kind of gives an over the shoulder, and I can point things. So I have a secondary mixer here that we send an aux send out of the main PA system, which you see on the screen here, to this one, and I can control things separately, like Zoom conferences and such, separate from the house PA. I can combine house PA, or I can use them separately. To my left here is our beloved organ. Now, like I said in the video, I am not an organist. I am not an engineer. But someone asked me one time to see if I can get the software to run the organ. So I became the organeer. And very simply, by use of a couple of different pieces of software, we can program a complete service, all the hymns, any additional music. And the computer, through MIDI interface, will play the organ. We have not had a live organist full-time since 2009. That's over 10 years. You know, it's set up so a live organist can come in and play anytime you want. Please do. You know, and that's as simple as it gets. Now, some of the things we've done recently, since maybe the last Worship Summit, is you'll notice my background here is my favorite one. But without the background, this is what you see behind me. And it's just cardboard. It's poster board that actually Andy built and put up there. And it works very, very well. One of the things I can do, for instance, during a live worship, and my online audience loves this. So I can pop myself up here in the corner and wave and talk to them. So I can announce videos, pre-announce, greet people online, and participate in Bible study. For instance, our Bible studies right now are attended more online than in here in person. I believe last Sunday was 4 people in church, and all distantly spaced, social distance spacing, all about 10 feet from each other. But with a Zoom conference posted up on the big screen up there, you can watch the Zoom conference and hear and converse real time with everybody who's in church. We had 4 or 5 people in the Zoom conference and still live streaming, and 10 or 12 people watching that way too. So it's given us a lot of flexibility here. Let me talk about post-production just a little bit briefly. And basically, ooh, that's an interesting shot. Look at that. That's a mistake that we make all the time, isn't it, Andy?
Yep, definitely.
Post-production, I've kept it as simple as possible. I upload directly our recorded MP4 videos right directly to Vimeo, and those the recordings are 1080p, 30 frames per second, and our stream is only 720. Just to back off on the bandwidth, because we went through 4 terabytes of data in about a month and a half, and it got quite expensive. So we've had to back way off. With 100, 200 viewers a few of those Sundays during the beginning of COVID, when we were shut down, we went through all of our data, all of our bandwidth. So we've backed off on that. 720p stream works really good on your mobile, because looks the best on that, but it also looks good on a big, large screen TV too. It's still 720p. It's not full 1080p, but it's good enough. So we've had to compromise a little bit. So post-production wise, the only editing I do is I create a video for a DVD, and that same file also gets sent out to our community access, and they broadcast it twice a week. And that's simply an MP4, and we're time limited to 59 minutes. So if we go a little bit longer, I have to cut some things out. That's the only editing I do, except for one more, and that's the sermon video, where I'll go in and just cut out the sermon, put up intro and an outro on it, and create 17 to 20 minute video. But I also pull the audio off and post that as an audio podcast, with an average of a 300 member congregation, with an average of 50 to 60 downloads per week of every sermon. So that's growing like gangbusters. So a little bit about screen graphics and how we do things on screen. I know there's been a few things in the chat room about how do I input lyrics, and with Pro Presenter and EasyWorship, that's very easy with NDI. We don't have that option here. I still run Media Shout 6, very old. There's no NDI out of that. So my only option is that runs on a separate laptop over here. And let's see if I can show that to you here. That runs on a separate laptop right there. As a matter of fact, I can do even better than that. I can show you what it looks like right on the screen. So that's running our scripts for our worship graphics. That outputs right to our big screens here. And see if I get this back here. I got confused. That's what happens when you try to do too much at once. This is what it looks like on the screen. So it's actually playing a video right now with the audio muted. And I can flip through here just that quick. This is what the in-house congregation sees on the screen. That's different than what my congregation sees online. Online, they see something similar to this, where the graphics are placed on using data source out of an Excel file. And if we have time later on during Tom's section, we can cover that a little bit more if you want to, a little bit later on that. So any other questions out there, Paul or Tess?
So Alan, we've got a lot of questions coming in, and we're thinking that's probably the best idea to actually join that Zoom session and chat with people there.
Okay, well, we can do that there. I've got a couple of things I'd like to show during Tom's section and on a totally different subject, if you'd like me to do that.
We kind of let you go through Tom's session, and I should have let you know, but we're actually at 2 o'clock now, so we're ready for our next presentation.
Okay, we'll save that for the next time for Worship Summit 5 then.
Okay, Alan, thank you so much for coming in, helping us through Tom's session. Prayers to Tom. Please think about him. He's been sick for over a week now, and we're hoping everything will be okay. Thank you both so much for being part of this. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy.
All right, guess who we have with us now? We have Matthew Davis.
Hello, everybody. Matthew Davis. I'm from PTZOptics. And I'm here with something really exciting. So we've got a new joystick that we want to introduce you to. And we might even have some little videos to play.
Yeah, so we've got a quick little video. This is a world premiere. No one knows about this product that Matt's been working on for years now. So you guys get the first dibs. Let's show them. Introducing the PTZOptics Super Joy, our most advanced PTZ camera joystick controller. This brand new joystick controller takes remote pan, tilt, and zoom camera operations to the next level in a simplified user interface with advanced controls for power users. Why a new joystick controller? We know a smooth, efficient production workflow is essential. To design and create the most functional and professional PTZ camera controller on the market today, we consulted the experts, our customers. The SuperJoy features a new and improved PTZ joystick, on-screen display controls, quick camera select buttons, and power over Ethernet support. Offering an enhanced ergonomic experience with rubberized buttons, the SuperJoy makes video production comfortable and efficient. To keep productions flowing smoothly, backlit buttons and dials will guide operators on which features are available in specific modes. The SuperJoy supports both serial and IP camera connections, making it an ultimate 2-in-1 solution for flexible productions. To support multiple projects, operators can save cameras into unique groups, enabling the SuperJoy to be used in multiple locations easily. The SuperJoy also includes 4 custom buttons to turn on IP-connected devices, including studio lighting, TVs, and much more. Can you imagine the convenience of turning on an entire studio full of equipment with a joystick? The SuperJoy also includes an HDMI port to display live video feeds from the connected cameras. Set up and tune cameras from anywhere the joystick is connected, and even use this joystick as a mini IP video switcher. The PTZOptics SuperJoy, the most advanced PTZ joystick controller available today. All right. So sorry about Matt's audio there. Hopefully that is back.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hopefully you all can hear me now.
All right.
All
so
right.
hopefully everyone can hear Matt. So Matt, this is a brand new joystick, but it's different than any other joystick we've released for a couple different reasons.
Yeah. I mean, this is a very exciting joystick. There's a lot of exciting things with regards to how we've designed it, what we went into to design it. Let alone even some of the feature sets that you're going to find on here that at least to my knowledge, you're not going to find anywhere else on a joystick. Should we do the presentation first or yeah, that'll lead into me touching all sorts of fun rubberized buttons here.
So, what is so super about the SuperJoy?
Yeah, so it's all in a name. What really makes this SuperJoy so super is everyone who helped design it. So our amazing PTZOptics customers over the past few years have emailed me, chatted me, found me at trade shows, and shared the things that they would really love to see on a next generation joystick. And lucky enough, I think, have been able to accommodate most of those requests, if not all of them. So I'm proud to introduce some of these ideas and more as the PTZOptics SuperJoy. Model name PT SuperJoy G1, first generation. So we've got the basics covered. We made sure to include a joystick for your panning, tilting, and zooming needs. Some other favorites that are returning: OSD control, quick camera selection, quick presets. They all make a reappearance, as well as being able to power the device over PoE. Improved design for comfort and functionality. So we've now got rubberized buttons and this metal platform in your hands. It just feels at home. And it's not just touchy-feely with the SuperJoy. One of the nice things that we've added to it at this point is you know what's available to you when you're in specific modes based on backlit buttons. So the SuperJoy really tells you what's available to you as you're changing your production. Easy setup using our new web UI. So the web UI has been greatly improved. You still can set up this joystick entirely from its small LCD, but with all the effort and ease that's available via the web UI, I don't really know why you'd try setting it up that way. And in fact, some of the more unique features of this can only be set up via the web UI.
And we'll take a look at that in a moment.
So this is a feature we have had a lot of people ask about. They would like to back up their joystick configurations. It's now a thing with the SuperJoy. The SuperJoy allows you to back up your configurations using either the on-screen display on the little LCD and a rear panel USB port, or via a convenient web interface where it just downloads to your machine. You can also import those backups using the exact same methods. No longer IP or serial. This is now both. It can communicate with serial and IP cameras, allowing for mixing and matching between the control options. No longer confined to choosing IP or serial control, you know the joystick will work for almost any situation you encounter by allowing for this mix of IP and serially controlled cameras. SuperJoy is very happy to play in both of these worlds. But will it control my Sony camera? For the basic features like pan, tilt, zoom, and presets, definitely. Support for Sony cameras is still limited, as in some buttons will not properly control the same aspect of a Sony camera as it would on a PTZOptics, or may not function at all. But you do get some very basic control options that do work. The Sony camera must be compatible with RS422, 485, or capable of Sony's VSCO over IP. How about fine-tune adjustments? Something that has come up a lot. So I would say this might be our most, if not second most requested feature, easier white balance adjustments. So once you've set the camera for the appropriate mode or white balance mode, you can now control the red gain and blue gain with a simple dial knob. And it will actually tell you which mode it's in with either a red light or a blue light. And it's an easy push of that knob to switch in between them. So one of the nice things that also goes on here is as you make those adjustments, you will also see that represented on the LCD screen at this point. So you're aware of what adjustments are going on. And easier exposure adjustments. Yay, another knob that's fun to twist. So the white balance isn't the only thing gaining a twist knob. We've also added it for exposure or for the iris and shutter speed adjustments. Yet again, you'll know it's available when that light illuminates, and it's an easy push of that twist knob to switch in between iris or shutter mode. The camera moves too quickly. Well, now you've got a very easy way to adjust that with independent speed control up and down for tilt, pan, zoom, focus, and presets. So you really can change these things rather quickly without having to dive through speed menus or adjust it on the camera at this point. How about fine-tune adjustment options? Introducing fine-tune zoom and focus control. These two large dials provide a comfortable method of making the smallest possible adjustments to the current zoom or focus states of your camera, making sure that you're always focused on exactly what you want to be sharing. Now we're getting to the interesting part. What makes it unique, though? How about an HDMI port? There is, in fact, an HDMI port on the SuperJoy, and a button labeled HDMI meant to be used with, any HDMI-capable display. Once set up properly, the HDMI button will provide a live video feed from a currently selected IP camera. This is a convenient way of setting up and tuning cameras without the need for a full production system. Custom buttons. This gets really fun. Would you like to control other devices besides cameras? Using the custom buttons, you can add custom commands or a series of commands to gain control over a world of IP-connected devices. Lighting systems, TVs, vMix, software, and more can now all be controlled with a single button press. And this one's a favorite of mine, Super Presets. Super Presets allow you to automate more of your production and setups with multiple cameras. Using a custom button, you can assign a unique preset to be recalled simultaneously on up to 8 cameras with a single push of a button. Not only that, you can also add an HTTP command at the end so that you can control something like vMix and cause a scene switch. Basic mode. This is definitely a popular one. It is on our current joysticks, but it's kind of made a return. It's an improved return. So basic mode is more of like a safe mode. Basic mode allows someone to place the joystick into a state where it disables most control functionality, except for camera selection with presets or camera selection, presets, and joystick control. A simple button press will enable the basic mode with backlighting under the keys available while enabled. The basic control interface is also available from the web UI. You can click a simple link to copy it and share it with somebody who's wanting to control this from an iPad, mobile device, or another PC. Matrix mode. So this is a new feature for us. It brings new options and really is a little bit more advanced version of the basic mode. So what occurs in matrix mode is it allows us for simplified control over 3 cameras. Matrix mode allows you to quickly access the presets 1, 2, and 3 from camera 1, presets 1, 2, and 3 from camera 2, and presets 1, 2, and 3 from camera 3 using just the numerical keypad. So this would be where traditionally on the number pad, number 1 would be for camera 1, and 2 and 3 would be for camera 1 as their presets 1, 2, and 3. And then you would find for 4, 5, and 6, 4, 5, and 6, that's actually for camera 2. And that'll call presets 1, 2, and 3 respectively. Now, this same interface is also available as a web link and can be shared with other devices for control so that they do not need to be right at the joystick controller. So with a map price of $8.99, we're hoping to make a bunch of new PTZOptics users around the globe with this unique joystick option.
Everyone was asking about the price.
Now you know. Now you know.
So it's time to dig a little deeper.
Yeah.
Let's take a full screen look at this joystick just to give people.
In fact, if we do that overhead shot, I'll just quickly walk through what we're looking at here on it. So we'll start over here. What we're seeing is OSD controls all grouped together. We've got our joystick, just like we always have. Yay, woo, twisting. We have our matrix mode that we were just talking about. We have our basic mode we were just talking about. We have our traditional keypad like you've seen before. We've got 6 quick select cameras. You can obviously call more than that using the call ID button, but we give you access to 6 with a quick button push. We have added a home button, so if you're on the camera, you're not quite sure where it's pointed anymore, you have easy access to sending it home. These are our fine-tune adjustment dials. So what both of these do for focus, it is literally the slowest speed option possible to focus near or far. And the same thing for zoom, so that you can make really fine-tune adjustments without disrupting your production. Autofocus lock and autofocus unlock have made a return, so that you can make sure to lock into one state, and even as you zoom in and out, it just maintains that state. An autofocus button in case you want to trigger autofocus. And then we get to our speeds. We've got our tilt speeds up and down. We have our pan speeds up and down, zoom speeds up and down, focus speeds up and down, and my favorite, the most widely used preset speed adjustment. Now, as everybody's been asking for, red and blue gain adjustment. You are able to cycle through the white balance options that will be represented over here so that you actually know what setting you're in. You also have, if in a one push mode, the ability to trigger the one push trigger. Once you get into a state with the red and blue gain control, if you feel like it's gotten really out of whack, there is a reset red and blue gain control button. Exposure cycles will yet again be represented on the LCD display so that you know which state you're in. And then you can make nice fine adjustments by, ooh, that's really fun to click, clicking that nice little knob. Backlight makes another return. And then we get to our custom buttons as we were just talking about. So you have 4 custom buttons that you can assign as you see fit. And then the HDMI output button. So once everything is set up, if you connect this to a display, you will be seeing a live feed from the IP camera.
So the custom buttons are the coolest thing here.
I would agree. I would definitely agree.
Let's take a look at the OSD.
Yeah.
This screen here, which shows the IP address of the camera, which allows us. In fact, let's just go all the way back out.
Yeah, I like it.
This is what you'll see when you type in the IP address of the device. And then we just hit admin, no password, right?
No password by default.
And we go ahead and log in. So this is different. I see you, there's a devices tab, a control tab, matrix mode, and then this must be those custom buttons here.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's some settings. So take us through this, Matt.
Well, let's start with the settings because they'll be the easiest to kind of comb over. So here you've got your basic network settings, static, DHCP. By default, it comes DHCP. I know a lot of you have been asking for that. So yay, we've been able to accomplish it on this product as one of the first. You can do your firmware upgrades from here. You can do a factory restore from here. You can restart the joystick from here. You can import or export the current configuration. You can set up multiple users that either have administrative level access or just user access, at which point they really couldn't change much about the joystick. They can just interface with the control options. System settings are for inverting your pan or tilt, as we have a number of users that really enjoy that style of movement. And then if you need to see which version of firmware you're currently running, this is an easy way to do that. Devices. So this is where you would set something up. So if we click on, let's click on number 2 here.
Where? Sam?
Oh yeah, so that's actually something else I forgot to mention. One of the nice things in the web UI, you have an option to send a camera home. You have the option to do a snapshot to see what the camera is currently seeing.
I see.
That's going to, you could do it for this one. There we go. So that's actually a camera that is right here in front of Paul and I. And then if we go into like the modify, so this is where we can, as an example, just to show you some of the ease we've added in here. If Paul, if you change that from a .76 to a .77, One of the nice things that occurs is it automatically updates your RTSP URL. We've tried to automate a lot of this functionality so that you're not having to do it yourself. Let's see. So as far as options, yeah, we could save that. Protocol options, you wind up having TCP, UDP, Sony UDP, and we're working on a few others, but I think that's really going to be it for the moment. Let's see. So we've got groups. So we had a lot of people asking where they were going to different locations or different days, different equipment was being used. You now have 4 camera groups. So in those camera groups, you can set up to 7 cameras. This is what allows you to mix and match serial and IP control. So you have up to 28 cameras in total that can be stored on here. But the nice thing is using the camera groups, group 1 could be for Monday, group 2 could be for Sunday, group 3 could be when you go out mobile and do something. So you really get some flexibility on one joystick offering you the ability to support multiple locations or styles of production. Control. So this is a simple control interface that can be shared. We have a little URL copy button. If that's clicked, URL copy success, you can now chat that to somebody else who's on your same network, and they now gain control using this same web interface. So you have the ability to select between quick select cameras 1 through 6, and the ability to call presets 1 through 9 using this. It's a really, really easy way that if you have everything already set up on the joystick, but you don't necessarily want people touching the joystick, you can share this. And then they don't have access to all the extra fun buttons, but you do give them the ability to, change cameras. And then also, oh yeah, that's beautiful looking.
So we'll show this from the ceiling camera. This is a smartphone connected to the control.
So as you can see, you get your basic camera selection and your preset selection. And yeah, it's just an easy interface to be able to share with people.
Cool. So then moving over to matrix mode.
Yeah, so this one, as you can see, kind of spells out the idea of what the matrix mode is with a very simple interface. It tells you that 1, 2, and 3 are for camera 1, and it is preset 1, 2, and 3. If you take a peek at 4, 5, and 6, camera 2, presets 1, 2, and 3. So what's going to happen here, if you were to press button number 5, it is going to recall preset number 2 on, actually, let's see if a preset, no preset set. We'll set a preset. It'll recall preset number 2 on camera 2.
You also see the matrix mode actually shows up on this LED screen as well.
Yep. And this is to just prevent people from bumping heads as they try to control the camera.
Now, my favorite part about this, Matt, is the custom side of things. This is a little bit more technical, but it's worth understanding what the possibilities are.
Definitely. So if you click on the where it says super preset here at the top, so let's go to the HTTP trigger as an example. So this is where you can add, well, you can add more than what you see here with the 3 commands by using a plus button, but you can add multiple commands and even set delays in between them being executed, where it's just a simple HTTP string. So where this comes in as a valuable resource, say you're using vMix. It has a wonderful, wonderful HTTP API set so that you can control vMix from other locations. What you can do here is literally assign a custom button to cause scene switches or graphics to change. The triggers are really, really easy to use. So if we take a peek, UART would be utilized for serial control. TCP is utilized for hex control over TCP. UDP is the same idea, just UDP control. And then, yeah, yet again, my favorite, the super preset. We've tried to make this one as easy to use as possible. You select the group, the camera you want to control, what it's in. You tell it which camera ID it is and which preset. And if you notice, we've got checkboxes up in the front so that you can choose to enable or disable this depending on what you're in the midst of. At the very bottom is where you can input your HTTP string. So this can be used, as I said, for controlling vMix or potentially Panasonic cameras. The HTTP strings open a lot of doors for interacting with a lot more devices. And the beauty is, it's all simultaneous and with a single click of a button.
Wow. And that also includes, so there's just, it opens up this huge, I want to say, Internet of Things style of communication where you could turn on Philips Hue lights. You could start streaming with your software. You could send a command anywhere on your local area network.
Exactly. So, it starts to become where this can really, for, I would say, more simple productions, can actually allow a single person to almost do a one-man band scenario, depending on, their level of ability to be creative with how they hold themselves.
All right. So we just have a couple questions that I'd like to throw at you, Matt.
Yeah, let's do it.
Here we go. Has a release date been announced for this joystick?
Before the end of the year.
Okay. Before the end of the year. What protocol for the custom buttons? Can it do scripts?
Cannot do scripts. It is simple hex commands for TCP or UDP. HTTP is basically post. Let's see, or get. And for serial, yet again, it's just hex. So no scripting. It's just simple one-liners would be the best way I can describe it.
That's fine. Is there any way to for the share option to use SSH or other security parameters?
No, there is not. If you mean sharing the web interfaces, no, it's just an HTTP. We run no HTTPS or SSH on this device.
Can the find control buttons be pushed or clicked? That would be a great place for a safe setting panic button. Go to a safe camera when whatever you are seeing is not right or appropriate for an image.
Well, you could utilize something like a custom button to accomplish that at that point. So if you knew that you had a dedicated camera, actually, if you knew that you had a preset on a camera that would be a safe view, you could easily tell vMix to switch to that specific input. You could tell the camera to go to a specific preset. So it could almost be a panic button when it's like, I don't know what's going on or I don't like what I'm seeing. And you push that and it forces your control or your production software to move to that input and for the camera to move to the desired location.
Here's another one here. Here we go. Can it speak to DMX to control lights?
No, it cannot. Unless I've seen some translation systems or some DMX lighting systems that also accept hex commands. So it would depend on your system. It does not natively speak DMX itself, though.
Yeah, I think there's some software, including Abington and others, that will accept HTTP commands. But most DMX lights, obviously, are analog.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Well, I think that is about it. If you have more questions for Matt, he will be available for a little bit in the Zoom session. Did we cover anything? One thing I wanted to mention, Matt, is that HDMI output.
Oh, yeah.
People are asking about, like, can that be used for streaming or what is that good for?
Yeah. So, at its core, I would say the beauty of the HDMI output is that you can easily set up and tune cameras. Beyond that, one of the nice things that goes on, if you have multiple cameras set up and you are switching in between cameras, the HDMI output will also switch along with them. So you do get a very lightweight switcher. I wouldn't necessarily call it a production level switcher by any means. But if you really needed to, it definitely could help you pull in some RTSP feeds and pump them back out via HDMI if you needed to.
That is amazing. All right, everybody. Our next presentation is going to be Justin Brown from Pan Tilt Zoom. He actually makes the iOS app.
Yep.
So another great way to control your PTZ cameras. Again, if you are just getting into streaming, check out Helping Your Church live stream. We will ship you one of these books for free. So don't forget about that. Somebody's going to win a free live streaming camera. No more prying Matt for details on this joystick. I think we've let enough out of the bag at this point. But thank you so much, everybody. All right, we're going to play a 1-minute segment and be back in a moment with the developer of Pan-Tilt Zoom, Justin Brown. See you soon, guys.
Welcome to my home studio. I was the pastor at Raytown Christian Church.
Take me back to the nights we felt alive, picking up the pieces on a summer night. I didn't know that I would feel just like my heart's on fire whenever I'm with you. Cause we go back in time to thrills I miss and all the things I wish we did. All I know is that I need somebody like you. Cause I can't waste another night sitting here alone, hoping for your voice on the telephone. I know it's a supercut as you walk away, playing in my mind all the things I'd never close my eyes, and the sky's on fire. I can't waste another night sitting here alone. We can do it all again, and I'll never let you go.
All right, welcome back everyone to Worship Summit Live. We are moving right along. This is our technical training edition, meaning we're bringing you technical information. This is what you guys asked for. Make sure you fill out the surveys that we send out because we listen to you guys and then we recraft these sessions. Now, if you're still watching, don't forget to hit that red subscribe button on YouTube. You can always unsubscribe, but you know what? We think that we're making great content and we think you're going to like it. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Justin Brown, the developer of Pan-Tilt Zoom. Hi, Justin.
How you doing, Paul?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, doing well.
Well, excited to be here with you. So many people are using your app to control PTZOptics cameras. You've done such a great job with it, and I understand you're working on some new features that you're going to talk about today.
Yeah, it's been a while since the last update. Originally, when I developed the app, it was purely for selfish reasons. We pretty budget set up for church and needed a way to control the cameras. And we just had one at the time, and we were looking for a way to smoothly control them, but software based. And so developed this app, and then really liked how it turned out, so we put it out there for people. But it's been a long time since I've done updates. It's been, I think, a little over 2 years. So excited to have some new stuff coming out here.
Well, I can't wait to see it. There's, nothing but great reviews have been coming in for your app. You spent a lot of time developing it first for iOS, then Android, and then you took it a step further and made it available for Kindle users as well. So anybody with some type of smartphone device that can get onto Wi-Fi can take control of a PTZ camera and really get some great controls.
Yeah, that was the idea. Just kind of hopefully lower the barrier for entry, especially for churches and stuff. So that was the goal. So if you're ready, I'll go ahead and kick off some of the stuff we've been working on.
Take it away.
Kind of a new look and feel here. I'll switch to the iPad here, and so even the new launch screen here gives you a little bit easier way to set up your camera and even test to make sure it's working. So I'm going to put in mine here. If you need the other advanced controls, they're in there, but for most, they're just need a name and an IP address. And so you can test it the first time you launch the app, new in iOS 14. It wants permission to use the network. So make sure you say okay to that. But otherwise, we'll test our connection, should get a successful one, and then hit save. So then we're into the app just like we were before. So done some different things with settings. If you go into the settings interface, this used to be a completely different screen that would come up and block everything. With this, you can still have access to at least half of the screen and some of the other options, but quickly access changing the camera name or the IP address, those kinds of things, even add more at the bottom right-hand corner. But you've got your preset speeds for I think by default I have them set to 4 and 2 for pan and tilt, and then the slowest for zoom, just to try to get, if you have a single camera operation, that slow, smooth transition between presets. And then your manual speeds, that's for when you're taking over manual control and you want to be able to limit how fast your volunteer can spin that thing around. So a lot of times at our church we have this turned way down. But and then we added a camera info option where you can see some of the stuff that the camera has available. Just been playing with adding some new stuff there. So let me show a side by side with the camera itself. So hi again. Some of the new stuff that we did, actually maybe I should go over some of the hidden features that, not really hidden, but people didn't know were there. So you could always, this outside ring around the D-pad here, around the manual controls for pan and tilt, you could bump that to adjust your camera just a little bit at a time. Well, now we've added in, you can just press and hold it and it will move in that direction at the slowest speed. So for small adjustments, it's a nice way to take control there. We've also added that over on the zoom side so that now at the bottom you can tap plus and minus to zoom in and out, or you can hold it down and it will zoom in or zoom out at its slowest speed. And then also the axis lock over on the far right hand side is this little button here that allows you to lock it down so that if you're just trying to follow someone left and right on a stage and you don't want to accidentally move up or down, that prevents the up and down movement no matter which way or how smooth your thumb movements are. So that toggles on and off. So if you're using the app and you can't figure out how to go up and down, you might have toggled that button. And then the another one we run into, so in this version of the app, we previously had 13 presets. And so now we have up to 16. And even with that, sometimes people are like, 16 is not enough. I want to be able to do more. Well, you have room for 8 cameras, but there's nothing that says that you've got to add 8 different cameras. You could add the same camera 8 times if you wanted and have, 8 pages of 16 presets. So that's another option that people can do. So for some of the new features here, let me take this off of here. For some of the new features, we've got the focus wheel. We really wanted to give some better control over the focus. Before, it was the same slider as the zoom, and it was really hard to make small movements. And so we added this focus wheel where when you switch it over to manual focus, you can make the smallest of changes just by moving the wheel a tiny bit. And if you want to still do fast ones, you can spin that thing. So it's kind of a funner way to focus. In addition to that, when you save your presets, the focus is now stored with the preset. And so you can actually do some fun stuff with that. And I'll set one here. In fact, let me move the camera over just to demonstrate. So I'm going to leave it on manual focus here, and I'm going to hit the set, which is now moved down to this lower section to make room for more presets. And we'll hit position 1. We'll just leave it named 1. Now, when you save, you get a snapshot of that preset, so you can see where you're going before you hit it. You also get a visual indicator around the preset of which one is highlighted. So that was a commonly requested one. So been getting a lot of great feedback from customers, and so it's a really great way to add new features. So I'm going to hold up my cup here. And let's see here. I'll zoom in on just that. And now I'm going to set that one. So we didn't move the position, we just changed the focus, and now we can move back and forth just by tapping a button between focus positions. So that gives you a whole new level of control that we didn't have before. In addition to that, we've got all kinds of fun stuff we've gone into with camera control options. We wanted to add in the on-screen display to where you could pull up the menu and go through all those settings, but sometimes you want to be able to make those changes without actually bringing that overlay up on your camera. So we've got exposure controls here that'll read from the camera and show what your current setting is, and you can jump around and change it to something else. You can go over to your color controls, and we've got our white balance where we can set it, or we can go over to auto. So all of the controls are here. If you want to go into your R setting or manual and tune the RGBG, and so it makes it kind of fun to really get in here and tune without actually having to pull up the menu, especially when you're doing something on the fly. And then we've got other image controls here for your luminance, your contrast, and your sharpness. And then under effects, we've got some of the common ones for being able to flip your image, or for a ceiling, flip them both, and then even change it to black and white if you want. So let's see here, what else we got? Oh, one of the new things, so aside from all the fun stuff in the interface itself, we're now supporting split view when you're on the iPad. So let me zoom in on the iPad itself. And so now we can pull up another app. And I've been looking at different video apps. One of the most commonly requested things is, hey, can I get a video image on the iPad while I'm controlling it so I can make sure I can see everything? And so, and I've struggled with getting that in there. And let me bring this back around to myself. And one of the things that I struggled with is the lag. And so if we show the camera and the iPad together here, if I raise my hand, then you have that second or so lag. And that gets hard when you're trying to manually control, but it's something you can do. And this app here that I've found allows you to even do multiple cameras. I don't have multiple cameras here right now, so I'm just displaying the same one twice. But you could do up to, I think they allow you to do 2 in this app for free, or I think it's 99 cents if you want to get the full version. And so, but you do have that little bit of a delay. But I like the way they do their dashboard setup and allow you to show it side by side with the camera controls. Another app that I've been playing with is this one that is called, I think it's called NVR, but its video delay is a lot less, and especially if you choose, they have the option of displaying video from OnVIF or from RTSP. So and the delay in my displaying it here is more than it actually is. It's almost real time. So it makes it really nice for being able to see your cameras. The only thing that's not as good as the other app is that when you go into the dashboard mode of showing multiple, it shows them side by side instead of vertical. And so if you have 4, it'll stack them up nicely. But that's one thing that's a lot of people have been asking for. So until I get that into the next version, there are workarounds now with being able to load other apps side by side. And we also have made some changes on the iPhone side of things. And so let me load that up real quick. All of the same features available in the iPhone, obviously on a smaller package. So let me pull this up here. So the iPhone previously didn't allow you to choose your orientation. It was landscape, always, only. And so this now allows you to be able to flip it in any orientation you want. You still have access to all the same menu features. You still have access to all the same controls, but we added that vertical orientation. So if you obviously it's a smaller package, but if you need it, it's great for being on the go. So allows you to, have even sat in out in the congregation at church and move things around when they needed to be. So so that's most of what's new. We've got an open beta right now for iOS. So we've got, I think, around 150 people are testing it right now, and the feedback's been great. We've been continuing to add new features, and I've got the Android beta ready to go. It's not released for public yet. That should be up by this weekend. So we'd love to get more people into that. But for now, if you want to jump on the iOS beta, you can find the Pan Tilt Zoom Facebook page and sign up there, or you can just go to pantiltzoom.cam and sign up there. So Android beta, hopefully this weekend. I'll be doing Kindle at the same time, so we'll still support Kindle, so you can get that that low cost for barrier to entry. And then when the upgrade comes around, if you already have the app, there's no cost. So it's a free upgrade. So looking forward to that.
Well, thank you so much, Justin. It's been such a pleasure having you, and I'm so excited. Couple quick questions. I know you'll be joining maybe the Zoom session where people can ask more questions, but will this also be, these updates be available for Android as well?
Yeah. So as soon as beta 1 will be available this weekend, and we've got feature redundancy across the board, so everything should be there in both the Android and Kindle versions. But I'm shooting for the end of this month to have the iOS version out there in production, just based on some other things we're still working on. Like right now, the current version of the app that you can get through the App Store is even will control the Zcam cameras, and the beta one's having trouble with that right now. So I got to fix that before, because I want to make sure we don't lose any features as we add others. So.
No, I totally understand. Well, great job. I really love all the flexibility you've built into this. If you have a moment to answer some questions in the Zoom session, I'm sure they would love to have you over there. We've got a bunch of people over there, and we'll just keep trucking along. Thank you so much, Justin. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. All right. Well, next we are bringing you Beyond Sunday with Michael Upshaw. He's from Livestream TV, and he's going to be talking to us about taking us behind the scenes really on a studio that one of the churches he's working with is putting in. Because there are not as many in-person worship services these days, some pastors and worship leaders are creating new spaces that they can connect with their audiences on, whether it be for Zoom, whether it be for live streaming. And this is going to be one great example of that. So let's show what Michael Upshaw is doing with Livestream TV.
Hello to all of you who are joining the Worship Summit live today. It is an exciting opportunity to have this moment to present to you a behind the scenes look at a 3-camera installation that we recently did at the Tabernacle International Church located in Lawrenceville, Georgia. I want to stop and just say thank you to Paul and their team over at the PTZOptics for doing this whole worship summit. It is great to be able to engage the church with a knowledge base of information that will help the house of worship market continue to thrive. So our goal at Livestream TV is to ensure that your message goes out to the world. And PTZOptics does a great job with providing the right solutions and the right partnerships and relationships. So continue to stay connected to the Worship Summit and get a lot out of today's online conference, as all the information is being shared is only for your benefit. So again, my name is Michael Upshaw. I'm the president of Livestream TV, and we now go on location to Tabernacle International Church. Hello, I'm Michael Upshaw, and I'm the president of Livestream TV. Today, I'm here at Tabernacle International Church located in Lawrenceville, Georgia. And today, they're installing 3 PTZ 20X SDI cameras in their studio. Due to COVID-19, we all know that we've been forced to be in a position where we have to social distance. And it's caused the church to be more creative. So I'm glad to say that Tabernacle International Church has decided to jump into the content creation side of what ministry has to offer. So we're going to step into the next room where we're going to see the installation taking place.
Don't just look at this technology as just a Sunday technology. And so I took that and I said, okay, what can we do to advance the kingdom of God and then produce quality content that will be a blessing to the people of God?
And when we do that, then that's when God begins to say, now they're positioned to change a culture. Now they're positioned to change a whole region. That's why you and I
crimping this BNC to this PTZ camera. All right, we're in the new studio for Tabernacle International Church, and it is underway with a little bit of construction that'll still be taking place. But the main feature for today is the new PTZOptics cameras that we've recently installed. So as you see, we've wall mounted this camera over here. Just to give some perspective, we'll be moving over where this area will turn into a whole green screen, and the lighting will be going up soon. And as they put the lighting in, it'll light the green screen. They'll be able to do some real production work. On the table here, you can see where we mounted the slider is the third camera, and it's going to go across the rail, and that will allow us to be able to do some things very unique with this studio setup. It's been a good day to day as we've been getting these cameras installed into their new studio setup, which is still under construction, but once they are ready to go live, they'll be doing some live shows from right here to help people who need the Word of God. All right, this is where the production will take place, and so as you can see, we have the multi-viewer from the Blackmagic ATEM Studio, and then we have the controller for the slider that'll connect here. We also did the audio system here as well for the studio, where they'll have a host and guests where they will do everything that they're doing there, and we are excited about seeing them produce great content. And once their studio is complete, we'll come back and we'll actually do a little bit more video on the finished product. But for today, we did manage to get the 3 cameras installed, PTZOptics 20 SDI cameras and the Blackmagic ATEM Studio with the audio system. Well, there you have it. We've had an opportunity to walk you through a brief setup of 3 cameras, going back to the Blackmagic switcher that will run on vMix's software. And Tabernacle International Church has made this decision during this pandemic to create more content on a consistent basis, to reach people in a way that they never have before. Perhaps you also have the same idea. Well, if you do, feel free to reach out to us and maybe we can help you develop that idea and bring it into more of a physical reality. So my name is Michael Upshaw. I'm with Livestream TV. Feel free to reach out to us by visiting our website at www.livestream.tv or simply give us a call at 888-317-5433. That's 888-317-5433. And we look forward to hearing from you and seeing how Livestream can help you with your content and take it to the world.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is time for my presentation. Thank you so much for being here once again. I wanted to let everyone know I'm very excited that our company is committed to helping your church live stream books to you for free. So get that link in the description on worshipsummit.live right at the top. Helping your church live stream. We want to ship this book to you for free. And somebody's going to win a free PTZOptics camera today. And you have to be watching live, so stick around. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're new here, because you can always unsubscribe, but we think you're really going to enjoy the content. So here we go, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about OBS. And I know a lot of people use OBS when they first start getting streaming. And I want to show OBS on my presentation here because it can be really great, actually. So this is OBS, and I wanted to show you that we actually have a PTZ camera controller built in to OBS. So that's pretty awesome. I want to show you a little bit around my studio here and kind of show you what's going on. For example, this is a cool camera. It was actually just in Michael Upshaw's video. That's a camera slider. And if we go to the camera shot of the camera slider to show you guys what that shot actually looks like, you'll see the camera that I'm controlling. So I'm controlling this camera right now. This is a PTZOptics 12x SDI camera. One cool thing about this camera is that you can see we usually just put a little label on it and we put the IP address of it on it. So whether you're using Matt's new SuperJoy controller, or you're using the iOS or the Android app, or you're using the free PTZOptics Mac or PC camera control apps, you need to usually know the IP address of your camera. Obviously, we are happy to help you figure out how to get all of that set up. The camera is plugged into the network. Okay, it's a power over Ethernet camera. And this is the OBS camera controller. So just wanted to show you guys a little bit about how to get set up with using OBS for your live streams and your streaming. So first of all, one of the things I want to show is where do you get the PTZOptics OBS app? Well, if you go to PTZOptics and you click the drop down of software, we have a PTZ camera control app for Mac and for Windows, and we're going to look at that in just a moment. We have an OBS plugin, and then the iOS, Android app, and then even some open source control software that you guys can customize and play with. If you have some of those younger generation kids who maybe want to do computer programming, they can use the open source. But if we go to the OBS plugin, we can go ahead and download the software. Now, when you download the software, what you'll find out is that there is a dockable OBS camera controller, and that is what this is right here. So we have a full folder of basically HTML camera controllers. And the way that they work in OBS is that you can go to Docs, View Docs. And inside of Docs, you can do custom browser docs. And essentially, these are links to files on your computer. So what I have done essentially is I've downloaded the OBS documents, and I went to the place that these are available, and I simply opened them, and I'll show you how I did that really quickly. You'll get a folder from our downloads, and we literally just go ahead and maybe open one. They have some just for houses of worship right here, for example. If we go ahead and open it with Google Chrome, what you'll see is you get this right here. And there's some presets, and there's a pan, tilt, zoom controller. So all I got to do is copy and paste the link to this and drop it right into, this will be PTZOptics example. Let's say that's cam 2 maybe. And we pop it into OBS and boom, we have a PTZ camera controller inside of OBS. And you can see here that there's custom buttons. So we can dock this directly into any spot of OBS. And we can set up presets for the choir, for the church pews, for the podium. You can set up all kinds of different areas. Now I've already got this one set up for my demo here. And as you can see, just very easily, we can pan, tilt, and zoom the camera. We can go into the preferences and flip the camera, mirror the camera, invert the controls, set up the pan, tilt, and zoom speeds, and of course, load in the IP address of the camera that we want to control. So pretty straightforward. OBS has been great for this, but I also wanted to show the free pan, tilt, zoom control app that we have available as well. So this is the app that we have for Windows. And so this is controlling that same exact camera, but now we are controlling it with a Windows app. This is available for Mac and Windows. Of course, it also is available as a plugin for OBS. Now, this control app can control up to 8 cameras, and it can control cameras via IP. It can also control cameras via USB. So you can plug a USB PTZOptics camera in and control it directly through that way as well. When we set a preset, we can of course name it, but we also get a image preview. So if you have a couple different presets, you will have the actual pictures that you can reference in the software. Now, another great thing that a lot of people don't know about is something called an image preview map. And what this allows you to do is actually upload a panoramic image of your church and then drop down presets that you can click on top of that image. And I'm not going to go into that today because we only have a little bit of time, but there's some great videos on it, and it's a really awesome tool for controlling your PTZOptics camera. Now, the next thing I'd like to show you guys is the Xbox controller for this app. So if you plug in a USB Xbox controller into the app, there's a small little settings area that says additional input settings. And you can choose to enable an Xbox joystick or your keyboard. You can just use your keyboard as the controller and do hotkeys. So if we look at this under the help area, I'm going to click OK and go into the help area. We can actually see an entire view of what the Xbox controller does for control. So this is a very simple way on your Mac or PC computer to buy a very simple USB Xbox controller and now start to control your cameras with pan, tilt, and zoom. So it's very, very easy to do. Let's make sure we're connected. There we go. And now I can pan, tilt, and zoom very easily. And so basically with this, you have the triggers to zoom in and out. Those are like the shoulder triggers. And then you have the D-pad to go left and right very easily. So very simple PTZ camera controls, totally free. So if you have a PTZOptics camera, go ahead and download one and use it on your Mac or your PC and check out the availability of building these controls directly into OBS if you're an OBS user. Will a PlayStation controller work? From Fun. It's been designed for Xbox, so you can get really affordable Xbox One USB connection joysticks. It has not been designed for the PlayStation controllers, so I do not believe it will work properly with an PlayStation controller. I apologize. So with that, we're going to keep rolling right along here with our presentation. We're going to play an inspirational song to get us in the mood from the River of Life Church in England. And then Seth Haberman is going to bring us into his behind-the-scenes church layout of what he's up to in Spokane, Washington, where they are live streaming a really beautiful setup with Pro Tools to really make the music just as good as the video. And I'm excited to get to that. So let's join in celebration with this beautiful worship music from River of Church, and then we'll get right into Seth Haberman from Spokane, Washington.
Oh, I can feel redemption on the way. Forgiveness like a tide rolling in, taking up the space where shame has been, receiving all that you died to give. And the wind blows and the tide rolls till the earth knows you're a God of love. Let my dry bones sing a new song. All the glory to the God of love. Yeah.
Check, I can't. Why can I not hear anything?
Marching on our knees, we march to love. And the wind blows, let the wind blow, and the tide rolls, let the tide roll. To the
Steady
earth
hearing something right now.
to the earth knows, you're a God of love.
Let's see.
Let my dry bones, sing a new song.
And with that, we are going to talk about worship music with Seth Haberman coming to us from Spokane, Washington. Seth, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, Paul. How are you doing?
Doing good, man. This has been a fun show, and I can't wait to hear from you because you're at your church, you're a tech whiz, you're a computer programmer, you're a vMix guru, and you even spent enough time to pre-record some content to share with us. So this is going to be some pretty kick-butt stuff.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. You know, I've always been like a super techie guy, and you know, I really want to be an encouragement as much as I can to smaller churches. I think a lot of times smaller churches with, you know, minimal budgets can get really discouraged on their ability to have a great live stream. And we're just going to show a little bit of our setup today. We're going to do a song that we pre-recorded live. And so for everyone that's watching, we'll go over the setup here after the video plays, but this was all recorded live. My wife is amazing, by the way. Marriage is a great choice, or it's super important who you choose that you marry. And I married an amazing wife, and she is actually running everything from the back. So she's running ProPresenter, and she's running vMix live at the same time. So the production that you are about to see was all done with one person, which was my wife, and she's unbelievable. So I'm excited for everyone to be blessed by this today.
All right, Mike, let's cue the video, and then we'll bring Seth on to kind of talk about the technical behind the scenes of what we're about to see. Here we go.
Here, moving in our midst, I worship you, I worship you. You are here, working in this place, I worship you, I worship you. You are here, moving in our midst. I worship you, I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you, I worship you. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are here, touching every heart. I worship you, I worship you. You are here, healing every heart. I worship you, I worship you. You are here, turning lives around. I worship you, I worship you. You are here, mending every heart. I worship you, I worship you. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop, oh yeah. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. 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 Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. That is who you are. Keep your promises. It's who you are. Oh God, that's who you are. You made a way, oh, where there was no way. That is who you are. 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 That is who you are.
All right, Seth, what a performance. Absolutely amazing. Show us how you did that behind the scenes, because it looked like you had a full production crew there.
Yeah, no, that was just one person, and so we'll just take a quick look around our booth, just so you know, if you guys have never heard of our church, Paul, I got to give you a hard time. So our main church, or kind of our mother church, is in Spokane, but I'm actually in Moses Lake, kind of right in the middle of Washington State. So I'm not as cool to be able to live in Spokane, but so our church, we probably only run about maybe 80, 90 people. So we're not a very large church, but because they've got a techie as a pastor, we've set them up really great. We've set our church up really, really well. So I'll start with our cameras. So right now I'm actually using our drum camera. This is the GoPro Black 8, I believe, with a little HDMI attachment thing. And I'll actually switch to it here. So this is what we use for drums. I'm going to just switch cameras here, so you guys can see that. So that's just the GoPro Hero 8 with a little attachment. and we just mount that right on one of our cymbal stands, just right in the back. And I'll give you guys a quick little view of our church, right? So it's just a real small sanctuary. We got the chair set up because we got a Christian school that's meeting today. But so we've got our camera there for drums, and then our main camera that we're using that I actually just switched to. This is the Sony FDR AX100. It's a fantastic camera, a beautiful 1-inch sensor, and these run I think about $1,200. And we do 1080p 60. I always love doing 1080p 60. For our resolution. And then the last one that we have is a PTZOptics camera, which I'll zoom in on real quick here. So as you guys can see, we've got one of those. I'll switch a little preset here and see what it does. You can see it moving around and going to different locations. So this is really what enables us to do lots of different shots. And I can't rave enough about being able to have one of these PTZOptics cameras, because it makes things super nice to be able to do lots of different shots. And I'll show that up in here in vMix in a second here. But so those are our main camera shots. We've just got 3. So that entire production was done with 3 cameras. And having that camera, the PTZOptics camera, really gives you flexibility to be able to pivot, between your drum shot and your main camera shot, as well as pre-done locations. I'm going to show you my screen here really quick for vMix. I'm actually running this all through vMix. So as you guys can see, within vMix, we've got it paired up with the PTZOptics camera, and so you can have a little thumbnail of what that shot is. That's our bass player, James, and here's kind of a zoomed in bass shot. Here's a shot of both of us. Here's that really zoomed in guitar shot that I really like. And so those are our 3 cameras. That's all we're doing. We're going into I bought like a cyber power PC, some like pre-build something for my home studio, and then I ended up using here at the church. But we've got a 4-channel Magewell capture card. I love the Magewell capture cards. They're all capturing 1080p 60. So we've got that in there, and then we are doing Dante audio from our X32. So I'll kind of show you, and over there, like right here, we've got our X32 mixer, and in that we've got the X Dante card, which allows us to take all 32 channels from the X32 mixer and then bring it into Pro Tools. And then our Pro Tools machine is just right over here, as you guys can see. And then I'll throw it up here on the screen. And this is where all of our audio is coming into. So the great thing about this is being able to do a separate mix for your live stream gives you tons of versatility. Whoops. I talked a little bit about it. Oh, we got a little feedback loop. Hold on. I talked about it a little bit in my last session, but we're using drum. I think it's called 7-Slate Drum Trigger 2, which is a great way to be able to trigger your drums. So like as we're playing audio, it actually just triggers the kick drum and all the stuff coming in from our mixer, and then replaces it with drum samples. So you get a really nice drum sample sound, which is awesome. And then at the very end, one of the things that really glues everything together is going to be your final master bus. And this is where I see a lot of work that needs to be done. Getting like a nice loud beefy sound is super important, and I'm going to just show you guys right here on the mixer here really quick. So we run a couple different plugins on here. One of the main plugins that I really enjoy, especially for broadcast, is called Max Volume. And I'll zoom in on that here, just here in a second. So we've got this thing called Max Volume. Here's our master chain right here. So we have like a little gate. So just a very, very light gate in case there's any tiny little bit of noise flow or buzz, but we go into max volume. We've got this SSL compressor. That's a great warm analog master bus compressor. And then we've got the L3 LL, which stands for low latency, and that really is the final brick wall limiter that really makes your mix super beefy, and it's a great plugin. So, and then we've also got our loudness meter. This is a great plugin if you're ever wanting to know, hey, what target should we hit? What should our audio level be? This is a great one to be able to measure it, especially in broadcast. It's really good to know that your levels are where they're supposed to be, because there's not much that bugs me more than listening to a stream that's really quiet. Right. If I'm listening on my phone, I want to know that it's super beefy. So that's really our audio section. There's a lot of plugins out there that you can get or templates. I know there's the Luke Hendrickson template that you can get for Pro Tools. There's also, I think Worship Tech has got one live that you can get, and it's kind of just a generic template for making your live stream sound really, really good. And so that's the audio portion. And then obviously we've got Pro Presenter. I'm going to show up on my screen here. Pro Presenter is just running our lower third lyrics. And one of the cool things too, especially if you're in a smaller church or you really like automation, I've been watching some of the sessions throughout today, and I love automation. If you guys are ones that use the Playback app by Multitracks, Playback now has the MIDI out where you can actually, this is super cool, you can trigger your lyrics through your tracks. So obviously it was just a guitar, a bass, and drums, and so it had the rest of the tracks from Waymaker by Leland, the piano and background pad and everything. So the backing track was run through Playback, but we can also use the MIDI out from Playback to communicate directly with Pro Presenter, and it will automatically trigger slides, so it's always right in sync with the video. So that's really kind of a 20,000 foot overview of our live streaming production. And again, as you guys can see, we've got our background here. Here's our live stream, or here's our live view for the stage and our confidence monitor there. But we really don't have a lot going on. I mean, it's a small church. We've got our X32, we've got our Pro Presenter machine just right there. We've got our vMix machine that I'm on right here. And then we've got our Pro Tools machine right there, connecting with that X Dante card. Runs about $500-600, and you can plug it into your Dante machine. But I just wanted to encourage churches that if you are smaller and you don't have a huge budget, you can get a really good production with not a lot of equipment. I think a lot of times guys, in mid to larger churches, a lot of times get bogged down with getting like crazy high-end stuff. And I'm a firm believer that you can get a really, really good video production with not a huge amount of money and equipment. I mean, this camera is $1,200. The GoPro is, I think I bought it on sale for $300-400. The PTZOptics cameras, I think $1,500 to $1,800. And I mean, you're not talking about a huge amount. And the great thing is that the video that you just saw, I didn't go back and like edit all the shots together. That what you just saw was literally what would be going onto your live stream out to Facebook or to YouTube. And we face the same struggles as a lot of small churches where we're short on volunteers and we don't always have somebody to run the Pro Tools audio during service. So sometimes the mix is a little off, but normally pretty close. I saw someone in the chat say, bring down the overhead. And, it's not something that I caught before we recorded this, but all of this would have been 100% live to Facebook or YouTube or wherever you publish, which I think is really encouraging, because even in a small space, not a lot of people, not a lot of equipment, you can get an amazing sounding production. It's just about getting it really keyed in. vMix is a great a tool to be able to streamline, the control, the PTZ presets, being able to switch between those different presets, and capture your lower third lyrics. We're doing that over the NDI out with the alpha channel, which is really, really good. But yeah, I just want to give an encouragement to all the churches out there, especially if you're smaller churches. You can do an amazing production with not a lot. It's all about dialing in your cameras, dialing in your sound, and making the best use of what you have. And but yeah, so that's just kind of a quick overview of that video that you guys just watched. And yeah. So I don't know if you have any questions, Paul, or what do you think?
We're getting a lot of questions, and I'm guessing some of these we can bring into the Zoom session. But let me ask you, your wife is producing a lot of these sessions. How long did it take for her to get comfortable operating vMix and the cameras?
Well, that's not like a very fair question, because my wife actually used to be kind of be the technical director of a church of, probably, 1,000, 1,500 people. But that was more of like a broadcast environment with a big raw switcher and like shader units and stuff. So when she had to transition, because we've been running vMix for 11 years. We started live streaming 11 years ago. But she had to relearn vMix and audio and all of this kind of stuff. So, it didn't really take her a lot. I mean, she's, pretty technically adept. but just being able to sit down and take ownership and having that excellent spirit of saying, I'm going to learn how all of this works, and I'm going to have my head on a swivel. If there's one thing that I think is most important for people in media and doing live streaming, is my 8th grade basketball teacher always told me, or basketball coach always told me, keep your head on a swivel, right? Sometimes I got to get onto my media guys to where, like, because I can see my video in the back when I'm preaching. And so if I start to get off of screen, I'll start to go off the edge, and I'll almost say something sometimes to my camera people, because they pull up their phone, or they're just kind of looking off into space, and so I think having a good head on your shoulders and just always being aware of what's going on, is going to be a really huge key of success for having a good live streaming production.
Now, Seth, you're not the only one who uses vMix, obviously. In fact, I'm a huge fan myself. I just published the unofficial guide to vMix, which is available for free online. But Seth, you actually have a vMix app that you've developed to bring vMix controls to an iPad. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that, or do you want to save that for an upcoming release?
Yeah, well, actually, I'll give you a little bit of a teaser. We're working on a vMix update, or an app update for us. We have an iPad app right now that allows you to connect to vMix and switch between preview, program, overlay, function. It's got the T-bar. It's got a full audio tab where you can switch between all the audio, mute, solo, choose what buses you have assigned to what. And so it's a really, really awesome app. And we're coming out with an update here in the next probably month or two that's going to add a config tab, and you can choose what channels actually show up in the app. There's a lot of really neat things that you can do in that app. So I'd encourage you, if you are a vMix user and you don't have the iPad app yet, get it in the App Store. I think it's like $5, but it really helps, because if you've got one machine like we do right here, and you maybe are bringing in all your audio, or running all your audio through vMix, you can have somebody on the iPad app switching with the iPad app, and then have a different iPad, and you can be doing audio switching on the app as well, as well as somebody, say doing titles, or, whatever they want. So it really gives you versatility on how many people can be using vMix at one time. But one thing that I did want to mention just really quickly on video productions, on live stream, one of the things that I've noticed too, and this is a practice that we've put in, is a lot of times with churches that have black backgrounds, right, in their sanctuary. I'm going to show ours real quick, because we've got the same thing. One of the things that I've noticed in churches is, I'm going to cut to this camera really quick. So we've got a lot of black in our background, and one of the things that I've noticed with this is just a quick tip, is especially in vMix, what you can do to make it look a lot cleaner. If you go into, I'm just going to go into our settings here really quick and show you guys just a quick little trick, right? So if I go into my color correction in vMix, you can see I'm pulling down my lows by 0.07, right? Because in our room, obviously this isn't our sanctuary lighting normally, but I'm going to turn off my color correction. And so let me throw up our lighting here really quickly. This is the exact same lighting cue that we had on the music video. Whoops, there we go. And so one of the things that can happen is sometimes those black backgrounds, now this is actually looking pretty good, but sometimes black backgrounds can actually appear really gray. And they still, instead of the black like fading into the back, like the black is just very apparent, and it's almost just, it's not quite black. And so as you notice, I'm going to turn on the color correction, and you see how that just makes everything left and right of those LEDs just go away. Just bringing it down just a little bit really changes, the dynamic, gives it that more contrast, and then it draws attention away from, you can see the wood panel in the back that's holding on the LED, but then when I turn it on, it disappears a lot. So that's just another quick tip that I wanted to mention. I was thinking about today for churches is, play around with this black stretch, and it can help blend things in your backgrounds, blend them in really well. So.
Totally agree. That's a feature that I talk about a lot as well, is the black stretch is something that really can make any camera look just that much better. Well, thank you so much, Seth. I hope that you have time to join the Zoom session, which let's take a peek
Absolutely,
at that.
I'm going to be there.
Looks like a lot of people are there chit-chatting, and I know they'd love to talk to you. So next is Bob Mentelli. Thanks a lot, Seth. I really appreciate you jumping in. Bob Mentelli is with Elation Lighting, And Bob is going to tell us a little bit about what we should be thinking about when it comes to lighting your stages and your people on stage for live streaming. Bob actually put together a little video that's really going to set the stage for lighting. So let's roll that video, and we're going to bring Bob on. If you have any questions about lighting, this is your guy. So here we go.
Welcome to Worship Summit Live. I'm Bob Mentley, Vertical Market Manager for Elation Lighting, and I'm here at Full Compass to talk to you briefly about lighting for streaming. One thing that we often overlook when setting up a video system for our house of worship is proper illumination. Often we're more concerned with the cameras themselves, and we overlook getting the most out of the camera sensor by lighting the subjects properly. A lot of houses of worship do not invest as much in the lighting system as they do in their camera or capture devices. They think that the best, highest end camera will create the best quality image. Even the highest level cameras, their sensors are not as sensitive as our eyes are. Our eyes have the ability to distinguish between two different brightnesses on stage and make subtle adjustments in our brains so that those two subjects can be seen. So you're going to want to ensure that when you set up your lighting system, you're providing broad, even coverage across your focal plane. The other aspect that you're going to want to take into consideration is color temperature. Color temperature of a light is the warmth or coolness of the light that is being produced by a fixture. Lighting fixtures are able to produce various color temperatures to match what might be in your environment. It used to be that video required daylight color temperature, or that was the preferred color temperature for the sensors. However, now with the camera technology that's available, camera sensors are very flexible in the lighting that they can use. And so we can choose a warm white or a cool white or somewhere in between. You have warm white engines that can be 2800 degrees Kelvin up to 3200 degrees Kelvin. You have cool white engines that can be 5600 degrees Kelvin up to 6000 degrees. And then you have engines that can mix those two. When choosing a color temperature, you're going to want to look at a couple different things. First is, do you have a lot of windows in your sanctuary that is letting in a lot of natural daylight? If that's the case, you're going to want your lighting system to match that color temperature. So adding in daylight color temperature or cool white LED fixtures is going to be preferred in your space. If you have an enclosed sanctuary and an existing tungsten or incandescent lighting system, you're going to want to add warm white color. And if you have a mixed system of maybe a lot of daylight coming in through the windows, but you have an older tungsten lighting system, you will want to either choose a mixing fixture that can adjust its color temperature so that it matches the color temperature that's on the stage. And another option is to put shades over your windows to reduce the amount of daylight that is being broadcast onto your shot. If you are in a venue that has a lot of windows and you're using the natural daylight, you will want to pay attention to the time of day that the services are. Most of the time, daylight that is being created is a natural daylight. However, during the early morning sunrises and the evening sunsets, some additional colors and enhanced colors can be created. Another aspect to consider with illumination levels and intensity levels is if there are displays on stage. Displays could be LED video walls, projector screens, or monitor displays. And those devices create brightness and intensity. And your camera is also going to see the intensity of that display as something that is competing with your light levels on stage. So if your displays are too bright and your subjects are under illuminated, the display is going to wash out your image. So let's talk about some of the details or specifics when putting together an actual lighting system. There are a handful of different lighting fixture types. One of the styles of lighting fixture is kind of the workhorse of a lot of lighting systems, and that is the ellipsoidal. The ellipsoidal creates a round, even field of light. It can have a sharp, hard edge, hard defined edge, or you can use a beam modification filter to create a softened edge. The ellipsoidal or profile fixture also has internal framing shutters that can be adjusted and inserted or removed to help frame the light source. Another style of light is the Fresnel light. The Fresnel creates a round beam of light with a hot center intensity, and there's a gentle fall off as it reaches the edges of the light beam. Most Fresnels have a zoom function so that they can provide a tight beam of light and a wide beam of light. Fresnel fixtures inherently don't have any capability to frame the beam of light that they create, so you can add an accessory called a barn door, and the barn doors do help to frame the light. However, they are not as crisp and defined as the framing shutters of an ellipsoidal fixture. Another style of lighting fixture is the soft light. Soft lights are going to be typically used in closer video applications, maybe in small groups or interview situations. We also have a style of fixture that we don't typically use for general illumination of the stage, but we will use to enhance the scenery, and that would be a strip light or a batten fixture. A strip light or batten fixture is a linear fixture that has multiple light sources spread along it, and it is designed to illuminate an elongated space, or it can evenly wash a wall. When choosing lighting fixtures for video use, there are going to be some features that we're going to want to look for: the CRI rating or the TM30 rating. CRI stands for Color Rendering Index, and TM30 is a similar unit of measure, but it is expanded. I recommend a CRI of above 90 for any video use, and TM30 is going to be similar, above 90. Something else that we're going to want to consider when choosing a lighting fixture is the noise level. LED lights most often do have fans in them to cool the light engine. So choosing a quiet fan fixture is going to be important for the houses of worship that do have a quieter service, maybe a more traditional service versus a contemporary with a lot of loud music. Another key element in LED lighting for video is flicker-free or an adjustable refresh rate. Video cameras work by taking thousands of images within a minute. LEDs function in a very similar fashion in that the LED diode itself is constantly strobing. We refer to the speed of the strobe as the refresh rate. Sometimes the image that the camera is taking, the frame rate, is going to line up with the refresh rate of the LED source. What that creates is flickering or moments on your camera when the LED source itself will not be visible because it's off in that split second of an exposure. You're going to want to choose a fixture that is either flicker free or has an adjustable refresh rate. And finally, another feature that I always recommend when choosing any lighting fixture is flexibility. Choose a fixture that is going to be flexible, not just for what you need today, but maybe a scenario that could come up in the future. So to actually set up a lighting system, we're going to use a technique referred to as three-point lighting. Three-point lighting in its most basic form. Key light, 45 degrees off axis. It's going to be the brightest fixture in your camera shot to illuminate the subject. Fill light, symmetrically off axis from the key light, and it's going to be illuminated just to reduce some of the shadowing in the face to help increase the dimensionality. And then the backlight to frame the subject and bring them out from the background. So 3-point lighting works wonderfully when dealing with 1 to 2 subjects, a small group. How do we expand that to our full stage in our church? Well, you're just going to simply expand your subject, and your focal points are going to be defined. The pulpit, use a 3-point lighting system for the pulpit. The altar, set up another 3-point lighting system, and so on and so forth until you have your entire stage covered by multiple 3-point lighting systems coming together to properly illuminate the area.
All right, so we are back here at Worship Summit Live 4. Still have a couple great presentations left, and Bob Mantelli from Elation Lighting is actually going to be here to answer some questions. So I'm excited to have Bob to chat with us about lighting for streaming systems. It's such an important part of video production and live streaming in houses of worship. Everyone knows about lighting, but let's bring Bob on to talk a little more. How you doing, Bob?
Good. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing great. It's been so much fun. Thank you for the incredibly informative video. After watching that, I had a couple questions I wanted to ask you about.
Absolutely. Please do.
So a lot of cameras, that's what most people look at when there's something wrong with, the way things are looking, or they want to tweak it. They start to look at the white balance. And so you've got camera white balance, and then you have LEDs and lights that can be adjusted with color. How do you find the perfect balance between those?
It's going to be kind of a look at your environment, really, because of the flexibility of cameras that we have now today, and the flexibility of the lighting systems that we have. Like we kind of touched base a little bit in the video, you're going to want to look at the space. Is it naturally kind of a warm space? Do you have your house light system in a warm white LED if you've upgraded your house lights to LED? Or are you still using tungsten lamps? In that case, you might want to veer towards the warm white color temperature, 3,200 degrees Kelvin, sometimes even down to the 2,600 degrees Kelvin color temperature. If you have a lot of windows in your space, you might need to go to a daylight color temperature so that you're blending with the sunlight and utilizing it and making it look proper within your video system instead of clashing against the lighting that you're creating and then the natural light coming in from the outside. In a perfect world, you have a completely controlled atmosphere, color palette, we'll call it, and you can choose what looks best. And then oftentimes we, if you're dealing with a congregation that is able to be in the space, a warm white usually looks more natural to us and more pleasing to our eye in person. So you may want to use a warm white color temperature to satisfy the congregants that are able to meet in person, and just set your white balance appropriately so that it also looks pleasing to those that are watching at home.
So I totally agree, and thank you for that. People are already asking for a link to this video because they want to rewatch it because there was so much great information in there. Where are we going to be able to find that?
I will get with Full Compass. They partnered with me in creating that video, and I will have a link to their YouTube channel, and we'll send it off to the attendees.
Perfect. Well, I have one last question for you, and then there's a whole group of people hoping that you might spend some time with them in the Zoom session that we have with this breakout room where we're spending a lot of time with the attendees. But tell me, I see so many blue lights in all the church streams that I'm watching. Is that a fad, or is that here to stay? Is everyone just going nuts with these blue lights, or what's going on there?
Well, blue light in we'll say the live entertainment, because that's kind of where the house of worship lighting is kind of stealing from, we'll say.
In the live entertainment market, blue light has been popular for quite a long time, even before the LEDs, the advent of LEDs. And it's because it's a pleasing color. It's pleasing. It matches with a lot of scenery. It matches with a lot of clothing color. And it's not as harsh on the eye. So it kind of blends. It can create a mellow effect and a subtle, it can be subtle. And it's better than green, we'll say, because I think too much green, and that's going to be a little weird. People look weird under green lighting, and red lighting can give the appearance of intensity and doom, whatever you want to say. So blue lighting is usually the preferred color, so that you have something that is pleasing and matches with most scenarios.
Well, thank you so much for that, Bob. The video was so impressive. I know there's gonna be a lot of questions. I'll send you the link to that Zoom meeting, and we're gonna keep moving on with this awesome summit. Thank you so much for your time today, Bob.
Thank you very much for letting me come. I appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Now, coming up next, we have Stephen Ballast, who's going to talk about using OBS, that's Open Broadcaster software, the totally free live streaming software. If you use OBS, I did write the unofficial guide to OBS. And again, you can get this book for free and an online Udemy course at ptzoptics.com/book. But let's bring on one of the heroes of OBS. He has so many great tutorials and videos out there helping churches use OBS for live video production. Stephen Ballast, he's going to come in via our Zoom session, and he's going to just jump right into a presentation I know he's so excited about getting into. So, Michael, as soon as he's ready, we're going to go ahead and bring him in. Here we go. Go ahead, Stephen. Take it away.
Hello, I'm Stephen Ballast. Welcome to this session where we're going to talk all about live streaming with OBS software. I'm excited to share this with you because OBS is free software, but it's also really powerful. And I think it's a great place for a lot of churches to start their live streaming. OBS is encoding software that will let you live stream from your computer, and it can also do so much more than just encoding. But before we get started on that, I just want to say thanks to PTZOptics for hosting this summit for churches. Live streaming has become really important to a lot of churches recently, and the sessions today have been really helpful, I'm sure, to a lot of people. So thank you, PTZOptics. So who am I? Why am I talking to you about OBS today? I've been a tech director in churches for the past 15 years or so, and prior to that, I have a background in electrical engineering, so playing with and figuring tech stuff out is just a lot of fun to me. Our church started live streaming probably about 8 or 9 years ago. And 3 years ago, I started a YouTube channel where I talk about church tech. And my videos about live streaming were what people were actually watching. So I made more of those. And here I am talking to you now about live streaming. And specifically today about OBS. Let's take a step back and look at live streaming systems to see where OBS falls in the grand scheme of things. Any live streaming video system is going to start with a video source of some kind. That could be as simple as a single camera, or it could be the output of a video switcher that has multiple cameras connected to it. The video source is sent to an encoder, and that's where the video is compressed to be sent out over the internet. And finally, we have our destinations, which is where people are actually going to watch your stream. That's Facebook, YouTube, or your website. OBS functions as your encoder, and the reason it's so popular is that it's free open source software, so anyone with a computer and a camera connected to it can start live streaming. The first thing you need to do is download OBS from obsproject.com. Once you've installed OBS and launched the program, this is what you'll see. This black box here is called the canvas, and this is where we are going to make our video to be streamed. What you see in the canvas is what will go to your live stream. To put something in the canvas, we create scenes. A scene is just the collection of sources. A source is really where we start to bring our content into OBS. So if, for instance, I had two cameras that I wanted to switch back and forth between, I would create two scenes and add a camera as a source to each scene. So let's do that. Click the plus button at the bottom of the scene's dock. We'll give the scene a name, camera 1. And now we need to add a source to the scene to actually bring in our content. To do that in the sources dock, I'm going to click the plus button. And that brings up a menu with a whole bunch of things that I can add to my scene as content to be displayed in the scene. But to bring a camera in, I'm going to select video capture device. I've got a few different capture devices I'm going to use here over the course of the session. Most USB capture devices now, when you connect them to your laptop, they show up like a webcam. So you don't need to install any drivers or anything. Just plug it in and it's ready to use. To connect my first camera, I'm going to use this Flint 4K Plus made by Cloner Alliance that I'm going to use to bring HDMI video in from my PTZOptics 30X camera. Let me just say before I go on, I'm going to be talking about a lot of devices, a lot of links and software you can download. To save you from having to write all this stuff down, I've put together a resource page on my website for this session. So this is the only thing you need to write down right here, ballastmedia.com. And it will be the first post there. You'll be able to find all this stuff that I'm talking about. Okay, let's go back to OBS. To bring video in from the camera, we'll use video capture device, give it a name. That will open up the properties dialog for the source. And from there, I'll select the device we want to use from the drop-down menu. I'm going to select live streaming video device because that's how the Flint 4K Plus shows up on my computer. And there we'll see the image from the PTZOptics camera. Now click OK, and I've got video from the camera on my canvas. Let's quickly add the second camera. The AJA UTAP SDI is connected to one of the outputs of this EPTZ camera. So to add that to OBS, I'm going to add another scene, call that camera 2, and then add the camera source to the scene. Select video capture again, and this time in the dialog, I'm going to select this UT vid because that's the option for my UTAP. Now I've got both cameras coming into OBS, and I can switch between my cameras just by clicking on the scene that I want to be live. So now that I have my cameras ready to go, how would I live stream this? The first thing we need to do is configure the settings for our destination. To do that, click the settings button, and I'm going to go to the stream page of the settings. And here's where I'll need to enter in the information for the destination. For this example, I'm going to live stream to YouTube, but you could select a different destination like Facebook or even a custom RTMP URL that you could use if you're streaming to something like Vimeo. In order to stream to YouTube, I need to get the stream key from my YouTube account. So I'm going to hop on over to a browser. And once you're logged into your account, click the user icon at the top right and select YouTube Studio. And from here, I want to click the Create button and go live. And here's where I can get my stream key. So click the Copy button, and the stream key is now copied to our clipboard. Back in OBS, paste it in, and click OK. And I'm ready to start streaming by clicking the Start Streaming button. But before I do that, let's talk about encoder settings. That was kind of the basic overview of OBS. Set up your scenes and sources to bring in your content on the input side. Configure your destination on the output side. But there's this whole middle part that happens in OBS that is the encoder. What is put onto the canvas from your scenes is rendered into video frames at the resolution and frame rate of your canvas, and those frames are passed on to the encoder to be compressed for streaming. So the first setting we'll look at is for the canvas. To get to any settings in OBS, click the Settings button, and for the canvas, go to the Video page. The base canvas resolution is the size that the canvas will be in OBS. That's the size of the canvas here. Output scaled resolution. So remember, the canvas is rendering out video frames and passing that on to the encoder to be compressed. And these are two different processes that are happening in OBS, generating video frames from the canvas and encoding it for streaming. So if you need to scale your stream video down, if for instance I was using 1080 resolution cameras, but I'm streaming to Facebook and want to send 720 resolution video, you can scale the output from the canvas here. The downscale filter, if you're downscaling your canvas here, I've been told that the Lanczos looks the best, but to be honest, I really haven't spent much time looking at it. So yeah, we'll just select that. And then finally, this frames per second. For live streaming on the web, use 30. So those are the settings for what's coming out of our renderer, the canvas, and being passed to the encoder. So let's look at the encoder settings next, and that's on the output page. I always change this output to advanced, and it defaults to simple, so you might need to switch to advanced to see what I'm showing you here. And the first setting we'll want to look at is the encoder. What options you have here in the drop-down menu will depend on the hardware of your computer. If you're on a Mac or a PC, and what graphics card you have installed will change what you see here. The key point is that there are two places the encoding process can run. It can run on the CPU of your computer, and remember, encoding video in real time is a CPU demanding process. Or if your computer has a graphics card that is able to encode video, we can move that encoding process off of our CPU and let our graphics card do the encoding. And this here is, in my opinion, the number one thing that will set you up for a smooth, reliable experience with OBS. Having a graphics card in your computer that supports encoding and using it to do your encoding makes all the difference. In my case, I have an NVIDIA graphics card in my laptop. So I'm going to select NVIDIA NVENC. And by selecting that, when I start streaming, the encoding will happen on my graphics card instead of eating up my CPU. Rescale output. This would let us rescale the output from the canvas here in the encoder. So if you weren't scaling at the canvas rendering phase, you can scale the video in the encoder. Don't do both. In other words, don't scale at the canvas and at the encoder. You're just making your computer do double work. So either scale at the canvas or scale here in the encoder. Or you may not need to scale at all, which is the best option. If your canvas is set to 1080p and you're wanting to stream at 1080p, you don't need to do any scaling. That's what I'm going to do here for this stream to YouTube. Rate control. For live streaming, set this to CBR, and that brings us to bitrate. This is another setting that we could spend a lot of time talking about, but I'll try and make it quick. For 1080p video, YouTube recommends 3,000 to 6,000 kbps. In any live stream, there are two things that are going to determine how good your image ends up looking. One is the image you're getting from your camera, and that's dependent on things like the camera sensor, lens, lighting, your exposure, white balance, and focus settings. All those things make up the image that you start with. The second thing is your bitrate. The higher the bitrate, the better the image will look. The balance, of course, being higher bit rates use more CPU processing power and take more upload bandwidth on your internet connection. Your internet connection will need to be able to sustain this bit rate in order to stream without glitching. The rest of these settings you can leave as defaults. You'll really only need to change them if you're addressing a problem or maybe a very specific streaming application. Let's look at the audio tab. The encoder is also encoding your audio, and it can output up to 6 different encoding versions of audio. And your stream gets the version you select here at the top, this 1 through 6. I have number 1 selected, so that means over on the audio tab, the bitrate that I set for track 1 is the bitrate for the audio being sent to my stream. In most cases, for both Facebook and YouTube, you're going to set that to 128. And that's it for encoding settings. Click OK and click Start Streaming, and we'll now see our video show up on YouTube. And there we go, there's our video. Exciting shot of my chair and outlet. Okay, let's stop that. And let me show you real quick how to control your PTZOptics cameras from OBS. On the PTZOptics website, you can get this OBS plugin and PTZ control app. And once you've downloaded and installed that in OBS, go to the Tools menu, and you should have this option for PTZOptics Camera Controller. That opens up a window that gives you all the controls for your camera. Go to the Settings menu and select Multi-Camera Settings, and you can enter in the IP address and a name for your cameras. I'll put in the IP addresses for my two cameras. That's 192.168.5.203 for the PTZ. I'll call it 30X PTZ. And 192.168.5.205 for the ePTZ. Those IP addresses will probably be different for you. Use the IP address that you've configured for your camera. Now, when I select the camera, let's see, let's go to the 30X. I can control the camera right here in OBS. A little better shot. And for the ePTZ, same thing. And we can also create presets in here. So back to the 30X camera. Let's say I want to make a preset. We'll call this pillow. And call this lamp. I can also go in here and view the advanced view, and that will let me change pan and tilt speeds so that it will pan a little slower. But then I can also now recall these presets back and forth. Now let's look at a few of the more interesting things we can do in OBS. One of those is the many different and varied ways that we can get content, video, graphics, whatever, into OBS. I've shown you how to bring video in through a USB video interface, but let's look at bringing a camera in over NDI. NDI is a fairly new technology that sends lossless video over your network, so you only need to connect your NDI-capable camera to the same network as your computer, and you can bring that video in through your computer's network connection. You don't need any additional hardware to do it. My ePTZ camera here is NDI capable, and I already have it connected to my network. So for time's sake, I'm going to jump over a whole big part of this, and that is getting your camera configured on your network. There are a lot of good resources on the PTZOptics website that can show you how to do that. For now, we'll assume I've got that camera configured. There are two things we need to do to get NDI working in OBS. First, we need to download and install the NDI 3.0 runtime software from NewTek, who are the creators of NDI. Second, we need to install the NDI plugin for OBS. OBS has the ability to add functionality through plugins. If you go to the website, obsproject.com, and click on the forum link, and in the forums come down to plugins, There's all kinds of stuff that you can look through and find ways that people have extended the functionality of OBS. To install a plugin, you download the files from the OBS website and then copy them into the plugins folder of your OBS installation. But this plugin actually has an installer for Windows, so you don't actually have to do that anymore. And once you've done that, you'll see this NDI source show up in your sources. So let's add a new scene. I'll call it NDI camera. And then I'll add a source, the NDI source. And in source name, it's going to give me a list of any devices that are transmitting on the network. Right now, I only have this camera transmitting NDI. So I'll select it, and we'll get our video input. NDI is designed to have very low latency, so let's run a test. I'll create a new scene called test, and I'm going to add a video capture device, and then use add existing to select the EPTZ camera coming in through the AJA UTAP. And what I'm going to do is just drag this over here to the side. And then I'm going to add another source, which is NDI. And I can use the existing one again. And so that's coming in now too. And I'm going to drag that to the back. So now what I have is this same camera coming in through the USB capture device and through NDI. And if I go move in front of the camera, they're actually in sync. There's no difference in timing between these cameras. If I were to record a video of me clapping or snapping in front of the camera and bring that into a video editor, you'd see that the two cameras are actually frame accurate and sync, which is really cool. Because NDI travels over your network, you might already have all the cabling you need already in place in your church. Also, if you're using PoE or power over Ethernet capable switches, which I don't have a PoE switch here in my office, but we do have one out in our sanctuary for our cameras, you can power these cameras through the network cable. So it's just one network cable to install your camera. I think for a small streaming setup with a few cameras coming into OBS, NDI is a great solution. Another way that you can bring video from your PTZOptics camera into OBS is through RTSP. RTSP is an older video over network protocol. You can think of it as a precursor to NDI, sort of. It's actually the protocol that a lot of security cameras use and early media servers, so it's pretty robust and well supported. An advantage it has over NDI is that you don't have to pay the NDI licensing fee. I believe, and someone from PTZOptics can correct me if I'm wrong, but RTSP comes already included on just about every PTZOptics camera you can get. So let's see how to use RTSP in OBS. We'll create a new scene, and I'll call it RTSP1. And we'll add a media source. And now to configure this, I'm going to uncheck local file, and then in the input field, enter RTSP://192.168.5.205:554/1. And uncheck the restart playback when source becomes active. And I like to bring this reconnect delay down and then click OK. And in just a second, there we go. We have our camera feed coming in through RTSP over the network. So let's go back to my test scene. And I'm going to delete out the NDI camera. And then I'm going to add in this existing RTSP camera, drag that under, and let's see what happens. And right there, you can see the disadvantage to RTSP. It has quite a bit of latency. The good news is that there are ways to deal with this in OBS. And in a minute, when we talk about audio, I'll show you how you can delay the audio to match your cameras. Before we move on from RTSP, though, I want to show you a couple more things that will affect how the image shows up in OBS. You need to go to the administration page of your camera. So open a browser and enter in the IP address of the camera, and the login is admin. Go to the video page, and you'll see these settings for first stream and second stream and so forth. These are your RTSP video streams. You can set the resolution and frame rate and bit rate for what's being sent out of the camera on the RTSP protocol. Generally, just make sure that your bit rate here is higher than what you're sending out from OBS on your stream, but I usually keep it around 12,000 or so. While we're in here, let me show you something really cool about the ePTZ camera. If you're not familiar with this camera, it's fairly new, and what it does is it uses a 4K sensor, and it outputs the full image in HD on one SDI, and then you can pan and scan around the 4K image to output a cropped and zoom image on the other SDI output. And depending on your settings, you can still maintain the full HD resolution on that output, even though you've zoomed it in. So in a way, you're getting two cameras in one. And we can do the same thing here in the RTSP feed. What I found is that the first RTSP stream is the zoomable feed, and the second RTSP feed is the static wide shot. So if you remember back in OBS, when we configured the RTSP feed, we added a /1 after the IP address, and that tells it to use the first stream. So let's create a new scene. And add in the second. And add in the second RTSP feed. And this time we're going to add a /2 at the end. So if we go back to the first scene, you can see that we can zoom in and out. And if we zoom all the way out, we have the same shot on these two scenes. But on the first one, we can zoom in. So you can get the look of a two-camera live stream with just one camera, a laptop, and a network switch. Let's look at bringing our lower third lyrics into OBS. We can bring in graphics from other computers a number of ways, but let's look at using NDI. Over on this computer, let me switch to that computer. I've got EasyWorship installed here. I've been demonstrating ProPresenter a lot on my YouTube videos, and people have asked me to show other worship presentation software. So I'm going to use EasyWorship today because they have a good NDI integration. If I go to Edit, Options, I can select my output monitor to be an NDI stream. And I've formatted my song layout to be centered at the bottom of the screen. So now let's pull up some lyrics. And if I go back to my OBS computer, and I'll do this, I'll add this on my 30x USB video interface. I'm going to add an NDI source. I'll call it lyrics. And in this drop-down, I'll now see the EasyWorship computer because my laptop and the EasyWorship laptop are on the same network. So as soon as it starts transmitting NDI, I can pick that up here on my computer. Click OK, and there I have my lyrics coming in. And the nice thing about EasyWorship is that they have the alpha channel, that's the transparency, already in the NDI feed. So you can do things like add shadows to the text and it will show up. Let me see if I can make that a little clearer. Let me add a color source. And we'll just select a color. And I'll put that under the lyrics. And you can see this nice, soft, transparent shadow behind the lyrics the way it should be. Now let's talk about audio. Audio is, in my opinion, the most important part of your live stream. So let's look at how OBS deals with audio. There are two ways to have audio get to your video. To add audio to a particular scene only, add an audio input capture device to the scene. And select the device from this list. It gives you a selection of any valid audio device on your system, and that could be the audio from a video capture device as well. And when we add that device to the scene, now when we switch scenes, you'll notice that it goes away. So camera 2 has this audio in the mixer. When I go back to camera 1, it goes away. So we'll only get audio from that device when we are live on that scene. Let me remove that and let's add a global audio device. Go to the settings and the audio page. And here we see a list of 6 slots where we can add a global audio device to the mixer. Again, you'll find any audio source that's on your system available. Select that audio device. Click OK, and we'll see that device shows up in the audio mixer. And even when we change scenes, this mic aux input, which is where we selected it, will stay in all of these scenes. If you're bringing in cameras over RTSP or NDI, you can bring in audio through a USB audio interface like this is, that will give you XLR or quarter-inch connections to connect your audio mixer. And by adding that as a global device, now as you switch cameras, you'll be getting audio in all your camera views. So in OBS, we can also do some processing on our audio. OBS can insert VST2 audio plugins. They have to be standalone DLLs, so unfortunately, it won't use Waves plugins. The way that they bundle their plugins together just doesn't work. We can always hope that someday they'll add this functionality into OBS, or maybe an OBS plugin will allow for it. But there are still a lot of great, even free plugins out there that we can use to control our audio a bit and do some things that get it ready for encoding. The first thing we need to do in order to hear what we're doing is to go in and right-click on the audio mixer and select Advanced Audio Properties, or you can go up to Edit and select Advanced Audio Properties. This brings up a dialog that shows us all the sources in our mixer, and there are 2 important things in here. The first is this sync offset setting. This is where we can delay our audio to sync it up with a camera that's coming in delayed, like if we're using RTSP. I have a video on my YouTube channel that will walk you through the steps on how to get those in sync. So if you're needing to sync your audio, check that out. The other setting you'll use is this audio monitoring. There are 3 options available: monitor off, which is the default, monitor only, and monitor output. Monitor means you hearing it locally on your system, and output means going to the stream. So monitor off means audio will go to your stream from this audio device, but you won't hear it on your system. Monitor only mute output means you will hear it, but it will not go to your stream. In most cases, you really want to avoid that one. And then monitor end output means you will hear it and it will go to the stream. So you would want to select that one so you can hear what's happening when you apply an audio plugin. So now if we right-click in the audio mixer and select filters, we'll see a list of filters that have been added to the plugin. Click the plus and select VST2, and I'm going to name it HPF LPF. Now in this drop-down list, we can select a plugin that is installed on our system. And I'm going to use this free plugin called Border. Again, you can find all of these linked on my website in the resources page that I talked about earlier on ballastmedia.com. Click the open dialog and we can edit the parameters of our plugin. Okay, why am I adding a high pass and a low pass filter? When your encoder encodes audio, it has a certain amount of bit rate to use. In our case, we set it to 128 kbps. And if we remove some frequencies from the audio at the extreme high and low end frequencies that probably won't even be audible on most people's playback devices, we can free up some data to be used to hopefully make other frequencies that we do hear sound better. That's the theory anyways. I would usually set this to about 40 hertz. And if you don't run a lot of bass in your mix with the bass guitar and kick drum, you can probably set it higher, up to 60 or 80 hertz. Then on the top end, I'll probably set this around 15 or 16K. Another effect we can add is some compression. So I'll add another effect, call it comp. I'm going to select this TDR, yeah, I can't pronounce that, Ketlonovic. Anyways, for a compressor on the output, I'm going to set the attack really fast and the peak release a bit slower, say 125. And now I can lower the threshold until really strong parts of my audio get a little compressed. You don't want this to squash the audio, just there to save us from distortion if something hits a little too hard. Finally, we can add a little bit of EQ to sweeten it. I'm going to select the TDR Nova. This is a very broad generalization and depends a lot on your source content. But remember, people are usually listening to your live stream on phones or TVs, so they don't have great speaker systems. So a slight boost at around 100 hertz and a shelving boost on the high end around 6K can just help them to sweeten the audio a bit. But be sure and listen and make sure you're actually improving things and not causing a problem when you do these adjustments. And with that, I think we're out of time. I hope you found this useful. If you have any questions, I'll see you over in the Q&A time, or you can get in touch with me on my YouTube channel or my Facebook page as well. Until next time, bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back and we are rolling right along on this awesome worship summit today. Next presenter's name is Bill Tenney, and he has been using live streaming in his ministry for the past couple of months. Very exciting stuff. He put together a little behind the scenes video that we're going to take a quick peek at, and then Bill's going to come on and tell us how his small church is putting together live streaming. So let's get started with this video.
Welcome to my home studio. I was the pastor at Raytown Christian Church for about 4 years when the pandemic hit. I'm living in a different kind of situation than probably most of you. I have a home in Columbia, Missouri, where I have a wife and I have grown adult kids with their kids, so I have grandkids. I have Old English sheepdogs, and I've had a life here for quite a while. But I was called to be the pastor of a church in Raytown, which is a suburb of Kansas City, Missouri. And I have an apartment there, which is to say I have a home there. And I have a congregation there, so I have another family there. And normally speaking, up until March 11th, I lived there 5 days a week or thereabout, sometimes more, occasionally less. And I ministered there. I came home on the weekends, which for me were Friday and Saturday. But on March 11th, the pandemic hit with a vengeance, and Jackson County, Missouri, issued a stay-at-home order. And our congregation, our board, said to me, we need to go to virtual worship services, and you need to go shelter at home with your family. And so on March 11th, I moved back to Columbia. Still had an apartment that I'm paying for, but I was back in Columbia. And so I began commuting every week, once a week on Sunday morning, very, very early Sunday morning, and I had a crew of 3 plus me. We had a pianist, we had a guitar player, we had a vocalist, and our guitar player also played, and we had me. And I ran the cameras and the tech generally, although my band leader ran that during the classic service. And we had one camera, we pointed at the stage, and away we went. And that was worship. Social distancing, the whole kit and caboodle. It was interesting. It was doable. It was a stopgap measure. The problem was it became really clear very quickly that we were not really happy with the quality of the worship. It was okay. It was, a nice stopgap measure, but it became clear this was going to last a little longer. And so on May 10th, we launched our recorded live worship service. I set up a home studio here with antique or almost antique equipment. This is my Panasonic HC, I guess handheld, VC20 camera. It's an SD camera. And I have several other SD cameras. I have lots of SD cards. And I would go up every 2 weeks to record the music for the classic service and record the music for the contemporary service and bring it back down and do all the post-production work, putting together the worship service. I would preach here in my home office, and we learned a lot. And I learned that a whole lot of your sins can be redeemed during post-production. Frankly, it was a huge step forward from where we started. We streamed through Broadcast to our website, to YouTube, to Facebook, to Roku. It really, really went well, and people were going, awesome. We called it live recording. I don't know what the professional term is. If you know what the professional term is out for live tape or live recording or whatever, it's not really live streaming. Anyway, let me know. Anyways, we learned a lot. We're still learning, but by July, we knew something had to change because our congregation had become an audience. We would tune in and we'd watch. And there was no interaction per se. We tried doing a Zoom meeting after the worship service to try and bring people together, but it just wasn't the same. And so we were looking for a solution. And on July 29th, PTZOptics put together the Worship Summit Live. I don't know how many times they've been doing it at that point, but I was invited. Paul Richards called me and invited me because I write books. And he said, would you come and talk about one of my books? And while I was there during the seminar or during the day, I saw the possibilities of what would happen if you took Zoom and married it to worship. And so I jumped onto the PTZOptics channel on YouTube and Udemy, however you pronounce it, and watched everything that Paul and his team put together. And I learned about NDI. And frankly, we went with Paul Richards' recommendations. And we bought the equipment he said, we set it up like he said, and in about a month, our first watch party was born. In August, we launched our watch party, which was live worship and on Zoom, and it looks pretty fabulous. And I'm going to talk about that later in another seminar. In any event, I began to see the real possibilities of this whole NDI stuff. I didn't have an NDI camera. All I had was doing OBS through my Mac and by putting together, again, post-production and running it through Zoom. Then I got my hands on a PTZOptics 20X NDI camera, which is, of course, what I'm using right now. So let me introduce you to this camera and how we're using it because it's fabulous. So right out of the box, I was excited about what we got. For one, I realized that the camera was tripod ready. I took my tripod connector right there, the boot or whatever you call the darn thing, and I'm not a technical person, and it connects to my tripod in my studio and away we go. It comes with this really nifty remote control and a power supply. But we went with what Paul had suggested, and we got a power over Ethernet switch, and you just plug it in and away you go. So setup was a breeze. Just connect it to the tripod, drop it into the shoe, clicks right in. Hook up connect the power over Ethernet jack, and I use a small soundboard, and I can plug that in the camera as well. And then we're ready to go. Well, not quite. Got to take the lens cover off it, and then you got to turn the power on. Power on, it resets, and once it's reset, then I open up my PTZ camera control app on my iPad. Then on the PTZ camera control app that I have on my iPad that came from PTZOptics, just hit camera set, and it resets to the position I need, and away we go. Setup was pretty much a breeze. Besides plugging in the two little cords, we also had to reset the IP to match our NDI scheme, but we followed the instructions in the manual, and that was easy peasy. Every week I record using OBS, and it does a really good job. As you can see, it's pretty great quality. The camera is great in low light. I'm in my basement. There's not a light in here except for the ones that I provide. And the reality is, I still have a lot to learn. Haven't figured out, do color balancing and all that kind of stuff that seems to be, I look at the quality and go, yeah, that's good enough. It's pretty darn good, and probably more than I can expect to do on my own. We're planning on getting a second camera. We're going to set it up here in the studio so we have multiple shots. We're going to get a camera operator who can run the OBS and zoom back and forth between the cameras, do all the really cool stuff. We want to be able to do advanced studio recordings. We want to do Bible studies. We want to offer pastor training. And in January, my wife and I are going to launch Church Talk TV, conversations about life, about church, and about church life. It's something we used to do back in 2014 or thereabouts when we had the brand new cameras that are now all antiques. But with the new cameras, the way we set up the studio, and as easy as this has been, we expect to really take it to the next level. We love our camera, and we love the way we're doing things. Our worship services, we continually get reports from our members and people from all over the country who really like the quality that we're putting out. I'll be doing a seminar later on this afternoon, how we've taken Zoom and matched it with our worship to create a watch party, and I'll be able to answer questions there. Thanks for joining me.
All right, everybody. We've got one last keynote presentation from Bill Tenney himself, so I'm so excited to have him. Bill, how are you doing? I have you muted. That's my fault. There we go.
There we are. I'm still great. A little. And interesting that you scheduled me last. Of all the presenters I've watched all day, of all the presenters, I am the absolutely least technical person in this whole kit and caboodle. Bottom line is, folks, I'm a pastor, born and raised a pastor almost, and been doing this for a long time. But when it comes to this tech stuff, it's been by the seat of my pants. I have the ability to. I'm a tech geek in terms of I have a lot of fun with it, but in terms of listening to EasyWorship and all that kind of stuff, I'm going, my eyes glaze over because, hey, no, we've been doing this, as you just saw in the video, with an SD card kind of camera situation. So it really has been, I don't know about a learning curve, but there's been a lot of learning from it. And it's, I don't know, like I said, I'm not sure why I'm at last as if I'm the top one. Maybe just hopefully everyone else went away during the day. But anyway, thanks for joining me for have the conversation. As I said in the introductory video, we went from live stream where we were just live and it was pretty hideous, one camera, away we went, to recording, which I'll talk more about towards the end of this time. But we take that recording and we put it up, and everyone was watching worship like this. And it's like there was no congregation anymore. And the bottom line is that we were like, we don't have a congregation. We have an audience. And that is not what we need. We had a chat room. We had a chat client. We had hosts in our YouTube room. We had a host in our YouTube channel. We had a host on our Facebook page. And we had a host on our website. So because we streamed all three, and we did the Boxcast thing as well, which we can't do a chat there. But anyway, and we had hosts on all those and people talking and saying, trying to interact, but mostly we did this. And it was like, this is not church. Church worship needs to be a community event. And so I came to Worship Summit 3, and when I was watching, I caught this vision of what would happen if you take Zoom and connect it to worship. And thank you for all of you who tell me simulated live. It's not real live. It's just kind of simulated live. And so, so sim live or simulated live, we wanted to go there, but we wanted to have the interaction. And one of the things I've told my folks is, you know, this is better than real church worship, because if you're in-person worship, you're looking at the back of heads. And during a Zoom meeting, of course, generally, you're looking at our smiling faces, or, as depending on my sermon, could be the scowling faces. In any event. All right, so with that said, I did prepare a video that walks you through this. You know, if you've been in doing this and you really are a tech person, you can go take a nap. About 6-7 minutes from now, you can come back. But for the rest of you, this is the basics of what we do of creating our watch party, and I'm hoping that this will work. All right, so here we go. Unload the equipment. So we have the computers all set up and we are ready to go. First thing I have to do is set up and load Zoom. Load Zoom, start a new meeting. And right off the bat, this is not what we want. We do not want me in all my glory, so to speak, broadcasting for the worship service, at least not live. We do everything recorded so that we have high end. But to do that, we've got to begin by setting up our audio so it works. So we set up the microphone as virtual cable A. We set our speaker as virtual cable B. And we set our video as NDI video. And away we go. That's all done. All right, so now we are ready here to begin the process. We need to have a congregation. This will be our OBS, but we need to have our congregation so everything comes in like it's supposed to. So we come over to this computer, which is our congregational computer, and turn on Zoom. So there we go. We are joining a meeting. We're going to join that meeting. And my name, I put my name here as Zoom Room. It's the congregation, it's the audience. So we click join and join the video as usual, like you always do. And over here, we have to admit. Admit. All right, so now we've got this going over here. We're going to turn off the video and we're going to mute it. And we're going to go and turn on our NDI scan converter, because that's going to take this image and put it over here in a way in which we want it to. We'll be able to control it that way. So scan converter comes on. We check to make sure it's set for desktop, which it is. Then we click view, put it, make sure it's in gallery, and then go full screen. And now we're done over here, and you can see that the icon has shown up over there. The next piece we want to do is we're going to load up our participant, which is, this is how we interact. This is the controls, not the control center of the studio, but the control center of I'm having conversation as the pastor. And so again, load up the Zoom. Now we want to admit, but we're going to make sure I'm muted. So we're going to mute participants upon entry. And we are not going to allow people to unmute themselves, at least not to begin with, because we don't want them unmuting themselves in the middle of service and make comments. So then we hit admit. And I will connect over there. And you can see that my image goes from here, if you will, over to the participants. Back over here, again, this loop going on, which is exactly what we want. All right, so we've got everything started, and now we open up OBS. We have obviously a video going, so I'm going to hit a hotkey to turn it off, and voila, it's off. Nothing is right here, so let me real quick show you what we need to do. First thing we want is the template overlay, and template overlay tells the church we are in worship. So we're going to click on that, click our template overlay, and that is found right there, and boom, and voila. Now, you can see the template overlay. Got the name of the church. It's got the watch party, the worship watch party, which is what we call it. We also have two QR codes, one for giving, our offering, and the other for our sermon worksheet, because every week we have a fill in the blank worksheet. All right, now the next thing we have to have, because we're not going to be throwing that video over there, we need to go to our worship file, the worship file that we're going to be presenting, which is essentially worship. So we go to our worship file and go find it. And it too is in the same video. And we're going to do the sold out worship. We have two different worship services. Click open and click OK. Now the problem is that OBS immediately begins playing that, which you'll be able to hear over there. So again, we have hotkeys, and I'll hit Control minus, which pauses it, and you can see the way we go. Now this is what people get to see. They're watching the worship party. Here's the congregation. Here's what's actually being broadcast in terms of the worship service. When we have things of interest that are really more focus worthy, we use the scenes option of OBS and go to full screen. And you can see I went to full screen, and on my over here you can see we're at full screen mode, and you get to watch that in all its glory. Now, there's no real need for the congregation to be able to see each other during this time. The times that we have the congregation together or being able to view each other, like during communion, sometimes during singing, sometimes during prayer, during testimony, and things like that. So we have times in which we're full screen. We have times in which we're not full screen. That's pretty much what we do. Is we go back and forth between the template classic, which is what we call our the regular view, and we go into the full screen mode. Now, at the end of the service, we have a fellowship time. And when we have our fellowship time, and I'm going to go ahead and turn off the video for now, pause the video. When we have our fellowship time, we go into our Zoom room and make it full screen. And you can see, now again, there's only a few of us, but you can see we're back in broadcasting our room, if you will, all the different participants, and the participants that would be coming out over this screen would be up here, and of course on the screen here, you'd be able to interact. And that's what we do Sunday after Sunday. All right, so like I said, that's what we do Sunday after Sunday. I know one of the questions I've seen during the day, people have talked about communion and how they do communion and et cetera, et cetera. And when I create the worship scenario, well, let me real quick run through what I do to create this worship scenario. Number one is every week on my case, Tuesday, I drive all the way back up to Raytown. We have been in lockdown as far as the church is concerned since March 11th. We have not gone back to live worship, and we have no intentions of going back into live worship probably until well into 2021. We have a lot of seniors, and we have a lot of seniors who are really, we want to go back, and I'm not having one of their funerals on my conscience. It's not going to happen, and my board and people agree with that. So it's not happening. Yes, we've lost a few people from that, but I'd rather lose a few people from that because they got mad and went to some church that was meeting than losing someone to the grave. So that's just a decision that we've made. It's not a decision you should make. We are in a red hot spot. It's been a red hot spot now for forever, it seems like, and things are getting worse. So anyway, so every Tuesday I drive back from Columbia back over to Raytown, about a 90-minute drive. And I have my organist or pianist or both and a vocalist come in, and I tape the music. I use my SD cameras to do that because, Paul, I'm not taking the nice new PTZ camera back and forth. Not happening. I like my camera where it's at. So we just use the SD cameras there. I record everything, for both worship services in terms of music. Often I tape the sermon there, or tape. Yeah, right. You can tell what generation I came from. I record the sermon there, again, on an SD card. Then I come back to Columbia and I spend the next 3 days doing video processing, post-production, if you will, plugging it all in, downloading the videos, and then putting it together so it's about an hour, often less, actually, worship service that we think is pretty high quality. Compared to what we started with, it's really much, much better, so that we have a congregation that can watch and participate using our Zoom room, etc. So in any event, I bring it all back. I edit it all up with the music in and etc. And I create transitions and I edit my sermon. That's something I really like about recorded worship. If I say something that is like off the cuff, I can just cut it out, boop, hit the editing room floor, if you will. And my sermons are much, much better. In fact, we've had the conversation with the board. I don't intend to ever stand up and preach live again, even when we're back in person, because the recorded sermons are so much tighter. Everyone thinks I'm looking right at them because, when you're in a congregational setting, your eyes are wandering around, across the congregation. You never meet anyone's eyes except for here or here or here. When I do my sermon, I look at the camera. I don't look at the video of me over here. In fact, I turn the camera away. Thankfully, PTZ camera, I don't have to worry about that now. I just look at the camera and everyone thinks I'm looking right at them. And the audio quality is so much better and so much more even. Our seniors love it. They love that this is, straight out, easy to go. So in any event, I put it all together and record it, edit it out, and we put it up. As you saw, we set it up with the Zoom. Now, I know that some churches are going, wow, we don't have 19 computers. I have my own personal Mac. I have the church has a iMac, and I went out and got a cheap PC. I mean, it really is a cheap PC. That's the one we used for conversation with. And I just hooked them together. It cost us really very little in terms of the equipment. The switch that we have was $89. I think the router was the most expensive piece. I think it was $100 or something like that. But in any event, we just put it all together. And again, we didn't start off with any live streaming PTZ cameras, which I have one now. Hoping to get another one here soon. Maybe I'll win one. Anyway, be as it may, we don't use that camera for live streaming. We use it for recording through OBS. All right, back to my communion question so I can get back. When I put the worship together, one of the things that one of our members does is we have a group of elders and they lead communion. That's the way we do things in our denomination. The elders lead communion. And so they call the elders on Zoom, they record, they send me the recordings, I chop them up, edit them, and so put them together. And then we do a 30-second pause, if you will. I play background music and run a little video so that there's something to meditate on. And we do communion together. When you're doing it on Facebook or YouTube or on the website, there's no interaction. You just do it with you at your home if you have someone at home. But I can tell you, it is the most powerful thing. And I think you got to see a piece of that in the video. It's the most powerful thing when you see everyone taking communion together, even though we're separated by miles. The bottom line is that by sharing together, we're actually back in community. And so I love what we call our watch party. Is it a lot of work? Yeah, but we're excited about the quality that we have in terms of our output. And we love the outcomes that we're getting with people worshiping in community. All right, that said, I'll entertain questions. My time is nearly up. And so if there's questions, and if not, I'll talk about using Adobe Premiere Pro to edit videos, but you can figure that one out. There's lots of different other software programs you can use. Questions?
Well, Bill, we're getting a lot of questions. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you so much for putting that video together. It's encouraging to see you do that, because I talk about it in my book. You know, you and I was kind of in the midst of updating this book. This book was written before COVID. And so I republished it with some of the tips on how to do this Zoom watch party. And I remember helping you create that picture-in-picture layout where we could have the Zoom capture next to the recorded worship. And I think that it looks hard for a lot of people. They're looking at this and going, 3 computers, really? And you don't need 3 computers. You know, we do this with 1 computer, actually. There's a lot of different ways that you can do it. But it was really encouraging to see you put that together. And it is one interesting way that you put all that together. I think it was definitely a way that works.
If you can do it with 1 computer, you and I need to talk. I mean, I just want to tell all of you who are watching this, you know, Paul has been right there with us. And for one thing, all the live streaming stuff, by and large, most people use PCs. We had 2 Macs. We had no idea. And Paul worked with me and walked with me trying to figure out how to make NDI work with Mac, because it's not native for that. And so, you know, the bottom line is that Paul has walked with us and on a personal level. So, you know, I'm excited to be here, but the only reason I'm here is because I've had really great support from folks to help us get here. All right, well, what happened to you, Paul? Don't make me stand here.
I'm here. I'm trying to do quite a bit here.
Oh, really?
At one time.
Trying to run a seminar?
I would actually like to just take a quick moment to show what we're doing here quickly, just for the heck of it. So this is where I'm usually standing. And, you know, there's a Zoom session going on over there. And they've got breakout rooms. And you can see Steven's in there. And, you know, Bill, I know you were in there from time to time. But here I am over here. And so what we usually do with 1 computer is we run vMix, but you can do it with Wirecast. I think you can do it with OBS, but it might be pushing the limits a little bit. And then we just capture the Zoom session over here, and we just connect them together. So even though you're
1 computer, 2 monitors.
Yes. So
gotcha.
There's a lot of different ways to do it, and I hope that I did a good job. Really, because I think what you showed was great, and you pushed it to the limits. You can do a lot of things with what you just showed, but for a lot of folks, they're going, you know, this. I just want to say this is why I wrote the book, because you read this book twice, you know, and there's actually an audio version, and take it for a run, and it's going to take a while, you know, to understand this stuff, but eventually, I think this is not going away, sadly, for a while, and we need to get through it.
One of the things, Paul, is, and I tell pastors this all the time, folks, this is an opportunity. And we're trying to do stopgap and make our members happy. This is the first time where the Great Commission really hits the world. You have the opportunity. Get people to share and tag and like. We have people coming to our worship service from 26 different states because people invited them. Yes, I hear about the 2,000 views and all that. Great. God bless you. I'm glad you're able to do that. We're not so lucky, but because we can't, know about lucky, but we count those who actually sit and watch the thing. So it's a much lower count, but we have people coming from all over to watch because they're being invited. And, you know, the whole 6 degrees separation, we just get our people to invite, tag, like, invite, tag, like. And eventually, if you will, we have the opportunity to reach the whole world. And that's what this is all about. This for us, this is our new campus, and we will adopt, when we go back, I've told the congregation, we will reorder our order of service so that what we do in the sanctuary, what we do in our worship center will be optimized for our live stream, not the other way around, where the live stream is, you know, we're eavesdropping on what's going on in real church. This is real church. This is the first century revisited all over again. And what an incredible opportunity we have. And we're trying to make the most of it. I hope y'all are. This isn't, not only is this not going away, I hope that we will continue to get better and better and better and find ways not just to be higher quality, but how do we create this community across the nation, around the world, so that we can share the gospel of Jesus Christ. sorry, I'm on a different soapbox, but like I said from the beginning, not a tech guy, I'm a pastor, and I see the opportunities here of what we can do as pastors and as churches using this incredible opportunity online to reach people. And, you can advertise yourself, but really the majority of people will come to your service, wherever it is, because someone in your church, someone in your congregation they tagged someone, they invited someone to come to worship with me, which is why we love the watch party, because you can sit there in separate houses, but you can see your friend there. We've had a number of people who brought their friends and their friends' pictures right there with us in this Zoom meeting, watching worship. And it's not the way of the future, it's the way of now. So yeah, this isn't going away.
Well, thank you so much, Bill. Guess what we have now? A camera giveaway. So I know you guys have been waiting, everybody. So we're going to do it. Here we go. I have a winner. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the winner's name in the chat, Joe Rice Jones, and you just have to say hi. You just have to let us know that you're here. That's all you got to do. So Joe Rice Jones, if you're here, you won a PTZOptics 20x USB camera. If Joe's not here, I'm going to pull a couple extra winners. And then we do have a final presentation from Doug Laws from Keys Vineyard. And if you've been following along, Doug has provided some beautiful worship music for us over the past couple worship summits. He provided a new updated video that we played earlier today. And this production is, I think for a lot of churches, you're going to go, wow, this is incredible. He uses 4 PTZOptics cameras and 1 camcorder with 2 vMix systems. It's a little complicated, but what he produces is incredible. So I'm going to go ahead and play this clip of a video from him so we can all, enjoy this together. And then we'll get a winner in the chat room. So stay active in the chat. We'll play 1 or 2 songs from Keys Vineyard Church. Thank you so much, Bill, and everyone who's been a part of this. This has been incredible. I really appreciate it, guys.
Great day.
So we're going to enter into worship now, and I'd encourage you guys to participate with us. We'll have the words up behind me and, all over the place on the lower third part of the screen. But let's sing. You're welcome to sit. Stand if you're able. This is a good one. He is the God who fights for us. Amen. 2, 3, 4. I won't forget the wonder of how you brought deliverance, the exodus of my heart. 'Cause you found me, you freed me, held back the waters for my release. Oh, Yahweh. Sing, you're the God, and you're the God who fights for me, Lord of
You have torn apart the sea. You will lead
Where can I hide from your spirit? You find me there. Spirit, you find me there. From the highest high to the lowest low, from the mountain top to the valley below, you meet me here. Spirit, you meet me here. You go before me. Your love surrounds me, changing the atmosphere. Where can I go from your presence? Where can I run from your spirit? You meet me there. Spirit, you meet me there. Where can I go from your presence? Where can I hide from your spirit? You find me there. Spirit, you find me there. From the highest high to the lowest low, from the mountain top to the valley below, you meet me here. Spirit, you meet me here. You go before me. Your love surrounds me, changing the atmosphere. Oh, you meet me here. Spirit, you meet me here. You go before me. Your love surrounds me, changing the atmosphere. You don't give up, even when I do. You don't walk out when I threaten to. You are steady when I can't be still. Your love guides me, and it always will. You don't give up, even when I do. You don't walk out when I threaten to. You are steady when I can't be still. Your love guides me, and it always will. From the highest high to the lowest low, from the mountain top to the valley below, in the darkest night, though I try to hide, even there your light shines bright like the morning. You meet me here. Spirit, you meet me here. Always embracing, never rejecting. Your kindness surrounds me. You meet me here. Spirit, you meet me here. Always embracing, never rejecting. Your kindness draws me.
Right here, right now. Fresh touch, Holy Spirit. Right here, right now. right now. Open arms and open heart, call me in. Woo. You didn't hesitate. And the lies I once believed, they crumble right here, right now, with the weight of your truth. And the fear that gripped my heart is arrested, so that I can see you. When I only see in part, I will prophesy your promise. We believe, I believe you, God, 'cause you finish what you start. I will trust you in the process. I believe you, God. Set a table in the middle of my war. Yeah, you knew the outcome of it all. What I faced looked like it would never end. Said, watch the giants fall right here, right now. And the lies I once believed, they crumble at the weight of your truth.
war between death and life. There on a tree, the Lamb of God was crucified. He defeated hell, and he took back every king. He rose as a lion, and every setting captive free. There ain't no walking to. If you walked out of the grave, I'm walking to.